download, and Surfshark in the description. Be sure to use the promo code REGRET to get 83% off your order, plus 3 extra months for free. It's as simple as that. Now, if you'll excuse me, time for my muffin break. They changed the recipe? Help! Well, this past week was the 20th anniversary of this next show, and boy, do I feel old saying that. It's WWF's King of the Ring 2001 from June 24th at the Continental Airlines Arena in East Rutherford, New Jersey. This show was nominated by Jose Luis Aguilar, Joshua Lowry, Ben Wright, Alan Jolly, and Richard Ives over on patreon.com/wrestlingwithregret. This is the pay-per-view that truly kicks the Invasion storyline into high gear, but we got to go through a couple of false starts and some minor misfires along the way. Now, one of the biggest stories in the Federation at this time is that Triple H is going to be out for the rest of the year. He famously tore his quad the day after Judgment Day in that tag team title match where he and Steve Austin lost the belts to Chris Benoit and Chris Jericho and famously carried on to finish the match and everything. You know, now that I think about it, that's a very pivotal episode of Raw in the Federation's history, not just because of Triple H suffering that injury, but also this is the beginning of Perry Saturn's gimmick where he gets knocked in the head a few too many times and he ends up going loopy and saying random phrases and "you're welcome" and falls in love with a mop. About 17,000 folks in the arena, 445,000 pay-per-view buys makes it the second most bought in the show's history, down a bit from the previous year's 475,000. Jim Ross and Paul Heyman on commentary, and hey, it's him, it's D.D. Pim. Diamond Dallas Page makes his way through the crowd carrying a sign. Of course, Page, the previous week on Raw, revealed himself as the stalker of The Undertaker's wife, Sarah. For several weeks leading up to this show, we saw a lot of grainy footage in this kind of voyeuristic style, narrated by a distorted voice, which is actually just Vince McMahon's voice put through a filter, and it's all very creepy stuff. The Undertaker's freaking out and getting very upset about this. The go-home show, Page showing up on Taker's bike that week did the big reveal, which got a massive pop, which is a pretty funny reaction for a stalker. He says the quickest way for he, a 3-time world champion, to be famous in the World Wrestling Federation is to go for the biggest dog in the yard and fight him. He comes in through the crowd, still allowed to enter the ring and cut a promo, and they explain it's because The Undertaker has allowed him to show up and do this. He says the footage he's shown of Sarah so far was just PG, but he's got his own personal collection, gives him a big old boner. He says he'll kick the big dog's ass all over his own yard tonight, then will be the first WCW star to set foot in Madison Square Garden the next night on Raw. He says, here is his tick. He says he'll be in the front row with a big old "Make Me Famous" sign. He's begging for it. As somebody who watched the programming as it was happening, I was 16 years old at the time watching this, I was very intrigued by the storyline. I was always going, who could this possibly be? And then when Page revealed himself, I was excited because I was a fan of DDP and WCW and I want to see him do big things. I thought, wow, what an impact, what a huge way to make a debut. And so I was going along for the ride at this point, but then as this show unfolds, man, I really start to sour on this angle pretty quick. Back at the announce desk, Jim and Paul reveal there's a big rumor going around that Chris Benoit or Chris Jericho could defect to WCW as early as tomorrow night, and if one of them wins the championship in the triple threat main event, things could really get thrown askew. It's one of the many, many things I feel they threw at the wall at the beginning of this Invasion storyline to try and see what made stick, because, spoiler alert, nothing of the sort happens here. It would have been interesting if either of them jumped to WCW, but it doesn't happen either way, and it was kind of forgotten about after Monday that same week. So it's one of those things where, is it just them throwing another wrinkle into the story to try and get people to care, or was this, as they say, plans changing? But hey, enough of that. We've got a King of the Ring tournament to wrap up, beginning with the semifinal match between Kurt Angle and Christian. Kurt Angle is last year's King of the Ring, and he's made it clear he wants to pull a repeat performance, be the first and only man to win back-to-back King of the Ring tournaments. Technically, though, Bret Hart is the first and only person to do that, but that was in 91 and 93. 91, it was not a pay-per-view yet, so I guess according to the Federation canon, Bret's back-to-back wins don't count. Also, it's kind of a neat semifinal bracket because you have Team Wreck occupying the final four. You've got Kurt, Edge, Christian, and Rhino, all friends and storyline and everything. They're all here in the semifinals. Christian begins on top after hitting Kurt with a cheap shot before the bell, but Kurt fights back with a big suplex. Fighting on the outside, back in the ring, Kurt launching Christian off the top and into the barricade. More suplexes by Angle, Christian with a nice heel kick. Then Shane McMahon, the owner of WCW, appears in the ramp. He's beefing with Kurt Angle, more on that later. Goes to the moonsault, but Angle misses. Christian can't put him away. Angle counters the Unprettier into the ankle lock. We get a rope break. Christian hits the Unprettier after all, goes to the cover, but then Shane pulls him off. And for the rest of this match, Heyman and Ross are just totally at a loss. What's Shane McMahon's agenda here? I thought he was fighting Kurt Angle, but he's helping him here. What could this possibly be? Gosh, I wonder. Anyway, after that Angle slam over the ropes, back in, Angle pins and wins, advancing to the next round. I give it 2.5 stars out of 5. The big story here is not Christian and Kurt by any means. It's more Kurt and Shane. Again, the announcers being kind of oblivious to what Shane's motives are here is kind of off-putting. But the match itself, though, I thought was well executed, if a little short. And what's even more impressive is Kurt apparently suffers a concussion in this opening match, and he has 2 matches left to go. I think if the circumstances were the exact same in 2021, even if it caused so much chaos in the pay-per-view rundown, I'm not sure the company would allow him to continue and wrestle 2 more matches. Just saying. JR and Heyman appear to be stalling for time, speculating more about Shane looking even more foolish in the process. Then backstage, the WWF champion Stone Cold Steve Austin and his wife Deborah are chatting. Coach comes in for some questions. Austin says he's waiting for Vince to show up. Coach reminds him Vince isn't coming tonight. He's such a kidder. Coach talks to him about the Jericho-Benoit rumor and how they could take the title to WCW, and Austin just gives a 1,000-yard stare. Off we go to scenic East Rutherford, New Jersey. And look, there's New York, where we wish we could be, but oh, cruel fate. Paul Heyman at ringside, the voice of reason with DDP, saying that what he's doing here tonight is a little brazen, but as DDP talks about how big his balls are, suddenly the big screen shows some sneaky voyeuristic footage of Paige at a diner. DDP, very frustrated by this, says his personal privacy has been invaded, and we'll just see how the storyline goes, but DDP clearly not pleased by getting a taste of his own medicine. Next King of the Ring semifinal match as Edge takes on Rhino, who's been getting quite a little push as of late. He's been a multiple-time hardcore champion across the last couple of months. He's been wrestling on TV with guys like Jericho and Benoit and the Intercontinental Champion Kane for several weeks during the build of this show, so he's definitely getting a bit of love here this time. The action is quick from the beginning as the guys trade blows. Edge with a running dropkick to Rhino, who falls off the apron and splats on the floor. Ouch. Fight on the outside, Edge is vaulted into the barricade. Rhino exposing the turnbuckle and hurls Edge chest first into it. Rhino locks in the body scissors on Edge, which JR just adores on commentary. If you want JR to fall in love with you on commentary, just do some old school wrestling move that's not been done in a long time, and he will just gush about it. I'm reminded of when Triple H put the Indian Deathlock on Booker T at WrestleMania 19, and Jim spent a good minute and a half talking about it. Speaking of rare moves, big top rope splash by Rhino, which connects. Edge comes back after dropping Rhino on the ropes. We get a top rope sunset flip from Edge. He's able to hold on and go for the pin. Rhino going for the gore, but Edge counters with his own spear. They practically knock heads. Edge the Impaler DDT to win and advance to the finals. I give this one 3.5 stars out of 5. It's my favorite match of the King of the Ring tournament portion of this show. I like the story they told here. The action was pretty much fast from the get-go and never really slowed down. Some hard hits and harder looking falls throughout, but they made it look good. So yeah, good work by Edge and Rhino here. Spike Dudley and Molly Holly, just a couple of star-crossed lovers, but man, you just want to root for them. Spike and Molly, the runs of their respective litters in the Dudley and Holly clan, they start out as friends, but it turns into something more. They become boyfriend and girlfriend, and throughout the weeks we see Spike standing up for Molly multiple times, like sacrificing himself for her when the Dudleys try and powerbomb her through a table and everything. It's a very endearing story, and again, it just makes you really want to root for Spike here. Of course, Bubba Ray and Devon and Crash and Hardcore are having none of this. The Dudleys say the Hollys can't be trusted, the Hollys say the Dudleys can't be trusted, and they're all this bickering and infighting, and finally, both Spike and Molly have been kind of kicked out of their own families, so these two have no one to fall back on but each other. Will true love prevail? It's a very endearing storyline. You love to see it. So then early in the night on Heat, Spike declares he wants to challenge Bubba Ray and Devon for the tag team championships, but needs to find a partner. So we fast forward to the present point in this show where Spike says he's got a big surprise lined up for who his partner is going to be. Bubba and Devon come in and browbeat him for a bit, call he and Molly disappointments. They tell off Spike and they don't seem all that concerned. Backstage, Taz interviews Chris Jericho. My guy Joey Numbers says one of you is going to WCW, Cole. Jericho with a lot of wordplay where he goes, yes, I heard heard the rumors. Absolutely not. I was not aware you knew about the rumors. It all feels like so stupid, knowing that it's going to go absolutely nowhere in like 24 hours. The Dudley Boys make their way to the ring, the new tag team champions as of last Thursday on SmackDown when Steve Austin cost the Chris's, Benoit, and Jericho those belts, allowing the Dudleys to win. It makes sense because Benoit and Jericho weren't really doing anything with the belts after they won them in the first place, and they weren't really helping anybody in that position. Spike's mystery partner is the Big Red Intercontinental Champion Kane, and the fight begins in earnest. Bubba goes to throw Spike, but Kane catches him, throws him back into Bubba's face. Spike working with Devon. Devon appears to hurt his leg on a leapfrog, but it's a short-lived ruse. Bubba comes in and just hucks Spike 15 feet in the air on a backdrop. I love it. Spike dodging a Devon headbutt. The hot tag to Kane, who's all over the place, just overpowering the champs, and whoop, we got a little miscue with the pinfall breakup. The crowd didn't like that. Kane then picks up his own partner, Spike, and chucks him onto Devon and Bubba. Spike with a Dudley dog, but this time Devon does break up the count in time. The Dudleys with a very heelish was up because they don't say the line. Spike goes to the Dudley dog again, but he can't pull it off. Eats a 3D, and the Dudleys retain. Devon gets the table and has evil intentions, but Kane makes the save, choke slamming Bubba through it. They get the pyro, so the fans at least kind of end this segment a little bit happier. I give it 2 stars out of 5. It's not a terrible match. It's like standard tag team fare, but that little miscommunication with the broken up pinfall and it not happening that was a little rough is all. Honestly, the story of Spike and Molly and their relationships with their elder cousins is way more interesting on the whole than this particular match. This is a small chapter in the greater story. Backstage, a beaten up Edge is warming up for his next match when Christian shows up. Edge thinks he's just going to whine some more, but Christian just wishes him good luck against Kurt Angle. Back to DDP, we see some more voyeuristic footage, and DDP now screaming at The Undertaker to make him famous. Just keep in mind, we're not done with this arc yet, and we're going to see more of these segments, and DDP is already just flipping his lid. Like, it's just, once you've already kind of reached the point where you're so angry and you're screaming, you have nowhere to go, and it's everything else after this feels totally redundant. Meanwhile, in WWF news, no, this makes me so sad. Poor Billy Gunn, last year's King of the Ring winner, who went completely bust ever since then. I mean, that loss to The Rock at SummerSlam '99 was what really did him in. And now here he is. He's the main eventer of the theme restaurant. That is what the King of the Ring from last year is doing. So, in an alternate timeline, this could be your future, Edge. So he's asked, how does he feel about not being there at the tournament? He goes, how do I feel? That's pathetic. On we go to the finals as Kurt Angle takes on Edge. Before the match, Angle was some sportsmanship, saying he doesn't want anything to get between he and Edge's friendship. Then he tries to bargain with Edge to lay down for him so he can be fresh against Shane later in the night and spare Edge the embarrassment. It's the right and friendly thing to do, Kurt says, but Edge has none of it and the match commences. Paul Heyman finally begins to figure out why Shane may have helped Kurt win earlier when Kurt suplexes Edge out of the ring and onto the floor. Angle working over Edge for a couple of minutes. Edge with an interesting counter into a roll-up. Edge fights out of the sleeper, tries to come back, but Kurt throws him out of the ring once again. Edge with a nice Hurricane Rana off the top. Edge countering the Angle slam, but Angle blocks the DDT attempt, goes for an ankle lock, it turns into a roll-up. The Edge-o-matic, but then Christian shows up and distracts the ref, almost costing his brother the match, but he does kick out. Edge lays the referee out, Angle with the ankle lock in. Edge is tapping, but there's no ref. Shane McMahon appears once again, hits Angle with a spear before fleeing the scene. Angle walks into the Impaler, Edge pins and wins, and is the new King of the Ring. And JR on commentary, why did Shane do this? Like, why the fuck do you think he did it? Like, you were so close to getting it. I give this one 2.5 stars out of 5. This match was fine. It was some great counter work near the end that I really was impressed by in this thing. And again, the story is Shane getting involved, making a lot of sense to everyone on planet Earth except the announce team for whatever reason. And also, I just felt kind of bad because the crowd didn't really care all that much that Edge won this thing. They popped. Yeah, sure, they cheered because he's the good guy and everything. But there's just such a lack of pomp with the King of the Ring as a whole. I mean, they have this whole pay-per-view here, and the tournament feels kind of like an afterthought to these other bigger picture things, which is a common thread we saw in the last several King of the Ring pay-per-views. It was always kind of in the back burner, but at least there would be some kind of excitement and, yeah, pomp, like I said to this, but not so much here with this one. They're like, oh, he won. Good for him. Of course, Edge would get his trophy ceremony the next night on Raw. He would promise not to Billy Gunn his reign as King of the Ring. And of course, as what happens with him and Christian, well, we'll have to wait and see. Taz is now backstage with Chris Benoit. He asks the Wolverine if there's any truth to the WCW rumor. Benoit gets in his face and asks, what the hell kind of question is that, before saying, actually, it's a pretty good one. Is it though? DDP still at ringside. The P stands for paranoid. Coach backstage with Edge. How does it feel to win King of the Ring? Edge says it reeks of royalty. Christian walks in to say he was just trying to help Edge out, and Edge goes, well, yeah, what else would you be doing? He says the era of awesomeness begins. Well, in one of the only times you'll ever see the Light Heavyweight Championship defended on pay-per-view again, Jeff Hardy is here to take on X-Pac of the X Factor. Hardy beat Jerry Lynn for the belt a couple of weeks ago on SmackDown, and I would say that Jerry Lynn of the WWF might make an interesting video topic one day, but sadly that video would only go maybe 5 minutes. A fun fact here, as the Hardys and X Factor were feuding all month, Eddie Guerrero was actually also involved as well, helping out the Hardys, but there was always this running story of, can he be trusted? Well, we never saw the conclusion of this storyline because right in the middle of what Eddie's doing, he's taken off TV to go to rehab, and then a few months later, he's arrested for a DWI and is released from the WWF shortly thereafter. And I was always kind of surprised reading that tidbit because I knew it had happened, or I knew Eddie was gone and then fired, but I was always, in my memory, I always thought Eddie got the DWI in June and then was fired, not like he spent time in rehab and then got the DWI. So, of course, it does have a happy ending, this story, though. Eddie couldn't finish this angle of like a will he or won't he betray them, but he would come back to the company the next year after cleaning up his act, and of course, we all know the rest of the story. X-Pac comes out to the Uncle Cracker theme, and they're still promoting Fully Loaded for next month. That's going to change real soon. Some good cruiserweight stuff to start us off here. Hardy leaps off the barricade onto X-Pac. Heyman doing a great job on commentary, putting over X-Pac's prowess and how he helped change the perception of light heavyweights in America. If there's one thing I think we can all agree on, is that X-Pac, Sean Waltman, never really got his due as a performer until he had already kind of come and gone. I think I'm one of those fans who grew up not really liking X-Pac or appreciating him, but the older I got, the more I understood wrestling, looking back like, man, this dude was like a really, really good worker, and he made everyone look good. And yeah, I'm glad somebody on commentary said at the time at least. X-Pac works the abdominal stretch with a rope assist, dumps Hardy out and hits a springboard crossbody and goes, yeah! X-Pac goes to the Bronco Buster. Heyman yells, Chief J Strongbow lives! Hardy dodges and makes a comeback. Awkward collision out of a leapfrog in the corner. That looks pretty gnarly. They go for it again and get a whisper in the wind and a 2 count. X-Pac with the X Factor. The referee counts the 3, but then waves it off after he catches Jeff's foot already on the ropes. Another X Factor is countered into a jawbreaker. Jeff throwing X-Pac off the top rope, hits the swanton to win and retain. I give it 2.5 stars out of 5. The match had some good points throughout, even though it got a little bit clunky and a couple of points as we saw. I think the booking of the finish was confusing to me because that whole set of circumstances where it's like the 3 counts waved off and the person who benefits from that gets to win in the end, that feels like the roles were reversed, where it's like, shouldn't the heel be the one who benefits from that, not the babyface? But be that as it may, I thought it was an okay match. And again, good seeing the light heavyweight title defended on pay-per-view because I can't think of too many more times it happens. Time is a flat circle, and William Regal's an authority figure in the World Wrestling Federation. The commissioner talking to his houseboy, his words not mine, Tajiri. Tajiri debuted last month after Judgment Day and has been Regal's loyal servant ever since. Steve Austin barges in and frantically calls Vince McMahon to relay the rumors surrounding Benoit and Jericho. Regal with some big foreshadowing then, telling Vince, if you can't trust Steve Austin, who can you trust? Austin tells Vince to get to the show pronto. We're back at ringside with DDP, who's chewing the scenery big time here. Finally, Paige has had enough, gets in the ring and calls The Undertaker out. And this time the camera turns around and it's Sarah. She's been filming this whole time and says it's time for DDP to become famous. Out comes The Undertaker and, well, let's just say it does not go well for the master of the Diamond Cutter. Taker spends nearly 5 straight minutes just beating the hell out of DDP here. Paige with a couple of shots in, but it just doesn't matter. It's just totally egregious one-sided beatdown here. Sarah films the whole thing. World star. Paige finally flees to the crowd, and that's the end of that. You know what? It never gets any easier to relive. I feel the same way watching this stuff now as I did when I recapped this in my DDP episode many years ago on this channel. My opinion is the exact same now as it was. Hey, look, I understand. I get the idea of DDP getting his just desserts. That was fine as a concept on its own. But with DDP's heart rate already through the roof, from the very first segment where this begins to happen, it just, by the end of it, the crowd's bored because you're not seeing anything new from this. And then the beatdown happens, and it was what it was, just the beginning of a long string of humiliations for poor Diamond Dallas, and yeah, that sucked. Stone Cold's in the parking lot, anxiously awaiting the arrival of Vince McMahon. Then it's time for our street fight as Kurt Angle, who's already 2 matches deep on the night, wrestling the owner of WCW, Shane McMahon. Last time we saw Shane, he bought WCW from under his father's nose on the final Nitro, beat him 6 days later at WrestleMania 17. And then at Judgment Day, Kurt Angle fought Chris Benoit to reclaim his gold medals, which were tucked in Benoit's tights. After getting the medals back, he wanted to do a reenactment of his medal ceremony from 1996 in celebration, only to be interrupted by Shane. Shane calls Kurt a wussy, them's fighting words. We do get one of the coolest angle slams of all time as a result of that, off the podium and through the sea of confetti. It's a great visual. So we find out they're going to be wrestling and they're going to have a street fight. And the whole thing is Angle knows he's wrestling up to 3 matches because no matter what happens with the King of the Ring, he was going to wrestle Shane while also simultaneously trying to get his back-to-back King of the Ring wins. And every week since this medal ceremony happened, Shane has been sending WCW wrestlers to Raw and SmackDown to cause general chaos, like Lance Storm at first and Hugh Morris and Stacy Keibler for starters. These are the building blocks that would lead us to the Invasion storyline. The match begins and Angle's all over Shane to begin this thing with amateur takedowns and suplexes. Angle gets a cut in his face from a Shane McMahon potato, and now he gets in the referee's position, daring Shane to do something about it, makes him pay for it. Not going well for Shane in the early going. Back in the referee's position, Shane just kicks Angle in the ribs to make a comeback. Shane with a flying nothing off the barricade, but it actually connects. Shane grabs a kendo stick and starts swinging, slams Kurt into the barricade, tackling him into the steps. Shane throwing more weapons in the ring, somehow applies the ankle lock to the ankle lock guy, but Kurt fights out of it. Shane with the worst sharpshooter I've ever seen. Angle fights out of it with the kendo stick. Shane to the top rope, goes for a shooting star press, but he just hits a trash can. The fighting moves to the outside and up the ramp. Shane suplexing Kurt on the floor, and just look at the pain in Kurt's face. That's the look of a guy who just broke his tailbone, and he has to wrestle the rest of the match like that. You're going to see how tired these two are. Kurt just trips on Shane's foot and eats shit. Going over to the set, and you might know where this is going. Kurt tries to suplex Shane into one of those glass panels. It does not break, but Shane's head almost does. The sickening thud of his head conking on the concrete floor. It is so gross. Now, as has been mentioned many times before in retrospectives about this match, the glass was not what they expected it to be. It was supposed to be the easy sugar pane breakaway glass you see in movies and everything, but apparently that glass couldn't withstand the impact of the pyro at the beginning of the show. So the props guy, whoever, put some stronger glass up there, plexiglass essentially there. But no one bothered to tell Kurt and Shane this fact, because as they're doing the suplex, it's not budging, the glass is not breaking. The second suplex works though, Shane does go through, then Kurt tries suplexing Shane from the inside out. First 2 suplexes don't do the trick, it's getting really bad here. Finally Kurt just heaves him out. This just looks horrific. Kurt puts Shane on an equipment cart and wheels him back to the ring. They're both covered in blood, and Angle, you again just see the pain radiating through his body here. There's a cover and a kick out. Kurt grabs a trash can lid, but Shane hits a low blow and is still in the fight. Shane with the Angle slam and a close kick out. Kurt striking Shane with a wooden board, a super Angle slam off the wooden board from the top rope. Kurt pins and finally wins. How do you not give the ultimate score to the ultimate performance? I give this one 5 stars out of 5. And yes, this match was like not the cleanest in the world. There are a couple of sloppy moments, mostly Shane McMahon's faults. But it's just to see what both these guys incurred to make this match what it was, whether it was intentional or otherwise, really just makes this match legendary. The fact that Kurt, who had already suffered a concussion in his first of 3 matches, carries on and breaks his tailbone on the floor and keeps going. Oh my God, what a machine. And again, the glass thing, I kind of compare this to like the Lesnar Angle matchup from WrestleMania 19, where it's like, yeah, like the botched shooting star press was messed up, but that makes the match in a way even more intense and better in the sense because like, oh my God, this thing happened like no one could have predicted happening. Same thing with the glass. Even though the glass not breaking really messed them up probably, and to the point where Vince McMahon almost broke character and just got out there to stop the match out of concern for his son, that makes the match better. It makes it more dramatic, and like it's harder to watch for a time, but then like how they recover from it and how it pays off is just brilliant. And so yeah, this is like one of the best matches of the entire year. The fact that, you know, we always discount Shane McMahon, you know, in the build to these matches, but then when it comes through in the clutch, Shane's able to always perform here. And again, Kurt was just an absolute machine to go through what he did to make this match work. And actually, one of my favorite parts about this thing is afterward, when Shane's being carried out, Jim Ross says, "This is probably going to be Shane's last match in a WWF event." Sure thing, Jim. Austin goes back to the parking lot. Still no sign of Vince McMahon, but his number is up, and it's time for the main event. A triple threat match for the WWF Championship as Stone Cold defends against Chris Benoit and Chris Jericho. Like I said at the top of this review, a lot has happened since Judgment Day. Triple H tearing his quad the next night on Raw, and really throws the whole booking of this show off kilter, because apparently the original plan was Jericho and Austin in a singles match, and Triple H and Benoit in a singles match. But with Triple H being hurt, this match has been melded into a triple threat. Another issue is the same week Benoit and Jericho won the tag belts, they defended it on SmackDown in the third ever TLC match, considered the forgotten TLC match. In that match, Benoit injures his neck and has to go in for surgery, but it doesn't stop him from going full tilt for the next several weeks and wrestling a perfectly regular pace for himself in the build to this matchup. Austin actually beats Benoit to retain the championship 2 shows in a row during this build, one of which is in Calgary, where they ham-fistedly recreate the Montreal Screwjob. That was special. Then the occasionally appearing Mick Foley and Linda McMahon announced that Austin has to defend in the triple threat, and Austin, growing increasingly paranoid and unhinged, beats the bejesus out of Michael Cole on SmackDown, which makes Vince mad because Cole has threatened to sue. Vince has had enough and tells Austin he'll be on his own at King of the Ring, he's not going to be at the show, and if Austin loses, the partnership between them is over. The match begins with Austin getting jumped on the outside by the Chris's as he tries to flee. Put in the corner, takes multiple chops. Jericho gets the walls in, but only for a moment before Benoit stops him and dumps him out of the ring. Benoit and Austin work each other for a good while, Austin taunting Benoit by holding the belt in his face saying, "See that? It'll never be yours!" And he was right. Jericho finally starts getting back up, but Austin just throws Benoit into him. Austin goes for a stunner, but Benoit shoves him into the referee. Hits a stunner of his own. Well, there's a rare sight. Benoit decks Austin with a title belt, that classic babyface move. Jericho stops the 3 count. Austin and Jericho trade walls attempts. They exchange strikes. Jericho going for the lion salt, but he takes some knees. Benoit re-enters the match with the chair. Again, classic babyface tactic. He goes for Austin, but dinks Jericho instead. Austin hits 2 straight superplexes to Jericho, but he stays resilient. Benoit grabbing Austin, hitting 5 straight German suplexes before being taken to Dick Kick City. All 3 men are down. Jericho gets Austin in the walls. Benoit puts the crossface on Austin at the same time. Austin taps, but the referee does not declare a winner. There can only be one. The Chris's fight as Austin grabs a chair. Benoit immediately makes him regret it. Suddenly, Booker T appears at ringside. The WCW champion jumps Austin, throws him through the Spanish announce table, breaking Austin's hand in the process. Hell of a debut, kid. Jericho with a moonsault to Austin. Benoit kicks Jericho out of the ring, hits the flying headbutt. Jericho pulls out the referee. Benoit with a top rope back suplex to Jericho, and he seemingly knocks himself out in the process because Austin just slowly crawls over to Benoit, covers, and wins. Austin retains the title by the skin of his teeth and hobbles back up the ramp as we fade to black. I give it 4 stars out of 5. Very competitive affair in this matchup with all 3 guys. Very physical stuff. The finish kind of surprised me too, because I remember Austin wins. And I know that Austin gets jumped by Booker T, but I'm like, how does he survive this thing? How does he get from point A to point B and end up retaining in this one? I like how they saved Benoit and Jericho fighting one-on-one for considerable length until the very end of the match, where ultimately it proves to be their undoing. Good storytelling there. We saw some moves that were pulled out here that I just forgot they ever did. And also credit goes to Benoit for pushing through his neck injury and, still fighting through it to deliver in this matchup here all the way to the end. This would be the last match we saw Benoit in for a very long time. He would be gone after this and undergo his neck surgery. We'd see him the following year make a return, but it's just crazy to think, realizing that 2 of the company's biggest players at the time, Triple H and Chris Benoit, are just not present for what would become the biggest storyline of the year. My grade for King of the Ring 2001 is a B-. It's a pretty enjoyable pay-per-view on the whole, and honestly, it wouldn't be what it was without the performance by Kurt Angle. 3 matches, one of which being the match of the night and one of the best matches of the year, in my opinion. What a gutsy performance and fighting through those injuries to make it all work. The main event, better than I remember it being. I thought it was not going to be a great match, but it was actually pretty darn good. My only real big gripe about this was just the poor treatment of DDP, and I guess the King of the Ring tournament not being given, I think, the respect that it should have had for it being the namesake of the pay-per-view. But, that's kind of like a preaching to the choir thing. It's it's just what they did. It's, the fact that they had it at all, I guess, is impressive enough. So if you want to play a role in determining which shows I look at, be they good, bad, or somewhere in between, go to patreon.com/wrestlingwithregret, become a $10 backer or above, and you'll have the chance to nominate classic shows for me to review. Now, some of you, even as far back as 2 weeks ago when I announced I was reviewing this show, might have had a feeling as to what was up. So this feeling that you're feeling right now, I'm here to confirm those feelings, because for the first time since my Fall of WCW arc, I'm going to be doing a cohesive thread of classic pay-per-view reviews. And this, as it is the 20th anniversary, it's only appropriate we look at the entire Invasion storyline, from King of the Ring all the way to Vengeance. After Survivor Series, I'm going to be looking at how the angle began and how it finally wraps up. There will be some other non-WWF pay-per-views from different points in history I will will be covering throughout the rest of the year, so it's not just a huge glut of WWF 2001 shows to break it up. But that's the plan here, is to cover the Invasion from start to finish, and I can't wait to look back and just see it wasn't really as bad as I said it was many years ago on this channel. We're going to find out. But until then, I'm Brian Zane, and I'll see you next time. Well, we are officially underway with my look back at the Invasion storyline 20 years later, and this week we're looking at the storyline's namesake, Fully Loaded No More. I'm talking about WWF Invasion from July 2nd at the Gund Arena in Cleveland, Ohio, the same building, by the way, that Raw took place during the final Nitro earlier in the year when Shane bought the company. This show was nominated by Kyle Colagrossi, Jesse Sutherland, Jared Sedgwick, Jack Hernandez, Dinobot 2, Jason LaRaga, and Travis Shaver over at patreon.com/wrestlingwithregret. Wow. A lot has happened between King of the Ring and this show here. And I'm going to do my best to try and catch everyone up and just not just the storyline side of things, but also the reality and the real life situation, what was going on surrounding the storyline itself. So I'll do my best. Let's begin. On the Raw after King of the Ring, Shane McMahon officially declares the invasion of the WWF is on. Then things begin to fall off the rails pretty quick. So in storyline, Linda and Vince are still in divorce mode. Linda tells Vince to start hosting WCW matches on Federation programming. It all seemed like it was kind of a soft launch of what the Federation had originally planned with the WCW license once they got it. According to a lot of different interviews from people who were there during that time, the original plan was to make WCW its own separate touring brand and just kind of jumpstarting the company again. Kind of what Raw and SmackDown are now, is two separate groups of talent and writers and everything, but it's, keeping the WCW name. In fact, there were rumors that the WCW show was going to replace Raw's time slot on Monday nights. So they were definitely seeming to be invested in that idea for a bit, and I guess the idea of having WCW matches on WWF programming was kind of that soft launch. But there were a lot of hurdles going against that goal. One of the biggest ones was all those big WCW stars like Nash and Goldberg and Scott Steiner and Sting were sitting out the remainder of their Time Warner contracts, so they were not available. Another problem was a lot of the guys they did get in the WCW acquisition weren't necessarily household names, and there were some, Federation loyal fans who honestly didn't know who these people were and didn't understand why they were important, and the Federation didn't do a very good job of building that side up either. And then a real big problem storyline-wise in kayfabe is that the WCW people are not people you really want to root for, because they're constantly portrayed as cowards and cheats when they're doing stuff in the ring, and they're buried on commentary, they're buried by other wrestlers as well, and it's this hostile thing where it's like, it's hard to really get behind a group like this when you don't know who a lot of these people, well, you might not know who a lot of those folks are, and they're not being portrayed in the best light. So when we go to Tacoma, Washington in early July to see Booker T defend the WCW title against Buff Bagwell, the fans turn on it immediately. Didn't help that the match was shit, but even if it wasn't, the fans didn't give them a chance. Buff Bagwell's gone from the company by the next week due to bad behavior. The divorce angle with Vince and Linda evaporates after this. Then Shane and DDP appear to be on the outs for all of like 3 days before swerving the Undertaker. And on that same show, ECW joined the battle when Rob Van Dam, Tommy Dreamer, and a bunch of Federation guys with ECW ties all defected. The ECW thing seemed to be some sort of last-ditch effort to inject some life and pizzazz into the storyline because it was dying a death so quickly with those live performances in Tacoma. And apparently, according to David Bixenspan, he did a report on this where Paul Heyman allegedly created all these burner email accounts to start this fake grassroots movement through wrestling journalists to get the ECW brand brought back in the Invasion storyline. So the WWF adds the ECW element, but then it turns out, whoops, they don't have the legal rights to actually use the name because all that stuff is still tied up in bankruptcy court. So a settlement's ultimately reached where they can use the ECW name, and then they ultimately buy the rights to ECW. Paul Heyman is shrewd, but he's very clever in how he basically got himself out of bankruptcy debt and everything. And no matter what happened with that as to how it all came together, I still argue it's a top 5 moment for me for the best Monday Night Raw moments. Also, I felt bad for Jerry Lynn in all this because he has to be the one guy with the ECW ties who was not brought into the storyline and also had nothing else going on. But anyway, on the same show where the ECW guys invade, the show actually ends with ECW and WCW joining forces to take on the World Wrestling Federation, and now Stephanie McMahon is the new owner of ECW, and Jesus wept. It's so wild to see this all play out in real time. Not even a week to week does the storyline change from King of the Ring to Invasion. From episode of Raw to episode of SmackDown, things change. It's so crazy because it seems that even they didn't know where they were going to go with this. The idea of them taking WCW and making it a separate brand, it's all good in theory, but it's hard to make the company look ready for prime time when you spent so many years disparaging them and you keep doing it in the early part of the storyline, making everyone seem so bad. It's a storyline that could have and should have taken several months to play out, but they just ram everything through and speed through in the course of like 4 to 5 weeks, and just the rush job, it just comes very clear as you watch this unfold. Anyway, on with the show. 17,000 plus in the Gund Arena, 770,000 pay-per-view buys makes this the most bought pay-per-view of the year that was not WrestleMania. Jim Ross and Michael Cole calling the action here, and boy, they are laying it on thick in this opening promo package with footage of FDR and Winston Churchill, all these World War II allegories. Like, yes, this self-promoted conflict that you have kind of backed yourself into a corner with how you've booked it is just like World War II. Also in the package, Paul Heyman screams in Latin. I love the set design here. The 2 tunnels on stage for Team Alliance and Team WWF. Very unique, and it's something they haven't really done before or since. By the way, since I brought up the name The Alliance, they're not officially called that yet in the storyline. They're called the Coalition. The Alliance comes a bit after this, but for the purpose of simplicity, I'm just going to call them The Alliance on this show. We get the pyro and the crowd shots, then we teleport to the middle of Lance Storm and Mike Awesom's entrance. The former Team Canada in the ring. Storm wants to get serious for a minute. Before we can get too far into it though, Edge and Christian interrupt. Edge, of course, won last month's King of the Ring, and Christian's been hogging all the time with the trophy ever since. It's a funny dynamic for Edge and Christian right now because the way that the Invasion storyline is set up, basically if you're from WWF, you're automatically the babyface in the grand scheme of things. But looking at these two individually, Edge is very clearly leaning face, and Christian is still very obviously a heel. Awesome begins with his strength, but Edge is able to use his quickness to outmaneuver he and Storm. Scary moment for Christian where he tries to go over the top rope, but he clips the rope and he goes tumbling. I love the offbeat shenanigans sign in the crowd. It's a reference to a promo Lance Storm cut on Edge and Christian a couple of weeks ago where he mocked them for their 5-second poses and offbeat shenanigans. And Edge and Christian come out and Edge goes, "Offbeat shenanigans rule!" Christian getting beaten up now, thrown chest first into the ring post. A chest breaker by Storm. Christian gets a moment of hope with a cross body, but Awesome gets to him. A big ass splash off the top rope, but Edge breaks up the cover. Goes for a top rope Awesome bomb, but Christian fights out. Big hot tag to Edge, and he's on fire. Storm with a small package, but Christian helps out Edge. We get a kick out. Storm jumping over a spear attempt by Edge, but Edge hits Awesome instead. Mike goes for an Awesome bomb on Edge, but Christian spears him. Edge falls on top of Mike, the cover in the win, and the WWF draws first blood if you don't count the match on Heat earlier when Chavo Guerrero beat Scotty 2 Hotty. I give it 3.5 stars out of 5. Pretty exciting opening matchup here. Everything's well executed. Had a couple of great moments, especially that finish. I love the crowd being as excited as they were for the whole time, pretty much. They're almost full throat for the entirety of this show. It's really cool, and it really improves the experience, in my opinion. Backstage, Vince is over the moon about Edge and Christian's win, saying they reek of awesomeness. Commissioner Regal lets him know the old Stone Cold has returned. Vince makes a vivid comparison to the Revolutionary War, and William doesn't like hearing about all that British bloodshed. By the way, it's the night of pep talks on this show because you will see at least one pep talk from either side of the coin between every single match. Well, here's something we all wanted to see. It's a good old referee fight as the WCW's Nick Patrick takes on the WWF's Earl Hebner with special guest ref Mick Foley. This war has gotten so bad and so pervasive. We have referees fighting now, fighting over locker room space, fighting over costly calls and so forth. I will admit though, I love me a good Nick Patrick flop because when he takes ref bumps, the way he sells it is so amazing and hysterical. So if we get a few of those in this matchup, we could have a banger on our hands. We got the opposing referee crews here, but what's a young Brian Hebner doing in the WCW team? At 2, Brian? JR says Earl bleeds WWF blood, which sounds gross. Earl starts out hot against Patrick. Nick taking a hellacious bump out of the corner with that slingshot. Get a lot of rolling around. Patrick yoinks Earl out of the ring. Back in the ring, Hebner back on top. We get some corner punches, but a low blow. Patrick with a baseball slide. WCW refs get to stomping on the outside, but then the Federation crew makes the save. Foley ejects the WCW crew. Nick's upset about this, but then Earl just runs up and checks him, pins and wins. Patrick gets back up and gets in Foley's face, and Nick responds with the mandible sacco. I give it 1 star out of 5. It's a goofy referee fight. There's not really much to expect from this. At least the match wasn't too long, and in a match with these kind of circumstances, it's the best you could hope for. And again, the crowd was into it. We get a promo for that inaugural season of Tough Enough on MTV. Then we get a recap of the last SmackDown where DDP abducted Austin's wife, Deborah. Then backstage, Deborah is still traumatized over what happened to her. Sarah, the Undertaker's wife, empathizes with her, and both ladies agree that their husbands will get the job done tonight in the inaugural brawl. Up next, the APA take on Sean O'Haire and Chuck Palumbo, the WWF Tag Champs versus the WCW Tag Champs for symmetry. The APA have been some of the most vocal leaders in the Federation's resistance against WCW's invasion, leading many rallying cries and pep talks every week. Palumbo and O'Haire, of course, are the cocky young invaders. The match starts out as a big brawl, a cheap shot behind Bradshaw, allowing Palumbo and O'Haire to take over. Sean showing some more of that ridiculous athleticism that got him over in WCW, but honestly, it comes off a bit rushed at times. Bradshaw getting worked over, but he hits a DDT on Chuck. Farouk tags in, but then he gets beaten up for a while. Bradshaw comes back in. There's some nice teamwork by the Young Guns. He assisted dropkick into the corner. Palumbo with the super kick to Farouk, but walks into a clothesline from hell by Bradshaw. The APA wins, and the Federation's now up 3-1. I give it 2.5 stars out of 5. It's a pretty good matchup, and I think Palumbo and O'Haire did a pretty good job keeping up with the APA. It feels like one of those scenarios where the APA is giving the young guys like a test on big pay-per-view setting and everything, kind of a sink or swim sort of thing. And I think the WCW guys did really well for the most part, but they weren't really able to show off a lot of what brought them to the dance and got them so popular in WCW. We got a small fraction of it, but not enough for my liking. Vince chatting with Chris Jericho backstage. Jericho talks about having worked for WCW and ECW before. Takes a lot of shots at Paul Heyman here, makes fun of his looks and calls him a big white Shrek. Jericho says that Team WWF is going to get even. One of the failed catchphrases that Y2J tried out, and he and Vince share a catchphrase together.
Never, ever be the same.
Elsewhere, Shane and Stephanie are frustrated with the current score, but Paul Heyman gives Kidman a big pep talk. Kidman's confident, though, and says he will prove why everyone says X-Pac sucks. So we go to that next match now, light heavyweight champion versus cruiserweight champion, X-Pac versus Billy Kidman. And these two belts have been changing hands a little bit in the last month. One night after the odd ending to their match at King of the Ring, X-Pac beat Jeff Hardy in the rematch to become the champion. Jeff rebounded nicely by winning the hardcore title a couple weeks later. Man, Jeff picks up a lot of singles gold in 2001. Meanwhile, Kidman won the cruiserweight title from Shane Helms on SmackDown a couple of weeks ago. We get another match here with a very interesting kind of face-heel dynamic because, by association, Kidman should be the heel because he's with WCW, the Invaders and everything. Meanwhile, everyone still hates X-Pac. Like, he is not received well as a babyface in this match at all. So it's a very interesting dynamic. They do overcome that with some great cruiserweight action, very fast-paced and clean. I love the sliding facebuster off the apron onto the floor. X-Pac using Kidman's momentum against him, and Billy flies outside. X-Pac with the dive. I do love JR on commentary in this matchup. Particularly this one seems to be the best I hear him all night in terms of breaking down these little intricacies. Talks about X-Pac's history in WCW, talks about the psychology of light heavyweight matches. Really good stuff here. X-Pac slows things down with a sleeper, and the fans are all over him for that. X-Pac goes for a top rope flipping senton, but he gets none of it. BK with a comeback, going for the corner punches, but shock of shocks, X-Pac hits him with a powerbomb, but he can't do it twice in a row. When will you learn to not try and powerbomb Billy Kidman? Kidman dives, but X-Pac catches him in midair with an X-Factor. There's a kick out. Bronco Buster attempt turns into a super dick kick city. Kidman with the shooting star press. He wins, and WCW gets another win on the board. I give it 4 stars out of 5. It's one of my favorite matches on the night. Very fun to watch. It's funny for all the great lengths the WWF goes to try and erase all of what made WCW cool and different and interesting. This match really captures the spirit of that old cruiserweight style that actually made WCW cool and different and interesting for a bit. DDP chats with the McMahons and Heyman. Shane tells him to concentrate on the inaugural brawl and not Deborah or Sarah. Elsewhere, Tori Wilson and Stacy Keibler with some very organic convo about their breasts and their legs, respectively, and they can't wait to hit on the Hardy Boys later. Yes, sir, the crack riding team strikes again.
Stace, you do have a firm ass. I know.
Up next, Commissioner William Regal takes on Raven. Remember when they gave that guy storylines? Good times. Some aggressive strikes between both guys to start things off. Raven dumps Regal outside and does an interesting baseball slide before the Russian leg sweep into the barricade. Raven goes for a clothesline, but Regal doesn't quite get out of the corner enough, so Raven's got to meet him halfway. He attacks the midsection, and that allows him to take over. Raven trying all manner of ways to beat Regal, but the Commissioner keeps fighting back. The Regal cutters counter into a DDT attempt. We get a collision in the ring. Then Taz shows up. The occasional original friend of Raven, runs down to the ring and hits a suplex on Willie Reegs, the Raven Effect DDT, and Raven wins. I give it 2.5 stars out of 5. I love the aggression and the physicality in this match. It wasn't clean 100% of the time, but it certainly was not boring either. As far as Taz's involvement in this match, there will be a payoff to this a bit later. Backstage, Vince McMahon with another pep talk to The Undertaker and Kane. Vince bringing up DDP's stalker videos, but that causes the dead man to snap, tells him we'll be seeing the best of The Undertaker tonight. On we go to a hastily thrown together 6-man tag as The Big Show with his terrible new t-shirt, Billy Gunn and Intercontinental Champion Albert takes on Shawn Stasiak, Hugh Morris, and Chris Kanyon. What an odd 6-man this match is on paper. Albert is in the middle of his brief and heatless run as IC champion. Billy Gunn has recovered from being a bitter Billy about not being in the King of the Ring tournament and is a face once again. The match begins with triple press slams, a cheap shot by Stasiak allowing Kanyon to hit some of that classic innovative offense against Gunn. The crowd pops for something going on, but it's not Albert and Stasiak hitting the ropes, that's for sure. Gunn tags in and beats up Morris, hits the Famouser. Kanyon gets involved. Stasiak hits Billy with the reverse DDT. Morris covers and wins for his team, but he soon pays for it as the Big Show chokeslams the WCW guys in a rage, but saves the devastating alley-oop for last. I give it 1 star out of 5. Like I said at the top of this match, I think it was kind of thrown together last minute. There's no real heat to this other than the fact it was us versus them. And, you know, the match itself was pretty short and nondescript. Backstage, Shane and WCW's double champ Booker T getting psyched for the main event. Shane looks as if he's going to break any second as we cut to Tajiri in William Regal's office. Regal gets in Tajiri's face and tells him to take out that miserable little gobshite Taz up next. So we have that match here. Taz is one of the many guys who defected from the Federation to ECW, and I love how the commentary team is just so heartbroken and disappointed. Taz had a promising future as a broadcaster here at the Federation. He's thrown it all the way to be part of this alliance. Meanwhile, Tajiri earning some brownie points by staying with the Federation. In fact, there was a bit of a misdirection on SmackDown when Tajiri was wearing an ECW shirt, but it was a ruse. Tajiri lights up Taz with some kicks, but Taz laying him out with a clothesline. Some back and forth showcasing Tajiri's strikes and Taz's judo and submission work. Tajiri comes back with a springboard back elbow, but Taz slows things down on the outside, talks some trash. The tarantula is locked in, we get the big buzzsaw kick, but Taz kicks out. Taz blocks another kick and hits a suplex, shoves the referee out of the way, but Tajiri hits the green mist, another kick, and Tajiri wins. I give it 3 stars out of 5. It's a pretty entertaining match in a relatively small window. I love the combination of Tajiri's strikes and Taz's suplex. It's a really fun combo, and the ending was pretty clever as well. Matt and Jeff Hardy are backstage. Matt warns Jeff about how good a competitor Rob Van Dam is, when suddenly RVD whacks Matt from behind with a chair, warns Jeff, and flees. Meanwhile, at WWF New York, Hardcore Holly assaults a fan for wearing a WCW shirt, and security does nothing. Does Bob not realize that that guy's money works there too? On we go to the only title match of the night as Jeff Hardy defends the Hardcore Championship against RVD. The action between these two is swift and sudden from the word go, and I keep bringing up the crowd element in this show, but I will bring up again, the dynamic of the crowd feels different in this match compared to literally everything else before or after this matchup. A bit wilder, a bit louder, and a bit more raucous than the rest of the show. I mean, these guys move so fast for a while, it's hard to really recap what happens here. RVD goes up top, but Jeff shoves him onto the floor and starts taking over. Jeff goes onto the barricade, but RVD meets him there as well. I love that. Fighting on the outside, RVD with a moonsault off the barricade, hits the spinning leg drop. Jeff responds with a sunset flip powerbomb on the floor. Jeff is the first one to grab a weapon, a tall-ass ladder, goes up to the top, but Van Dam shakes the ladder and Jeff comes tumbling down, and JR with a line you probably heard several times in all those "don't try this at home" PSAs.
How do you learn to fall off a 20-foot ladder?
A chair comes into play on the ramp. Jeff wants to swing, but RVD hits the Van Daminator and Hardy flies off the stage. Back in the ring, RVD goes for the split-legged moonsault, but Jeff puts the knees up. Jeff goes for a swanton, but RVD rolls out of the way. Van Dam with the 5-star frog splash with the belt assist. RVD pins and wins the Hardcore Championship. I give it 4.5 stars out of 5. Easily the match of the night here. These two just put on a hell of a spectacle in this thing. Just very fun and entertaining throughout the entire thing. Really putting RVD on the map in the Federation in terms of where he would ultimately rank. And I think this was a big jumping off point for him as to why he was so popular during the invasion and why he was such a babyface in the heel group of the Alliance. I think this performance really had a lot to do with it. Vince is backstage with Kurt Angle, and Vince tries to motivate Angle with some USA stuff, but Kurt says, enough of this Americana bullshit. Whoa! Oh, he's working red, white, and blue tonight. Kurt says he's not just doing it for his country or for the Federation, he's doing it for himself. A great babyface promo by Angle here as he's building himself up as a more legitimate kind of like top guy, leader position as the storyline progresses, and also kind of separates him a bit from the goofier side of what he was doing. On we go to our bra and panties tag team match as Stacy Keibler and Tori Wilson take on Trish Stratus and Lita. The gals from WCW have thrown down the gauntlet for this monumental matchup, and meanwhile, Trish and Lita still have a bit of a beef, not just stemming from their time fighting each other in the year 2000, but also more recently, Trish has been hitting on both Matt and Jeff. Then the WCW ladies start hitting on the boys, and now Trish and Lita are both mad. Tori, by the way, had famously debuted on Raw to try and hit on Vince McMahon, but it was all a setup to make Vince look bad in front of Linda. God bless Tori for having to put up with all this on like her first day on the job. Mick Foley is back out once again to officiate. Look at Stacy with the Superwoman slap to start things off. Tori and Trish are the first two working here. Trish goes to the top, but Stacy cuts her off. Tori and Stacy can't agree on who should wrestle next, and Stacy goes in the hard way. Lita not getting paid by the hour and immediately takes off Stacy's shirt. Keibler and Wilson do some trickery to Lita, and now Lita's top's been removed. Tori attacking Trish with some hair mayors and hair pulls. Trish with a scintillating reversal, as JR puts it, and within seconds, Tori is out of the match. Moonsault to Stacy, the pants come off, and Team WWF win. Mick Foley's got all of Tori's clothes stuffed in the front of his pants. Trish and Lita are so happy they almost fall off the stage. I give it 1 star out of 5. Honestly, I'm not sure how they were able to pull off having essentially 2 comedy matches in one pay-per-view, the referee fight and this one. And by the way, 3/4 of those competitors in the combined 2 matches aren't trained wrestlers, by the way, but they made it work for each of them. The crowd was into it each time. You know, the commentary in this was pretty funny between JR and Cole, so listen to that if you like. There you go. Vince goes to Steve Austin's locker room, but Stone Cold doesn't need any motivating. He's not here to play guitar or sing or hug. He's going to whoop somebody's ass, and that's the bottom line. The score is all tied up between the Alliance and Team WWF, and now it's time for our main event, the inaugural brawl as Team Alliance, that's DDP, Booker T, Rhino, and the Dudley Boys, take on Team WWF, Steve Austin, Kurt Angle, Chris Jericho, and The Undertaker and Kane. As the Alliance runs roughshod and really threatens the very fabric of the makeup of the foundation of the World Wrestling Federation, something has got to be done. We need to look to a hero. Fred Blassie, standing up out of his wheelchair, can only do so much. They need the WWF champion Steve Austin, but Vince does not want the current Steve Austin that hugs him. He needs the old Stone Cold. But Austin just gives him a look, says no, and he walks off despondently. He's drinking in the bar. Finally, on the go-home Raw, Austin famously saves the Federation from an Alliance beatdown, coming back as the old Stone Cold. One of the biggest pops you ever done see as he raises hell and helps save the day.
Alive, standing for Stone Cold.
The McMahons and Paul Heyman are introduced first, then the wrestlers. Booker T comes out and JR goes, he's no Ric Flair, he's no Sting. Like, damn, he goes out of his way to just bury the fuck out of Booker T on commentary here. DDP comes out last for the Alliance, which is kind of weird. The brawl begins early, then Stone Cold comes out to a massive ovation to help even the odds. It's Austin's first match since getting injured by Booker T at King of the Ring. Austin with a superplex to Rhino almost right out the gate. One by one, the members of Team WWF get lots of shots in on their opponents. Undertaker gets a little overzealous fighting the Alliance and gets cut off. DDP takes advantage and probably gets the most offense he's gotten on Taker in weeks. Booker takes quite a beating, then it's Chris Jericho's turn as the Dudleys work him over. Angle goes on a run for a little bit but gets cut off. Angle valiantly fighting DDP into the corner but get the tag to Austin, or do we? The referee does not catch it. Diamond Cutter on Angle, shoulders back, chest out, leads to a big brawl with everyone. The ref's letting a lot of this go. WCW referee Charles Robinson gets in Taker's business. He takes the last ride for his efforts. Still a lot of minutes left in this match, folks. Austin appears to have injured his knee and is getting looked at as the brawl continues. Kane chokeslams Devon through the announce table. Rhino and Bubba Ray suplex Kane through the Spanish announce table. Jericho dives off the apron onto Rhino through another table. Bodies everywhere. Back in the ring, Kurt Angle on fire as he takes on Booker T. Vince throws the WWF title into the ring. Shane intercepts it and decks Vince. Angle slam on Booker T. The ankle lock. Booker's tapping, but there's no ref. Austin gets in the ring, but he attacks his own teammate. Helps Booker cover Kurt, makes the referee make the count. Team Alliance wins in a shocking turn of events. Booker's music plays for all of 10 seconds before we go to Austin's theme as he and Steph, Shane and Paul celebrate in the ring. Jim Ross screaming over this betrayal as we fade to black. I give it 3 stars out of 5. My biggest knock with this match is it just goes a little too long for my taste, but I understand the need for everyone involved to get their shit in at different points. I did like the overall story of the matchup, and I think that the escalation near the end when everyone's doing the big spots to get knocked out, that was a pretty cool moment to see. As far as the twist at the end with Austin joining the Alliance, man, I still don't know how to feel about that, because you could justify like the storyline reason for Austin not wanting to work with Vince, still being kind of ultimately against him, and he wants to be with the Alliance here. He does explain this more on the next Raw and everything. I can understand part of that, but just the timing of it's so bad, because you could tell when the old Stone Cold came back the previous week and how the fans just exploded for it. I think the Federation needed a top babyface. Angle wasn't quite ready to be that yet. I think one of the biggest problems we'll see as the storyline goes on is that Angle, I think, was put into that spot a bit prematurely. So you have this top babyface that people want to see be a top babyface again, but instead he joins the heel side of things, which honestly didn't need help getting heat, because I think you had enough elements there that people hated the Alliance no matter what. I think Austin being in part of the group, like, yeah, maybe people hate him a bit more, but they didn't need help in that department. I think the Federation needed Austin to be in that spot. Obviously, Austin has gone on record multiple times saying he hates this run because he hates working heel and everything. But there it was. Austin is now joining and leading the Alliance, and we're just going to have to wait and see how it all unfolds. My grade for the Invasion pay-per-view is a B-, though on second thought, let's up it to a solid B grade just on the strength of the crowd alone, because those folks were superb all night. I gotta admit, I went into this show expecting a lot more bad matches than there ended up being here. Like, the referee fight and the bra and panties match were objectively the worst matches on the show. If you turn your mind off and just kind of enjoy the goofiness that they were, like listen to the crowd reacted and the commentary having fun with it, like on that level it's enjoyable, but those and the 6-man tag match left a lot to be desired, I think, in terms of overall show cohesion. Yeah, but there were some surprising kind of sleeper hits on this show for me, like the opening tag match with Edge and Christian and Team Canada, X-Pac versus Kidman, better than I remember. RVD and Jeff Hardy was the standout match of the whole thing. I thought it was just going to be a one-show pay-per-view, but there's a lot more to it than that. But yeah, Austin's betrayal kind of puts a sour finish on this show. The rest of the match was okay, the main event, but yeah, Austin's going back to heeldom after the brief flirtation with being a face again, really, you could just tell, took the wind out of the sails of the storyline and made it like kind of more of a, we have more to suffer through now with this already kind of belabored storytelling. And where it's going to go from here, we are going to have to find out. But I think for this pay-per-view, the one and done Invasion, I think it was an above average way to get this storyline going into the next chapter. A couple of things could have improved on, but I think overall it was entertaining. It was never a boring show. Lots of fun throughout. Well, I hope you enjoyed this review, folks. Now, as I am reviewing the Invasion storyline all the way through to December, once a month, I have to pad it out. I can't be doing these WWF in 2001 pay-per-views back-to-back every 2 weeks. So, gotta stretch it out a little bit and break it up a bit by doing different shows from different places in history. And the next time in 2 weeks, I'm reviewing WCW Spring Stampede 1997. I'm Brian Zane, and I'll see you next time. Well, folks, this week we are back in the Invasion storyline, looking at it 20 years later to see how well or how not well things have held up over time. And this week we're looking at SummerSlam 2001, the final SummerSlam under the WWF banner from August 19th at the Compaq Center in San Jose, California. This show was nominated by John Feuerhelm, Miguel Jr., Alan Jolly, and Juan on patreon.com/wrestlingwithregret. As I mentioned, the Invasion storyline still going strong after the pay-per-view of the same name is wrapped up. But my question here at this point as we go to SummerSlam is why? Because right now it's just like two different teams and they're just trading wins and trading championships on a weekly basis, and no real, it's like a war of attrition essentially. And there's no stakes as of right now because there were no stakes in the inaugural Brawl at the Invasion, and up until Survivor Series later this year, there are no real like definable or easy to define stakes as to what these two sides are fighting for. Yeah, the Alliance wants to put the the Federation out of business, but how are you doing that other than winning their championships on their shows? Like, how does that mean supremacy? I don't quite understand at this point how you're going to run the Federation out of business just by doing that alone. There's still a lot of unanswered questions here in this angle, let's just say. Also, one thing I want to get out of the way in this video is I want to take back all the bad things I have said on this arc so far about heel Steve Austin. Like, I still maintain that his original turn at WrestleMania 17 was poorly timed. It shouldn't have happened then, knowing what we know now. But looking at this run in particular, the psychotic, paranoid champion, leader of the Alliance, Steve Austin, has been a lot of fun to watch. He's able to kind of ride that line between being deadly serious and scary and also really hilarious, like in the same segments, but it doesn't discredit him and it doesn't make me think, oh, he's not a serious contender, but or a competitor or anything like that. He just has this great range of emotions as he's doing his shtick. The amount of shine he's giving different people on this run is very surprising to me, and I think for the most part it's well done. And actually, you know, in a way, even though I question, oh, why should Austin join the Alliance? Like, in this kind of backhanded way, it's helping them because Austin is like sharing all this screen time with these other Alliance members you might not see so much on TV or hear from, and it actually kind of breathes some life into this group with so many kind of floating people kind of looking for something to do. Also, the big story of the Federation right now, The Rock is back after shooting his movie, but in kayfabe he was on suspension. The day after Invasion, Vince lifted the suspension and begged The Rock to come back, but the big mystery was, would he join the Alliance or would he stay home with Team WWF? As if there was any doubt. 15,293 folks in the building, 565,000 pay-per-view buys, down a bit, down about 5,000 from the previous year, and the highest it would get until 2005. Jim Ross and Paul Heyman on commentary. Heyman has rejoined the announce team as the voice of the Alliance on Raw. Interesting setup as we have the rare opposite end hard cam, where now the stage is on the right of the hard cam, not the left. I wonder why that is. The opening hype package sees a bunch of wrestling footage cut into the music video for Drowning Pool's Bodies. Let the bodies hit the flow. Let the bodies hit the flow. This was actually the theme song for the Alliance for a little bit until about a month later when it became in real poor taste to play this song all the time. Your opening match is for the Intercontinental Championship as Lance Storm takes on Edge. Storm beat Albert for the title on TV recently. In his pre-match promo, he explains he's still against offbeat shenanigans and wants to explain why as long as there are no interruptions.
Splendid. The reason.
You think you know me?
Edge off to a hot start, but he gets draped over to the top rope and flung into the barricade. A nice counter by Edge out of the maple leaf into a small package several minutes later. We occasionally cut to the Federation locker room where we see Christian and Edge's trophy seated front and center. Storm counters a crucifix with a rolling slam. Storm goes for a springboard attack, but Edge catches him into a power slam, which is nice. Edge on a good run here hits the Edge-O-Matic, but we get a 2 count. Catches a Hurricane Rana attempt into a power bomb, another kick out. Storm gets the maple leaf applied. Edge powers out with the ropes and gets the hold on himself. The Rev is shoved down as Christian makes his way to the ring, but he spears Edge by mistake maybe, almost costing Edge the match, but he recovers, hits the big DDT to win and become the IC champion for the second time in his career. Christian hands Edge the title, gives him a little hug. Edge is confused. I give it 3.5 stars out of 5. A pretty good way to open the show, showcasing two of your more athletic, your better workers here as they go at it. A lot of cool counters in this match I'd never seen before, which was a lot of fun. And a big win for Edge here, gaining another championship as he becomes more of a babyface with each passing week. And now, for me, all I can think of is just waiting for that inevitable breakup as Edge and Christian are about to implode. And really, their angle is going to be a big part of like the third act of the Invasion arc. The Dudley Boys and the Alliance's newest member, Test, interviewed by Michael Cole. He turned 2 weeks ago on SmackDown, costing the APA the tag titles against DDP and Kanyon. Cole asks, why did Test turn his back on the WWF? Test is rightfully indignant, saying it was the Federation that turned its back on him because, after all, he was accused of being the Alliance mole for a while, and then he got beat up for those accusations, but he was wrongfully accused. So yeah, I'd be mad if I were Test as well. He talks about how his loyalty was for nothing and how the Dudleys' loyalty to the company was for nothing, and that's why they're part of the Alliance. Elsewhere, what does Chris Jericho think about his opponent for the evening, Rhino, who he's not been able to beat? Jericho says he will tame the Rhino for the first time and adds, everybody remembers their first time.
I'm sure it was quite a memorable experience for Stephanie and the captain of the football team and the basketball team. and the French Club, and the Latin Club.
Six-man tag up next as the APA and Spike Dudley, accompanied by Molly Holly, take on Test and the Dudleys. It's a nice way to keep the Dudleys feud, the family feud with them going after Spike was temporarily taken off TV with an injury, but now he's back and they're trying to keep that going. And it's melding well with what's going on right now with Test having joined the alliance. Heyman calling Spike the bully of Dudleyville, which is hilarious. He's victimized tons of people bigger than him. The nerve! Bubba Ray starts throwing Spike around, which is always a combination of really fun to watch and also really horrifying. Test the big old spine buster on Spike. The Dudleys set up a table on the outside and Test has evil intentions, but Spike escapes certain doom. Spike avoids a Devon splash and we get the hot tag for Test and Bradshaw. APA on a big run, a huge powerbomb to Test, but Bubba intervenes. Spike goes the Dudley dog, but Test throws him off his shoulders and through the table on the outside. The referee checks on that as Bradshaw's got the match won, but Shane McMahon flies in with a chair shot to Bradshaw. That allows Test to pin and win for his team. I gave it 2.5 stars out of 5. Match was okay. It accomplished what it needed to, and showing the big moments of Spike getting thrown around hither and yon, and also really further establishing Test as this new threat within the alliance. I think he really benefits, I think almost more than anybody on the side of people who defect to the alliance. I think Test, and we'll see this as it plays out, my theory is that Test benefits from this more than just about anybody, but we'll see. In the WWF locker room, the Hardys and Lita congratulate Edge on his title win. Christian barges in and announces he's got a European title match against Matt Hardy tomorrow night. Suddenly, he and Edge's grandma Edna calls in and wants to talk to Edge. Christian looks a bit miffed. Elsewhere, Shawn Stasiak goes into Steve Austin and Deborah's dressing room and chats up with Deborah. Stasiak's new gimmick, well, it's kind of a different version of a gimmick he was already having, like in WCW, kind of a himbo character, but it's way cranked up here for comedic effect. It's very similar to like Austin Theory's character right now in NXT with the way, just the big buff dude with a 10-cent brain. That's kind of what Stasiak is showing here. And he just began his running gag of like running into walls, trying to get after people, which to me was always hilarious, and actually watching it back here, it still holds up. Stasiak says he knows what his problems have been lately. His tights are bad luck. He doesn't even know what mecha means. Deborah browbeats Shawn for coming in at a tense time as Austin's getting ready for his match and says if he wants to impress Steve, to go out and kick some butt. Your first of 2 title unification matches here as light heavyweight champion Tajiri defends against cruiserweight champion X-Pac. So at one point, X-Pac did hold both the championships. He beat Jeff Hardy for the light heavyweight title the day after King of the Ring, and then about a month later, he beat Kidman for the cruiserweight belt, and then a couple weeks before SummerSlam, Tajiri beat X-Pac for the light heavyweight title. Hope that all makes sense, but now we have a unification match here. Good back and forth at the start, X-Pac doing his little flippy thing when Tajiri does one of his own into a Hurricane Rana, a baseball slide, and an Asai moonsault. X-Pac crotches Tajiri on the corner post, begins to take over. X-Pac going with a surfboard, they slip a bit, but X-Pac just rolls around and gets it again. Very cool recovery. X-Pac somehow gets himself in the Tree of Woe when attempting a Bronco Buster. Tajiri gets the Tarantula locked in. Some crazy stuff out of the corner here, some interesting near falls, a big old plancha from X-Pac. Tajiri begins to come back, but then we see X-Pac teammate Albert, or as Paul Heyman calls him, the Rabbi of Retribution. Albert gets on the apron, but immediately gets some red mist for his troubles, walks right into an X Factor, and X-Pac wins both titles. I give this one 3.5 stars out of 5. Very well done, very exciting match with these two. I really enjoy the chemistry that these two had. A lot of cool stuff I saw in the match that kind of like in the opener with Edge and Storm, some spots I'd never seen before. To me, the finish, though, was kind of meh, especially when you consider we are now 3 for 3 on matches that have outside interference affecting the end. And as X-Pac regains the light heavyweight title, he will also go down as the last person to hold it. He would later drop the cruiserweight title back to Kidman, then go off TV with an injury while still the light heavyweight champion. By the time he comes back at the beginning of the following year, the belt is quietly retired. And I guess while we're here, we can talk about the legacy of the light heavyweight championship now that it's wrapping up. I think it was obviously, like in the late 90s, the belt had been around for a while, but in the late 90s, it was clearly the Federation's answer to the cruiserweight division in WCW. But I don't think the WWF ever put the level of care and like airtime and exposure and like the quality into their their light heavyweights, I should say, as WCW did with the cruiserweights, and that really showed. It was kind of an underappreciated belt by the Federation. They didn't really put it on that much of a pedestal after the initial push of it, and then it was just like really irrelevant for a very long time, unfortunately. You had some interesting matchups. I think like Dean Malenko and Scotty 2 Hotty was a great feud for that belt. Jerry Lynn was a pretty good light heavyweight champion. I think that Taka Michinoku was great as the champion as well. There's a lot of good that was in there. S.A. Rios as light heavyweight champion was one of my favorites for a while. There was a lot of good there, but also you just could tell they they didn't really care about that division as much. There wasn't as much focus, and I think the quality of the division and just the way the belt was treated really suffered as a result in the long term. And I think getting rid of the light heavyweight belt and in favor of the Cruiserweight Championship was the right call. We go to WWF New York, where Perry Saturn is on the search for his true love, Moppy, who has been missing for a week now. The American Dairy Council has joined the search by putting Moppy's face on milk cartons. Backstage, Stephanie McMahon gives Rhino a big pep talk and says she needs him to beat Jericho one more time. Rhino says he'll finish Jericho off once and for all. So we go to that match now as Chris Jericho takes on the Man Beast, the last ECW champion Rhino, who has been the muscle for Stephanie over the last several weeks, especially in her war to get rid of Chris Jericho and shut his big mouth. Rhino has beaten Jericho at every turn for weeks, even gored him through the old SmackDown set, which of course the following week we got the new SmackDown set with the fist and the broken glass. Huge upgrade. Early on, Jericho goes up top, but Stephanie grabs his leg, distracts him long enough for Rhino to gore Jericho out of the sky on the outside. Rhino drapes Jericho on the ropes, making it at least the third time we've seen that spot in 4 matches tonight. Rhino works the abdomen and upper body of Jericho. Rhino goes to the splash but gets none of it, but look at where he's jumping in relation to where Jericho is. He wouldn't have hit him anyway. Jericho comes back, hits the big drop kick, but Stephanie gets on the apron. Jericho gets in her face and plants a big old kiss. Yeah, forcing yourself on her will show that slut. Rhino with his own version of the walls of Jericho, but we get a rope break. Rhino misses the gore. Jericho's got the walls in, and Rhino taps. I give this one 2.5 stars out of 5. It was okay, you know? It was right down the middle for me. It wasn't a great match, wasn't a bad match by any means, but I don't know. It just didn't do much for me, so I just kind of leave it right in the middle. Backstage, Commissioner Willie Reeves asks The Rock if he's okay after the beating he got on SmackDown last week. Rock says yes in his roundabout way. Then they both dodge Sean Stasiak trying to run in on them. That's some real good shit, and I'm saying this without any kind of irony or not trying to be snarky. Like the Sean Stasiak running gag, where him being this total dolt running into walls and stuff, was one of my favorite things watching 20 years ago, and it still is now. It gives me a big belly laugh every time. In the first ever ladder match for the Hardcore Championship, Jeff Hardy defends against Rob Van Dam. Yes, the title has changed hands once again between them since Invasion. It actually happened the week before this show on Raw, where Kurt Angle was facing RVD in a non-title matchup, and in the middle of it, Jeff has his own referee and pins RVD to regain the belt. So this one here I'm excited about because they stole the show at Invasion the previous month. Can lightning strike twice here? Early on, the action goes to the outside. Hardy hits a springboard flip-de-doo, and in doing so, looks to clip his leg on one of those way too close together announce tables. RVD is the first to grab a ladder. Hardy flies off the barricade onto him. Cool little seesaw spot with the ladder, then Jeff with one of his own moments later. Both men are hurting. JR at one point on commentary says Jeff is holding his anatomy, which is a hilarious description. Oh, my anatomy! We see a tree of woe, which again is the 3rd or 4th time I've seen that spot tonight. A super rolling thunder by RVD onto the ladder in the corner. Van Dam does a crazy leg drop over the ropes and on the ladder, and while he's doing that, Heyman describes RVD's mentor as suicidal, homicidal, and genocidal, but does not actually name him. Jeff goes to climb the ladder, but Van Dam kicks him off. Moments later, RVD tries Jeff with a missile dropkick to lay it all out, Van Dam landing on Jeff's legs. Hardy goes to the Swanton but gets none of it. RVD goes to the frog splash but also misses. A superplex off the ladder, and both men are down. Jeff climbs the ladder, grabs the ring, holding the belt up when he very easily could have just grabbed the belt. RVD swings him out, goes for a big kick off the top rope, but totally whiffs it because Hardy does not let go in time. Then Jeff just kind of awkwardly falls on Rob. What the fuck was that? Jeff climbs up, gets dumped off. RVD climbs, grabs the title, and wins the belt back. I give it 3.5 stars out of 5. It's a good match, but doesn't quite live up to the standards of the match at Invasion, which I know is a real high standard to follow. But then, that notwithstanding, that finish, how they totally fucked it up. It would have looked great if Jeff had let go in time and RVD just kicked him out of the sky. It wouldn't have made much sense for Jeff to let go the way he did. Actually, it was a more realistic way of doing it. But then just the way they kind of covered for it was just it just kind of ruined the whole rest of the vibe for that match. WCW champion Booker T and Shane McMahon backstage. Shane's got a gift for the Booker man. It's a pair of bookends made from the broken announce table that Booker bookended The Rock through on SmackDown. It's for books. Then it's time for our second unification match, a steel cage match for both the WWF and WCW Tag Team Championships as DDP and Kanyon defend against The Undertaker and Kane. Kanyon actually a double champion going into the show. He was gifted the US Championship by Booker T after Invasion, and he actually joined DDP in his fight against The Undertaker that began at King of the Ring. 2/3 the Jersey Triad reuniting here. Those two did beat the APA to become the new WWF Tag Champions. Then The Undertaker and Kane immediately beat Palumbo and O'Hare that same night to win the WCW gold, because of course they did. As the match begins, we hear to what I believe is the first or one of the first uses of the Decade of Destruction branding for The Undertaker they're going to use the rest of the year here. Kanyon and DDP just get their asses kicked the entire time. This is somehow worse than when Taker beat up DDP at King of the Ring. Kanyon gets powerbombed into the corner of the cage. They eventually let Chris escape. Then it's 2-on-1 against DDP. Taker telling Page to leave the ring now. He'll let DDP live. Page begins to climb, but just kidding. Chokeslam off the top, then the last ride. Taker and Kane win both tag titles. See you again tomorrow when Sarah beats Paige in a match on Raw. I give it a half star out of 5. Not much of a match, honestly. Pretty much a glorified squash match. And just poor DDP, poor Kanyon, who's been sucked into this thing now. He's been brought into the Angle's orbit. The build to this angle on TV was actually a little bit better than the match itself because Kanyon and Paige look somewhat competent in the build to this. But like when it comes to pay-per-view time, it's just like no prayer for these guys. Backstage, The Rock tells the trainer he's fine. Sean Stasiak comes and goes again. Then it's time for the WWF Championship match as Steve Austin defends against Kurt Angle. At Invasion, Austin betrayed the Federation to join the Alliance, explaining he felt that he was being pushed out by Vince McMahon, accusing Vince of grooming Kurt Angle to take his spot. Kurt becomes the hero of the Federation by default and really ups his intensity in the ring while playing up the whole American hero thing as well. That is a really big part of Angle's push right now, is this renewed kind of insistence on, oh, he's this American hero. It's kind of like an unironic version of how he was portrayed as a heel when he debuted for the company in '99. He's doing these rah American speeches and reciting the Pledge of Allegiance, which is all fine and dandy except for the fact that Austin, the person he's feuding with, is also from America. And the way they're framing this now as Kurt Angle and the WWF somehow being more American than the Alliance doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and it's just a weird way to frame it. It just also comes off as a big like antithesis of what fans have been taught to cheer for so long, because Angle being the wholesome, yay, America #1 sort of thing is just kind of flies in the face of, you know, guys like Steve Austin and The Rock and the anti-heroes and the badasses and stuff like that. It came off kind of weird that all of a sudden it's like cheer for Kurt Angle because he's an American, boo Austin because he is an American but he's also from WCW, it makes you a worse American. But speaking of Austin, his paranoid champion character, like I said, is pretty great. He says he leads by example, but he browbeats and disrespects the Alliance members who don't do what he says. We get a brief angle within an angle where Taz is like repeatedly disrespected, and you want to see Taz kind of rise up and fight back against Austin, but it turns out to be a swerve on the SmackDown before the pay-per-view. It was pretty disappointing for sure. The two meet on the ramp and begin to brawl before the match begins. After the bell rings, Austin begins to work on Angle's leg, continuing what he'd been doing on TV for the last week or so. Austin on the attack, but Angle begins to fight back with some suplexes, 7 Germans in a row. Austin with a big superplex of his own onto Angle, both men are down. Austin with a stunner, but Angle kicks out, hits another one, Angle rolls out of the ring. Steve drives Angle's head into the corner post several times, and the Olympic hero is busted wide open. The beating continues on the floor, into the crowd, blood smearing all over the concrete. Angle catches Austin in the ankle lock, and we get this extreme close-up of a bloody Angle screaming, "Tap, you son of a bitch! Woo!" Back in the ring, Austin gets in the ropes to get out of the ankle lock. Angle with some more suplexes on the outside, some more arguing from Heyman and JR as this is going on. Angle actually hits the moonsault, but we get a 2 count. Austin slips in the $1 Million Dream, his rare submission from the Ringmaster days. Angle lands on top of him in a pin, but Austin kicks out. Austin with a 3rd stunner, but Angle somehow kicks out. Austin goes for a 4th, Angle blocks it, hits the Angle slam. Austin kicks out, and moments later just decks the shit out of the referee. In comes another ref, another kick out. Austin with a blatant low blow, then he hits the ref with a stunner. In runs Tim White, but Austin hits him with the title. Another Angle slam. In comes Nick Patrick, who starts to go for a count, but then stops and rings the bell. Angle is won by DQ. Steve Austin keeps the belt though, and irate Angle grabs Patrick, decks him, and puts him in the ankle lock. This gets 4 stars out of 5 for me. This is my favorite match of the show. It just by far has way more drama and intensity and intrigue than anything else so far on SummerSlam for the night. Angle's strength and resilience, how he's able to fight back from Austin, and the story of Austin cannot beat Kurt Angle straight up, so he's just got to like cheat to win and keep the belt and everything. Even though the DQ finish is disappointing, it all plays into that story and makes for a very good match overall.
He can't beat Kurt Angle for the WWF title. Can you argue that point? Can you disagree with that? Hell no!
It's now time for the main event, the WCW Championship on the line as Booker T defends against The Rock. Booker T has become a 5-time champion since the invasion. He lost the belt to Kurt Angle, then got it back within the week. Meanwhile, like I mentioned, The Rock is back in the Federation after being gone from his kayfabe suspension / movie shoot. And now he's got the Booker man in his crosshairs. Rock practically Billy Guns Booker in a series of promos for weeks degrading Booker and the championship, which is really weird because if he's fighting for it, he constantly degrades the belt too. Also, the entirety of Booker's act at this point is just being an idiot who copies The Rock in promos, trying to audition for movies like The Rock. They make an angle out of the bookend versus The Rock bottom, calling the Spinneroonie the most electrifying move in sports entertainment and so on. For a side in the battle that is already having such a hard time, with most of its members having a hard time finding their own identity outside of what color t-shirt they're wearing, it's not a great look for the champion to also be in that same boat. It just feels really reminiscent of like the New Blood Millionaires Club angle in 2000 in WCW, where it's all these young guys who want to like take the old guys' spots and try and show they're cool and new and hip, but also at the same time stealing a lot of the older guys' gimmicks. Also, what all this does to me in the grand scheme of things, it just really makes it a foregone conclusion as to who's really winning this thing. Some early shtick involving Booker and Shane McMahon on the outside. There's some back and forth. Booker takes Rock down with a sidekick, but The Rock throws him out of the ring. Fighting on the outside, The Rock gets thrown around as Shane undoes a turnbuckle pad in the ring. Rock fights out of a hold and gets the sharpshooter locked in. Somehow not as bad as Shane McMahon's. Speaking of whom, Shane meddles and gets thrown in the ring. Booker capitalizes. A slingshot into the exposed bolt and a DDT, but Booker kicks out. Wow, that really didn't play a factor in this match at all, did it? Shane sets up a chair in the corner. It distracts the ref as he decks Rock with a WCW title. Out comes the APA and Shane runs right into a clothesline from hell on the floor. My God. Booker with the bookend and a kick out. Rock hits the spine buster, the people's elbow, but Shane dives onto the ref and breaks it up. Rock bottom to Shane on the floor. Poor Shane tonight. Booker hits his own spine buster, the axe kick, then the Spinneroonie. Rock kips up, hits the Rock bottom and wins. Welp. The Rock has handled the belt and looks like he has no idea what to do with it. Wait, I buried the hell out of this guy for weeks and now I get this? Ew. I give it 2.5 stars out of 5. The match was alright, but it just felt so paint by numbers as to how they booked this thing. Just going into it, like every step of the way, all you know is that The Rock is winning. And I've said this before, that you gotta at least make the journey interesting, even if you already know where the end point is gonna take you. But this was not interesting. The build wasn't very interesting, the match execution wasn't very interesting, and yeah, just didn't hold my attention before or now. My grade for SummerSlam 2001 is a C+. This show does not have any real breakout matches or moments or anything really immortal in that sense, but most of what you see on this show is good. I think Angle versus Austin is the best match on the show by far, despite the disappointing ending. There are only 3 matches on this show that don't have some kind of outside interference going on, but of those 3, one's got a botched finish, the other is a squash, and the other does have a fuck finish in the DQ thing, but at least there's no outside interference. I'd rank this SummerSlam as above average. It just feels like this angle, the invasion storyline, is in kind of a holding pattern at this point in the post invasion pay-per-view euphoria of okay, what are we doing and where are we going? What is the end game here? It's still kind of up in the air at this point, and this show to me feels like a reflection of that. Well, I hope you enjoyed this review, folks. In 2 weeks though, we are taking a break from the invasion storyline once again to go back in time to the year 1992, arguably one of the greatest years in WCW history, and this next show is going to feature Sting's Squadron versus the Dangerous Alliance in a War Games match. I'm talking Wrestle War 92. I'm Brian Zane, and I'll see you next time. We continue our look at the Invasion storyline 20 years later, and although this week's pay-per-view does look fine on paper, it is noticeably dampened by national tragedy. I'm talking about WWF Unforgiven 2001 from September 23rd at the Mellon Arena in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This show was nominated by Calvin Atkinson and Harrison Moore over on patreon.com/wrestlingwithregret. You know, it's going to be impossible to get around this, so we have to talk about it. This show, of course, is overshadowed by the fallout from the September 11th terror attacks. Those took place one day after Raw, and you know, for many years, I've kind of, the one thing I remember from the Raw before 9/11 was this moment where Austin throws Kurt Angle and RVD off the stage in the middle of their hardcore championship match, and that is a moment that for whatever reason has stuck with me for 20 years, because then I think about that, I think about, oh, the next day at school when everything changed, you know? Then of course there's the SmackDown after 9/11, which is non-canon, and there's no storyline progression, but it is still a very significant show in SmackDown's history because it is the first public gathering of that size since the terror attacks. And of course the show is probably best known though for Stephanie McMahon's faux pas where she compared the 9/11 attacks to when the federal government sued her dad. You know, it's been a long time and my memory is kind of fuzzy, but I do remember that after 9/11 happened, you know, as a kid watching this stuff, I do remember kind of my love of a lot of things just kind of like being skewed for a while, being kind of altered, where it's like it's hard to find joy in stuff like this after what had happened. But when you look back at the product 20 years later and removed from all these raw, fresh memories and emotions, the product is pretty unaffected by what happens. I mean, there's a SmackDown after 9/11, and then they have like the opening with Raw the following Monday where they say it's time to move on and yay America. And then for a long time, the entrance ramp has the American flag there for a regular basis. But besides that, a lot of the booking and a lot of the storytelling is largely, you know, protected. I think that the product is pretty insulated from what happens in the real world, even though it is definitely impacting, you know, viewers' just like moods and attitudes and stuff. The product itself, after the SmackDown after 9/11, feels relatively kind of like stays the course and unaffected by the tragedy. But how can you concentrate on anything going on in the outside world when this show's got the three-headed Steve Austin? The theme of the show is how insane Austin has become. Sweet Jesus, that thing's terrifying. And we have to see that thing all night too. Can you imagine like being Steve Austin and being in the ring before the doors open, like they're kind of doing rehearsals and run-throughs and everything, and they're testing all the videos on the set, and you look up and you see that horrifying monstrosity of yourself? How crazy would that be? I forgot to mention in my SummerSlam review, by the way, Austin is in full-on what mode at this point. Started happening just before SummerSlam, but now it's really picked up and it's all he does. I have to admit, Austin doing the what stuff and like interrupting people and himself with what is hilarious, and I maintain what I said in the SummerSlam review, that heel Austin and the leader of the Alliance is actually pretty golden. But of course, once the crowd starts doing it, it's ruined forever. Also at this point, the Alliance and Team WWF are beginning to interact with each other in fun and interesting ways, not necessarily confrontational or fighting or sneak attacks. It's like backstage interactions and stuff. You know, sometimes there's dealings going on, or there's kind of like razzing each other and stuff. It's really interesting. It's almost like this cartoon world where these two camps are forced to begrudgingly coexist in the same world together, and they're just kind of like, well, we're just kind of going about our day and stuff. Also, there begins to be some infighting within the Alliance, which sometimes it does make sense, but sometimes it doesn't. Like, you've got this moment where RVD is feuding with Raven for no reason, but that jumps off into RVD threatening to usurp Steve Austin's power and influence in the Alliance, which is a whole other story. We'll get to that in a little bit. 13,855 people in the arena, 350,000 buys. It's way down from 603,000 the previous year, but in fairness, so was every other Unforgiven in existence. Jim Ross and Paul Heyman of the Alliance are on commentary here. Jennifer Holliday sings America the Beautiful, and then we go to our opening match, a four-way elimination for the WWF tag titles, as the Dudley Boys defend against the Hardy Boys, the Big Show and Spike Dudley, and Lance Storm and the Hurricane. That's right, it's the pay-per-view debut of one of my favorite things about the Alliance and the Invasion storyline, the Hurricane. Shane Helms has embraced his inner superhero, and now he thinks he's a full-fledged superhero. He comes out with a cape and face paint like a mask and everything. There's a video of him flying around on his Titantron like he's Superman. It's hilarious. He wins the European Championship on the first night he debuts the gimmick, and it's almost immediately overlooked over like gangbusters because it's just so funny how he's dove into this thing, he's so committed to it, and how other people play the straight man around him. Like Lance Storm was the perfect straight man foil, counterpart to Hurricane Helms here, and how Storm thinks, oh, you're just doing this as kind of a way to poke fun and make a statement, but Hurricane truly believes he's a hero and stuff, and Storm just cannot make sense of this. And so I think it just works so well, and like even though he's part of the heel team, the baddie team, he is one of the most popular things in the product right now. Also, it's worth pointing out this time Hurricane is looking for a sidekick, and he's been eyeing Spike's girlfriend, Molly Holly, and well, we'll see where that goes. The Dudleys did regain the tag titles after Chronic helped them and cost Undertaker and Kane, but that is a story for a little bit later in this review. Matt and Hurricane trade off at first, Hurricane with the Hurra pose, and Matt gives it back to him. Spike gets worked over by Storm for a bit. Nice double team with he and Hurricane. Bubba and Devon launch Spike about 40 feet in the air. Hurricane puts on the cape and JR says, it's so early for the cape. JR says Big Show wants that tag as badly as he wants a double cheeseburger. Get it? Because he's big and kind of fat. Hardy Boys hit some dives and Spike dives off of Show's shoulders onto all of them. Big Show teasing a spot, but he gets cut off. The fans boo. Show chokeslams Storm to eliminate he and Helms. Matt with the twist of fate on Spike, and we're down to the Hardys and the Dudleys. Matt with a big moonsault to the outside onto Bubba and Devon. He goes to the twist of fate, but he's hit with a 3D instead. Jeff hits the swanton to break up the pin, and as the referee checks on him, Bubba hits his bomb onto Matt. Devon covers to win and retain. I give it 2.5 stars out of 5. The real fun of this match took place in the first half of it when all four teams were there and you had like Spike Dudley getting thrown around and Hurricane doing his shtick. Once those teams were gone and it was down to the Hardys and the Dudleys, it just felt like another tag team match. Not too much exciting, nothing really too special about the latter half of the match. But be that as it may, the match itself on the whole did a good job getting the crowd fired up. Hardcore champion Rob Van Dam enters the arena and runs into ECW owner Stephanie McMahon. She offers her services to be at ringside for his match against Chris Jericho, but RVD says he's got it covered. He says he wants a big dressing room to fit his massive ego, and Steph lets him have the pick of the litter. Over at ringside, Michael Cole interviews the family of Kurt Angle. There's Mama Angle, there's brother Dave. Cole asks Dave if Kurt should go through with the match despite not being medically cleared, but Dave says, hey, Kurt won a gold medal with a broken neck, so he should be fine here, though I'm not sure that's how it works. A grudge match up next as Perry Saturn takes on Raven. So many interesting romances during the Invasion storyline. There's Spike and Molly, there's Tori Wilson and Tajiri, and then there's this one of Perry Saturn and his mop, Moppy. Of course, Perry was getting hit in the head a few too many times, went a little loopy, falls in love with the mop, and he dumps Terry as a result. But then Moppy goes missing before SummerSlam. It's gone for weeks, and then it's revealed that Terry and Raven committed the mop napping. Yes, it's the infamous wood chipper scene where Raven tries to cover for when the wood chipper jams, and he just stands there and shrugs. It's amazing. We go to the match, Terry grabbing Saturn on the outside. That allows Raven to take advantage, hits the Russian leg sweep into the barricade to take over. JR on commentary points for him because he brings up their history in WCW about how they were former tag team champions together as part of the Flock. Nice little nugget of info there, Jim. The crowd's totally dead for this as Raven works the Cobra Clutch, knocks him out of the ring a couple times. Saturn now bleeding above the eye as he begins to make his comeback. Saturn finally gets the audience to make some kind of noise by yelling, "Ah!" but they quiet down immediately again after that. Saturn goes for a Hurricane Rana, but Raven fights him off and hits a clothesline. An awkward moment here where Saturn grabs the legs and seems to forget what he's doing next. We get the slingshot, then the three-handled family Gradunza by Saturn for the win. I give it 1 star out of 5. You know, they tried. They really tried their best here to get the crowd to feel some kind of emotion, but they just couldn't do anything. And I think the crowd, being as dead as they were, actually kind of affected this match as well. I try not to let the crowd factor into my decision or my grading of matches, but it's hard to ignore just how dead the crowd is for this. And I don't know, because at the time when I was a kid watching this, I loved this angle. I loved Perry Saturn's gimmick. I thought Moppy was hilarious. Him saying "you're welcome" was funny. And you know, it just didn't pay off. I guess it didn't translate to fans wanting to see Perry get revenge on Raven like that. Or maybe they're saving their energy for Kurt Angle later in the night. I don't know. Backstage, Lillian Garcia with Christian. She asks if it's been worth it to destroy his relationship with his brother Edge. Christian says he thinks about the people out there who fail to live their hopes and dreams, like the people of Pittsburgh, for example. He says he is superior to Edge and will win the Intercontinental title tonight, and says, was it worth it? You're damn right it was. On we go now to the brother versus brother encounter, which we all saw coming a mile away since King of the Ring. It's Christian versus Edge for Edge's Intercontinental Championship. Championship. Like I mentioned, this came after weeks of Christian being visibly jealous of Edge's success, wants to share the glory with him even though he's done nothing to show for it. He finally snaps after failing to win the WCW title from The Rock. He attacks Edge later in the night and debuts the one-man concerto, taking Edge out for several weeks. He also debuts that hot new theme, Christian, the opera theme. It's so great. Although, you know what? I'm a big fan of the original, there's the one that debuted on Unforgiven, the one that people more closely associate with this song. But the one I remember is the OG version, the dun 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 dun. When you hear it now, it just makes no sense. And also the opera part of that is just way more intense and insane than what they eventually settle on for the theme that everyone knows. Edge also has a new theme. Yeah, my Durango, number 95. It's Never Gonna Stop by Rob Zombie. You know, it's funny because when you watch the first few weeks of Edge this theme, he doesn't do anything like, you associate Edge's entrance with him kind of running around and jumping and doing the hands thing. He's doing none of that shit at this point. He's not quite found his character yet, but he's still kind of, he maintains kind of stoic when he makes his entrance and stuff. He's not quite hopping around yet. They fight at the onset, make their way up the ramp and to the stage. Edge slingshots Christian into the set, back in the ring, repeatedly ramming Christian's heads into the turnbuckles, but then Christian pulls Edge into the ring post and begins to take over. Edge on the top rope goes for an intentional flying nothing. Christian moves, but Edge hits him with a suplex anyway. Edge with a cut under his eye. We get a mid-air collision and both men are down. Christian throws Edge out of the ring, but Edge crawls underneath and through, gets the jump on Christian with a top rope cross body. Christian with a spear and a 2 count. He's frustrated and grabs some chairs, wants to do the one-man concerto, but Edge fights out of it. Christian smashing his own face with the chair. You can see him bleeding when the match is over. Edge goes to the concerto himself, but the referee stops him. Christian with the low blow and the roll up to steal the title. I give this one 3.5 stars out of 5. I really enjoyed the story in this one. They really explored the space here. Christian is just one of the best at being a sleazy, sneaky heel, and he really shines in that way in this matchup. And for him to win the title here, his first singles gold since being the light heavyweight champion years before this, I think is a real big jumping off point for him. Edge is so, I feel he's so secure in his place right now on the card. If he loses the title here, it's not going to affect him. And Christian winning the championship, though, immediately legitimizes him as a singles guy. And with that done, time to look at my notes and see what match is next. Oh no! It's The Undertaker and Kane defending the WCW tag titles against Chronic. You know what sucks about this match? I had to watch it twice for the purpose of this review. I watched it once, and then later in the day, Jay Biggs shows up to record the podcast. And one of the first things he says to me is, hey, I heard you reviewing Unforgiven. Can we watch The Undertaker and Kane and Chronic match? I just finished watching that before you came in the door. You gotta make me watch it again? Why did you hurt me? So Steven Richards has come back to TV after a long absence. He blames The Undertaker for Right to Censor being disbanded, and he wants a piece of the American badass. Taker comes out, but then Brian Adams and Brian Clark show up and beat him up. Adams and Clark, the former Crush and Atom Bomb respectively, are back in the company, much to the chagrin of many people there apparently, but The Undertaker vouched for them because he's friends with Adams, so they're back. After they cost Taker and Kane the WWF tag titles, they make their case to Shane McMahon to join the alliance, and Shane's like, oh, I've been watching you guys for a long time, I'm really impressed with what you do. Wait a minute, weren't they part of the company you bought earlier in the year? We're backstage with the champs. Taker calls Adams and Clark muscled up statues, then says we'll see what happens when they go eye to eye with the dragon, and that they'll take a muscle-bound man and drop his face in the sand. He's a poet and didn't even know it. Steven at ringside for the match with his jet black hair. What, has he got a gig on Arrow coming up? Here we go. The fight begins in earnest on the outside. Taker and Adams inside the ring as the match is underway. Heyman says Kane can't be trusted because he's wearing a mask, and JR goes, well, you're wearing a baseball cap, and Heyman goes, you're wearing a cowboy hat. What the hell's that got to do with anything? Adams struggles mightily to hit Kane with any kind of offense, elbow, backbreaker, you name it. Clark with a lot of kicks and stomps to Kane, and they all look really bad. Kane with a not great looking shoulder breaker, and in comes The Undertaker. Taker hits the old school, then a bad looking cross arm breaker. Adams on top of Taker for a bit. Taker begins to come back, but it just goes so wrong. It can't be overstated just how every spot in this match, every move has at least one thing slightly off with it. And it's a matter of degrees, because some of them they look kind of weird but not terrible, and some they look really terrible. Even the Irish whips look like shit in this match. Crush gently caresses the ring post with his shoulder as Atom Bomb dives onto Taker on the outside. Taker with a hot tag, and he tells him to feed. We get our second or third shitty backbreaker or sidewalk slam of the match. Undertaker fights off Richards, screams at Adams to cut him off.
Taker now. Richards tried to
Taker fights out of the high times. Kane with a clothesline to Adams. Taker with a chokeslam to Clark. The match is mercifully over. Richards eats a chokeslam from Kane afterward, which is honestly the best move of the match. As the old saying goes, fuck this match, 0 stars. This was so bad from beginning to end, and except for Stevie Richards, everyone involved had a hand in making the match as bad as it was. Chronic were out of shape and were the drizzling shits. The Undertaker, to me, came off as pretty unprofessional, as shouting spots and commands at Chronic while, even though they deserved it, he shouldn't have done that as loud as he was doing. Kane was there. He was the least offensive of the bunch, but he still screwed up a couple of moves here and there. There was no heat, there was no struggle, just 4 big guys like hitting each other with moves and barely registering any of them. Like, I like beefy big boy battles, don't get me wrong, but you gotta have some kind of like oomph and struggle in there, and there was none here. This match was the opposite of fun. This marks the end of the 2-week experiment of Chronic in the WWF. They were called into a meeting with Jim Ross afterward, and they were basically told, hey, you gotta shape up in developmental or you're gone. Brian Clark saw that as a slap in the face, and he walked. Adams tried to make it work. He went to Heartland Wrestling Association for a while before he was ultimately released. Chronic would show up again in World Wrestling All-Stars and in All Japan, but for one bright shining moment, they got to have the absolute worst match of the year in the WWF. Booker T looking into his hand as Shane pumps him up. Here comes Taz, who's all rah-rah about the handicap match for the WCW title later. Taz mentions how Stephanie pinned The Rock on SmackDown, so it looked really bad if Shane and Booker couldn't do it. Shane and Booker tell him to leave. God, if there's one thing that really grinded my gears during the Invasion storyline during this time, was Taz's booking. I was a huge fan of Taz, growing up and seeing him in WWF. I always wanted to see him do better than he was. He's so inconsistent in the booking for this, because one week he's a homer for the Alliance, next week he talks shit or gets in trouble for something he says or does where he kind of like thinks for himself and it pisses off the Alliance, he gets beat up for it, and he's good with the team, he's bad with the team, and for weeks everyone wants to see him break for the Alliance and do his own thing. We get so many brief glimpses of that happening, but nothing ever really pulls, the trigger's never pulled on that. It's never fully actualized, and that was so frustrating is how inconsistent it was. As a 16-year-old watching this, it was very infuriating. Stephanie's backstage looking for Rob Van Dam. Coach tells her he's in dressing room 5. Steph shouts into the door instead of just knocking and walking in, very organic. She says her birthday's coming up tomorrow, so she says RVD beating Jericho would be a great gift. Then she makes some kind of vague reference to having it be a pleasurable time in the Alliance if he wins, some kind of sexual here. Chris Jericho then shows up behind her, says she slept with a bunch of guys, comments on her breasts, then leaves. But apparently RVD wasn't even in the locker room. He was in the gorilla position getting ready for the next match for the Hardcore Championship as Van Dam defends against Chris Jericho. Van Dam has fast become the top babyface within the Alliance. He's been put in a position to really challenge Austin's position as the leader. Like I said, he has people going to him for advice and such. Austin is very visibly just upset with Van Dam, has beat him up on a couple of occasions as well. As for Jericho, still feuding with Stephanie. There's fast-paced action to start off. Gets a little hectic at one point, but they do recover. RVD does the thumbs, but Jericho slaps him in the face. A backdrop attempt seems to go awry, turns into a flapjack maybe. Fight on the outside. RVD goes for a spinning leg drop on the barricade, but Jericho moves. That doesn't happen often. Jericho brings out a ladder, and it's on the attack. Back in the ring, Jericho with a suplex on the ladder. RVD returning the favor. Jericho goes to the walls, but RVD powers out. Van Dam avoids the lion saw, hits a big spinning kick, goes to the 5-star frog splash, but Jericho moves again. Jericho with a cut on his eye. It's eye cut-o-mania tonight. He grabs the ladder, gets dropped, toe held into it, and fuck that. RVD atop the ladder. Jericho just hucks the chair into his face. We get a tarantula on the ladder. Jericho shoves RVD to the floor, goes for a dive, then eats shit on the barricade. RVD goes for a dive of his own, but Jericho intercepts him with the chair. Back in the ring, Jericho counters a pinfall into an armbar. He whomps RVD with a chair. Stephanie McMahon comes in and grabs the chair. Jericho swings for her but misses, turns around and eats a Van Daminator, the 5-star frog splash, and no one gets as high as Rob Van Dam as he pins and retains. I give it 4 stars out of 5. It is my favorite match of the evening. It starts off a little ropey at first, a little kind of like clunky, and then by the end it just recovers in a big way here. And after the last match we saw, this feels amazing. Another pep talk with Shane and Booker T. Booker practices holding up 6 fingers instead of 5. Well, that right there is a dead giveaway. He's not winning because doing this isn't nearly as cool as doing this. Booker leaves. Shane then imagines himself as the WCW champion. He could be in it for himself. Well, 4 months ago, Jim Ross said very confidently on commentary that match with Kurt Angle at King of the Ring may be the last time you see Shane McMahon in a WWF ring. And tonight, he's fighting for the WCW Championship as he and Booker T challenge The Rock in a handicap match. Basically a continuation of what began before SummerSlam. The Rock has mocked Booker T by having a little person dressed as him. They make fun of his repeated use of the word sucka. Big Show even impersonates him at one point. And you know what? Big Show wearing the fro and talking in the affectations is one thing. That's fine, but thank God he didn't wear blackface is all I'm saying. Shane with his special jersey, you the sucka, got him. Rock starts off by trying to go for pinfalls. Shane keeps breaking them up. Shane and Booker are able to do some sneaky work that allows Shane to start working on The Rock, but Rocky shrugs it off, goes for a sharpshooter, but Booker makes the save. Shane with some cheap shots on The Rock on the outside, dives on the barricade onto him. Shane even gives him a bit of the ring post-itis, as Gallows and Anderson might have once said. Referee Nate Patrick very much lenient toward the heels, of course. Booker with the spinneroonie, but The Rock goes for a roll-up, almost costs Booker again. Back on the outside, some fighting on the Spanish announce table. We get a double down as Shane grabs the WCW title, goes to deck Rocky, but he hits Booker instead. Rock comes back, hits a double clothesline and a DDT to Booker. Shane hits him, does the kip up like The Rock, goes for the Shane-O elbow, but The Rock has none of it. Rock bottom to Shane, spinebuster to Booker. In comes Test, who decks The Rock, hits the big boot. Referee lets it all go. Bradshaw comes running and chases Test out of the arena. WW ref Mike Chioda comes out and calls Patrick out on his terrible officiating, yoinks Patrick out of the ring. Patrick shoves Chioda, then Mike fights back. The Patrick flop! Booker takes out Chioda, goes to the bookend. We get the Rock bottom instead. Then Earl Hebner warriors his way to the ring and makes a 3 count. The Rock wins and retains. I give it 3.5 stars out of 5. I like the story with this one a lot better than at SummerSlam, because where at SummerSlam it's like The Rock's coming to take the title and there's nothing Booker T can do about it. At least this time there seems to be a bit of some odds headed toward The Rock's way with the champion, with the handicap factor put in that. And the story in the match I thought was told pretty well as well, like the referee fight happening and Test getting involved and Bradshaw making the save for that. This was just better done and more entertaining in a lot of ways than the match at SummerSlam, we'll just say. And this is also the beginning of Booker T and Test beginning their own tag team down the line. We're in GM Willie Reeg's office as Tajiri gets ready for his match against Rhino. Regal wants all outside parties banned from ringside, but Tori Wilson says, pretty please, and Regal allows it. Meanwhile, in WWF New York, Stacy Keibler rubs a guy's smooth face, then she's all like, look at this, and it's footage of her shaving her legs in the bath. Yep. That's a woman shaving her legs. Then afterwards, she asks the crowd, what do you think, New York? And the crowd's like, woo, yeah, shaving legs. What a bizarre cutaway this was. You know, one negative side effect to the Alliance storyline, the invasion, is all these championships from WCW came over in the purchase. They have all these belts, and like at least one belt changes hands a week, it seems, on average. So I kind of forgot who the U.S. champion was, that this match was for the title, as Tajiri defends it against Rhino. Tajiri did beat Kanyon recently on TV to win the title, and not only that, he actually has an on-air relationship beginning with Tori Wilson from the Alliance. And so JR on commentary here is hilarious. I don't get this interfaction relationship with Tori Wilson and Tajiri. It makes no sense to me. Like everyone's talking, oh, it's Tori Wilson, she's part of the Alliance, so you can't really trust her, but she's a nice girl. But what does she see in Tajiri? It's like they're doing everything they can to avoid making fun of the fact that they're culturally very different. It's, oh, the Alliance and WWF. That's so wacky that they're dating now. Tajiri on top early with some kicks, but Rhino buries his shoulders into Tajiri's injured ribs and gets to work. Rhino goes for a powerbomb. Tajiri gets out of that and hits a Hurricane Rana. Nice springboard elbow. Rhino with a spine buster. Tori gets on the apron and Rhino chasing his fellow Alliance member around. Tori appears to hurt her ankle in the chase. Rhino teases a gore to Tori, but Tajiri kicks him right in the face. Tajiri turns an octopus hold into a tarantula hold for a moment. Rhino dodges the buzzsaw kick, suplexes Tajiri, hits the gore to win, and becomes the new U.S. champion. I give it 2 stars out of 5. Fairly short match. Tajiri did a good job, you know, kind of like being a formidable opponent to Rhino, but he was selling the rib injury, fairly academic. And Rhino winning the U.S. title here feels kind of like, I don't want to say consolation prize, but it feels like kind of redemption or validation for him and how they're pushing him in this storyline right now as one of like kind of the upper mid-card guys in the Alliance. So it's a good win for him. On we go now to our main event as Stone Cold Steve Austin defends against Kurt Angle, and whoo boy, shit escalated real quick from SummerSlam to now. At SummerSlam, these two had a hell of a contest that saw Kurt survive 3 stunners and still not get put away, only for Austin to get himself DQ'd. The next night on Raw is Austin Appreciation Night, which famously ends with Angle ripping off the Austin beer truck moment with his own milk truck attack, Milk-O-Mania running wild. Stone Cold steals Kurt Angle's gold medals, then dumps him off a bridge in St. Louis. The next week on Raw, Kurt assaults Stone Cold and kidnaps him, threatens to throw him over a bridge in revenge. He gets Austin to beg and cry for mercy, forcing him to accept his challenge for a title match at Unforgiven. Unforgiven. Then Kurt pushes him into a kiddie pool. But like, how did Kurt get the kiddie pool there? Was he in like cahoots with somebody? Did somebody set it up behind him? Or did he leave the kiddie pool there and then drive around for a while hoping nobody would like pick it up or run over it? Austin then spends a couple of weeks trying to straight up murder Angle out of revenge. First, he throws Angle off the stage and onto the floor after Kurt wins the hardcore title, in which he also throws RVD off the stage. Then 9/11 happens. There's a brief pause in the storytelling, and then when it continues, Kurt beats Austin in a tag team match. And then on the SmackDown before Unforgiven, the first half hour of this show is so hard to watch because the first big portion of it is just Austin screaming at Tori Wilson for dating Tajiri. He's just yelling at her in the ring, making her cry. Tajiri tries to make a save. He stops Tajiri. Angle tries to make a save. He pile drives Kurt Angle on the floor on the exposed concrete, possibly breaking his neck again. It's a very like, oh my God, hushed tones. This is real. Angle, you hear him saying he can't feel anything. All this serious stuff happens there. But by the end of the night, he does recover. He tears off the neck brace and says he will compete at Unforgiven. And oh yeah, since 9/11 is still fresh in everyone's minds, it does add a lot of weight to Angle's current position of being billed as this all-American hero. I talked about that last time in the SummerSlam review. Now the context and the vibe of it takes on this whole new meaning with 9/11 having happened, and there is a general feeling among Americans of a togetherness and unity in the wake of that. So like everyone's like rallying for Angle to win because he embodies America. The match starts with a brawl on the outside, finally fighting back in the ring. Angle hits a superplex out the gate but appears to jostle his neck ever so. Austin locks in a sleeper but Kurt drops him. Austin leaves the ring, tries to leave the arena, but Angle chases him up the ramp. He throws Austin off the ramp onto the floor, stomping on him afterward for good measure. Angle carries Austin back to the ring and the beating continues. Angle tears off some of the padding on the floor with evil intentions. Austin cuts him off. They each try to pile drive each other, but it backfires for both men. Fighting back in the ring, Austin attacking Kurt's neck. Austin goes outside and flips off Karen Angle in the front row, making her wrestling pay-per-view debut on this night. Austin back with a chin lock, working Angle over for a while. Heyman on commentary saying the match shouldn't be happening because it was made under duress, and he says, "My father is a lawyer, so this is very illegal." Angle hits Austin with 3 straight German suplexes, but he takes a lot out of himself in the process. Austin with a spine buster and is back on top. Referee pushed out of the way, so Angle takes him to Dick Kick City. Angle is the DDT, and both men are down for a bit. Angle with his own Stone Cold Stunner, but there's a kick out. The straps are down. Angle goes for the Angle Slam, but Austin hits one of his own, kinda. 2 count. Austin fighting for another pile driver, finally hits it. Angle somehow kicks out. Austin now going crazy, just pummeling Kurt. The crowd getting kind of restless here though. Goes for the stunner, but Angle catches him at the ankle lock. Austin is through the ropes, but the ref does not tell him to break the hold. Austin taps out and Kurt wins the title for his hometown of Pittsburgh, for the WWF, and for America. The family come to the ring. The roster celebrates with him. Everybody happy as the show goes off the air. Ooh, this one's hard for me to grade, man. I think this one, I'm going to give it 2.5 stars out of 5. This one does not have the same feel as SummerSlam at all. I felt more emboldened for Angle after SummerSlam than I did after this show, and he wins the championship on this show in his hometown. It does feel like slower and more of a struggle than what we saw at SummerSlam, and I don't know how much that has to play into Angle selling the neck injury, so he has to be a bit slower or what. Also, it's a tainted victory for Angle, so it's kind of hard to watch and go, oh, I feel good about that, because Austin had the rope break. That's an out. That is a way to kind of like delegitimize Angle's victory. So it doesn't feel as good to have him win and being bopped around and, and celebrate with his family and the roster and whatnot. I wonder how much 9/11 played a role in Angle winning this one, because he dropped the title back to Austin like 2 weeks later on television. It's a really underwhelming reign, and for all the effort and all the build of Angle being this total indomitable badass in the spirit of America, for him to lose the title 2 weeks later on television back to Austin, like it totally undoes everything they did in the build in SummerSlam and Unforgiven. My grade for Unforgiven 2001 is a C+, and the quality of pay-per-views in this arc takes a huge dive for the first time since I've been reviewing these shows. This is a show that offers you no real surprises, and nothing really amazing happened except for Angle winning at the end, but even then you feel shortchanged because of the finish being a little bit tainted. The crowd was dead for so much of this show, and I don't know if it's the booking or just they're saving their energy for Kurt, or maybe 9/11 and the vibes from that still plays a role into their overall enthusiasm, but so far for the Invasion storyline, this is a pay-per-view you can skip because really a lot of it means nothing afterward. Well, next time on the Classic Review segment, once again, we step away from the Invasion storyline and we go to somewhere else in the timeline that's not the WWF in 2001. We've seen a couple of WCW shows in the last couple of weeks between the Invasion storylines. Let's give ECW, the other side of the alliance, a fair shake in this one. We're looking at Anarchy Rules 1999. I'm Brian Zane, and I'll see you next time. Folks, this week I am still sans glasses, but as we roll through the Invasion storyline 20 years later, you don't need good eyesight to know that this week's show is a big improvement from Unforgiven. I'm talking about No Mercy 2001 from October 21st at the Savvis Center, now the Enterprise Center, in St. Louis, Missouri. This show was nominated by Thomas Fireheart and Mike Ryan over at patreon.com/wrestlingwithregret. Well, don't get too comfortable with Kurt Angle as your WWF champion, because even though he won in Pittsburgh last month with a feel-good moment of America getting a win after the tragedy of 9/11, those vibes are soon dashed, because as I mentioned in the Unforgiven review, Austin was given an out when he had a rope break while he tapped out. So 2 weeks later on Raw, Austin was given a rematch for the championship. Commissioner Willie Reeves turned on Kurt and allowed Austin to regain the title. Regal became the Alliance Commissioner, but meddlesome Linda McMahon, she steps in and appoints Mick Foley to regain his position as WWF Commissioner. Just what we need in this angle. More authority figures. Let's talk about the opening hype package here, where it really focuses on the triple threat main event for tonight. You know, Austin's facial expressions here, they're no Unforgiven 2001, but what we see here is also pretty stellar. My favorite part of this package, though, is when Angle's posing with the championship looking all happy, then he's like, whoa, wait, what happened to it? 15,647 in the arena, 325,000 pay-per-view buys. It is down considerably from the 550,000 they had the year before. Jim Ross and Paul Heyman on commentary. Your opening matches for the WCW tag titles as the Hardy Boys defend their belts against Lance Storm and the Hurricane. The Hardys did win the belts a couple of weeks ago, beating Booker T and Test for it, who beat The Undertaker and Kane for it like 1 or 2 weeks before that. Like I said, the titles have bounced around a lot during the storyline. Lance Storm was accompanied by Ivory around this time, who I feel was really wasted in this storyline. And honestly, all the women were in the company, because, you know, the women's championship was essentially defunct with China being out of the picture, and the women had nothing to fight for, really. You had some ladies from the Federation jump ship to the Alliance for no other reason than, well, the group needs more than Deborah as the sole female in this group. So they added Terry, they added Ivory, and they added somebody else here who I'll get to in a minute. But, you know, Ivory being one of the most talented, you know, all-around workers in the women's division at this time, having nothing to do, it's like this whole part of her career is really not talked about by WWE. Like, even her Hall of Fame package when she was inducted, it pretty much ends at, well, and she was the women's champion with Right to Censor in 2001. But like the whole rest of her year is kind of a forgotten memory, and honestly the rest of her career by WWE too, because she was with the company until like 2005. And who's the other lady who's joined the Alliance? Why, only the Hurricane's new sidekick, Mighty Molly. A week or two ago, Molly Holly was knocked out in a match. The Hurricane basically abducted her and drove off in the Hurricycle. Then she was presumably brainwashed and became Mighty Molly. No sir, nothing to unpack with that angle. JR and Heyman bring up the history between the Hurricane and the Hardys, as they were Omega Boys together, so it's really cool to see that come full circle here. At one point, the Hurricane puts on his cape, but he's knocked down, but trusty sidekick Mighty Molly helps him up, which allows him to fly onto his opponents outside. Jeff's worked over for several minutes. You got 4 wrestlers in the ring, 3 more outside, a lot to keep your eyes on in this matchup. Jeff kicks Hurricane away, and we get the hot tag to Matt. Matt and Hurricane work well here. Matt with the big leg drop, takes a double super kick, but Jeff makes the save. Lita intercepts Molly in the ring. Ivory gets involved. She gets hers. Lance goes to the Maple Leaf, but Lita with the Hurricane Rana off the top. A twist of fate by Matt. The Swanton by Jeff. The win. I give this one 3.5 stars out of 5. It was a really good opener, and honestly, the last 30 seconds of this match was what really made it for me. Just the constant bam, bam, bam. Like, everyone was getting their stuff in, and the crowd was totally alive for all of it. You know, and you can't really go wrong with this combination of workers. The Hardy Boys work well with just about anybody. Same with the Hurricane, same with Lance Storm. This is very good stuff. Newly evil Commissioner Regal sees Rob Van Dam backstage, and he asks him if he's going to apologize to Stone Cold for hitting him with the frog splash this past Friday on SmackDown. Warns him not to do anything stupid tonight, and RVD says, okay. Elsewhere, Mr. McMahon is back, and Michael Cole helps him with his coat. Vince says he's here to make an impact one way or another, then wraps up by telling Cole not to drop his jacket again. Makes me wonder if the jacket drop was intentional or not, because if it was an accident, then it was a good ad-lib by Vince, but if not, makes me think it was intentional just so Vince could have an opportunity to act tough on somebody. Up next, Alliance member Test takes on the Big Red Machine, Kane. Early on, Kane power slams Test, then press slams him, just dumps him out of the ring. Holy crap. Test belts Kane with the ring bell. Apparently, Alliance referee Nick Patrick does not see it, even though it was like right in front of him. Kane's boot begins to fall apart as they both lay into each other. Test with a big flying elbow off the second rope, a big side slam, goes to the top rope elbow but misses. More back and forth, more slammage. Back on the outside, Kane is shoved into the ring post and takes a big boot. Kane ducking another boot in the ring, hits a choke chokeslam, but he's too beat up to capitalize. Kane goes for a flying clothesline. He misses. Test with a pump handle slam, but Kane kicks out. Test brings in a chair. Kane drop kicks it into Test's face. Patrick gets involved once again. Kane's had enough, but Test takes Kane to Dick Kick City. Another big boot. Test with the win, but Kane gets a measure of revenge when he chokeslams Patrick twice in a row, then fucking murders him with a powerbomb, then does the pyro at the end. I give it 4 stars out of 5. I love this Haas fight here. It's funny because I consider myself like a lifelong Kane fan, but I really couldn't tell you a whole lot of matches of his, like besides against The Undertaker, that would be considered iconic, but I would put this match on that list. These two just beat the hell out of each other. I think it was a good pace, told a good story. I think it's easily one of their better matches for both guys, honestly, and that Nick Patrick beatdown at the end, the cherry on top, just makes the whole package great. So yeah, real hidden gem this match. I recommend you go watch it. Backstage, the coach wants to interview Stone Cold Steve Austin. Austin wants none of it, but he just shouts at Deborah, who relays the info, so basically you're getting the same promo delivered twice. Elsewhere, the Keebs is backstage, and she walks up to Matt Hardy going, "What do you think of my lingerie, Matt?" Matt's like, "Well, it's no leg shaving, but it'll have to do." Matt's in a trance when his girlfriend Lita shows up and snaps him out of it. Ooh, wonder what's going through Matt's head right now. Then we go to what's in their words, the first ever lingerie match, and they make a big deal of the precedent set with this matchup here, folks, as Stacy Keibler takes on Tori Wilson. These two are technically both members of the Alliance here, but ever since Tori began dating Tajiri on the WWF side, now the Alliance wants nothing to do with her. They give her the cold shoulder. Stacy aligned herself with the Dudley Boys to get Tori powerbombed through a table. This match's promo package definitely oversells this matchup here, considering who's involved and what the stakes are here. It had to have been done, ironically, on purpose, though. Go watch it and let me know what you think. We got the pretty canopy over the ring for this one, folks. We get some cartwheels early on, a dramatic reveal by Stacy, and she gets out a little whip and gets to whipping. We get some stereotypical women's spots at the time, the old steamroller bit with the referee. Then out of nowhere, we get a series of pins and counter pins, which definitely caught the crowd by surprise. Tori ends up winning with a springboard back elbow, just like her boyfriend Tajiri. I give it 1 star out of 5. You know, the match was better than I expected, which is why I gave it that rating. You know, it was a stereotypical kind of a cat fight style match between two ladies who can't really work, but they did pull off a couple athletic moves here and there, and I think, you know, they did the best they could. That's really all you can ask for. And one little side note I want to say here before I go on, because I get these kind of comments, and every time I review a shit women's match during this time period, they go, "Oh, is Brian gay or something because he doesn't like these pretty ladies?" Duh. No, I rag on these shit matches because I'm a grown-ass man. I like professional wrestling, and I don't need the women necessarily to titillate me when I'm watching a wrestling show. And so I kind of compare it to the other matches going on there. Like, it's a great flex for you if you can pop a boner watching a Stacy Keibler match, but you know what? Couldn't be me. Backstage, Kurt Third Wheel Angle cuts a promo about the title match he's definitely not winning tonight. When Mr. McMahon shows up to say hello and to wish him luck, Angle tells Vince he's going to win the title. It's true. Oh, hell yeah, it's true. It's Van Dam true. Blah. Elsewhere, Christian talks about how when he and Edge were a tag team, everyone talked about how great Edge was, but Christian was always better. He compares Edge to Mark McGuire and how McGuire's home run record was broken by a better man, and also the Cardinals lost last week. The people of St. Louis are not pleased with these local sports references. Then we go to the ladder match for the Intercontinental Championship as Christian defends against his brother Edge. Last month at Unforgiven, Christian sneakily beat his brother for his first IC title. The ante has been upped considerably in the following weeks as Edge has been out for blood. Then finally, Edge falls victim to a Christian trap because Edge finds out just after a match that his mother was apparently in an accident. He goes and tells Christian this news, and the two of them are going to go off together. Suddenly, the Alliance boys stop Edge and Christian, but then Christian hits Edge from behind. It was a setup. It's a beatdown by the Alliance goons and Christian. Then Christian says there was an accident all these years ago when Mom gave birth to you. Christian then joins the Alliance after the big setup on Edge, which to me feels like the most pointless defection in this entire storyline. It will get beaten a little bit down the line, but right now, Christian joining makes no sense because he is a perfectly fine heel as it is, and not to mention his whole reasons for turning heel has nothing to do with the invasion, it has everything to do with his beef with his brother. But I guess the rule here is if you're a heel, you gotta be on Team Alliance. So now we have this ladder match, which is perfect because these two were the masters of the tag team ladder match in TLC and so forth, so it's full circle. The fighting begins right away as the belt is raised. They brawl into the crowd and Edge hucks Christian into a wall, a backdrop over the barricade, then a catapult into the ladder. Man, Christian bumps his ass off early on. Ladder bridge on the outside. Christian gets crotched on the rung. Holy shit, that looked snug, because he was still several inches above the floor when he stopped. Christian uses the ladder to uppercut Edge and starts to take over. Pins Edge into the corner with the ladder, grabs a chair, sets up a somewhat convoluted idea for a chair shot, but Edge catches him and throws him onto the ladder. Edge setting up another ladder in the corner, but it backfires. Christian with a catapult into it. Both men are up a ladder. Edge takes Christian down with a super Edge-o-matic. Moments later, Christian with a super reverse DDT. Christian goes to set up the one-man concerto, but Edge just shoves the chair to Christian's face. Edge sets up Christian on a table made of chairs and a ladder. JR says, "What in the name of brotherhood?" which is an awesome phrase, by the way. Big splash by Edge. Edge climbs up top. Christian just jabs Edge with another ladder. He goes up top, but Edge takes him out with a big-ass spear. They fight up top again. Then they both fall off and land on the floor. A holy shit chant from the crowd. Christian back up. Edge just stabs him in the taint with a chair. Good God, poor Christian's crotch. Edge gets him on top of the ladder, sets him up for a one-man concerto. Holy hell, the sound of that smack. Christian slumps to the mat and Edge grabs the belt to become the Intercontinental Champion once again. I give it 5 stars out of 5. It is my pick for match of the night, and it's a terrific ladder match too. And it's a great way to, if this is not the blow off to their feud, then it's a great peak of the feud. Just the story they told here and the way they just beat the hell out of each other, even more so than in Unforgiven, which was a pretty physical match, but these two just went balls to the wall for this one, and I truly appreciate the effort that they gave in this thing. That finish with the one-man concerto on the ladders, it was creative, it was different, it was sickening, the sound that was made for it, and yeah, it was the great cap-off, the great comeuppance for Christian after everything he had done. So a great match, again, like Test and Kane, but more so for this one. Go back and watch this match, it's phenomenal. Over at WWF New York, Spike Dudley's pounding him back. I hope he gets an employee discount. Paul Heyman asks him about being dumped by Molly Holly. Then a pretty lady walks up to him and he's all like, "Molly who? Oh, Spike, you scamp." WWF tag titles up next as the Dudley Boys defend against Big Show and Tajiri. This pairing does feel a bit thrown together, and it is, but they did give you a bit of a storyline reason for them coming together, because the Dudleys took out Spike a couple of weeks ago. That was Big Show's partner at the time. And then the Dudleys also powerbombed Tori Wilson through a table and made Tajiri watch. So they both do have individual beefs with the Dudleys at this point. Why they're tag team title contenders? Who knows? Tajiri and Big Show work well together early on, Show using his strength, Tajiri with a big somersault plancha to the outside. Bubba hits his bomb on Tajiri and the Dudleys begin to take over. We get the hot tag fake out with Big Show, Tajiri with a big DDT, and that leads to the hot tag. Show's a house of fire. Show does the Scott Hall dance for some reason before he signals for the chokeslam, then he's cut off. Tajiri's missed, misses the mark, and he hits the referee instead. Show with the chokeslam on Bubba, but the ref is still out of commission. Then Rhino shows up and hits Show with the gore. Tajiri with the buzzsaw kick, and the ref recovers. We get a 2 count. 3D to Tajiri. The Dudleys retain. I give it 3 stars out of 5. The match was solid. It was entertaining, but I am getting kind of tired of the interference we're seeing in all these matches. Not all these matches, but 3 out of the last 5 matches we've seen have had some kind of fuckery, some interference going on to cause the finish, and so it's getting kind of old. Backstage, Willie Reeves congratulates Rhino for his actions in that last match. Rhino says he's going to change the way people look at the Alliance, even if he has to do it by himself. Elsewhere, we see Shane McMahon, Booker T, and Test hanging out. Test very happy that he beat Kane, and Booker says tonight The Undertaker will be one dead sucker. And now we go to the other half of that Brothers of Destruction, Booker T and Test feud, as the Booker Man takes on The Undertaker. Booker did call his shot. He beat Taker in a tag team match with some assistance on SmackDown a week ago, and he's called The Undertaker for a match here. The match begins in a brawl on the outside. Booker T is on top for a couple of minutes, then Taker gets some time on the offensive himself, works over Booker's arm, hits the old school. It is called that by now. Booker comes back fighting on the outside. Booker goes to the bell, but Tim White puts a stop to it, and Taker fights back. Fighting in the crowd now, back at ringside, Booker throws Taker into the ring post. It's a nice missile dropkick off the top and gets a 2 count. Booker goes for a flying nothing. Taker stops it. More back and forth. Booker keeps kicking out. He drops Taker onto the turnbuckle, hits the side kick. Spin-a-rooney time, and JR goes, "What's so electrifying about that?" Another kick. Taker with a rope break in the cover. Booker with a corner punches, but he gets caught in the last ride. The last ride, and wins the match. I give it 2.5 stars out of 5. The match was okay. I think Booker T proved himself to be a worthy adversary for Undertaker here, and this match is just miles ahead of what we saw last month with The Undertaker and Kane versus Chronic, but this did drag a little bit in my opinion, and probably my pick for the most boring match of the night. Chris Jericho is backstage and says it's time to put up or shut the hell up. Time to go win the big one. And we go to our semi-main event now for the WCW Championship. That's the WCW Championship as The Rock defends against Chris Jericho. So the whole storyline with this has been Jericho has been standing up to The Rock and kind of showing his backbone, showing his spine a bit against the Great One. The two were in a tag team match and Jericho accidentally hit The Rock with a chair. Rock scolds him for it. Jericho stands up for himself and takes it to The Rock backstage. Jericho talks about the one knock against him as he can't win the big one, can't win a world championship, but he has earned a shot after beating Rob Van Dam on SmackDown. The Rock and Jericho with a fierce war of words here. Rock tells Jericho he simply isn't good enough to win the big one. Jericho, one of his most defiant acts of the time, putting his hand on The Rock's face, doing the just bring it taunt just before getting rock bottomed. As they lock up to begin the match, JR talks about the history of the WCW title and talks about the Black Scorpion situation, which what? Nobody talks about the Black Scorpion situation. Why would you bring the Black Scorpion now of all times, Jim? And then after an arm drag early on, Jim Ross screams, "Shades of Ricky Steamboat!" Yes, a guy with a WCW title hits an okay arm drag and you immediately invoke Ricky Steamboat here. Come on now. Jericho's out wrestled for a bit until he just slaps The Rock in the face and begins to take over. Rock and Jericho trade finisher attempts but each get out of them. Jericho with a triangle dropkick to Rock off the apron. Look at that top rope move. That's a top rope Judas effect, years before its time. The two exchange chops, Jericho with a quick heel kick. Jericho goes up top, but Rock stops him, hits a superplex. Jericho with a rock bottom and a lion salt, and there's a kick out. Even goes for his own people's elbow, but misses. Rock with a dragon screw that looks really painful, then cinches in his terrible sharpshooter, but we get a rope break. They make their way to the outside again, a rock bottom on the Spanish announce table. Back in the ring, spine on the pine. The people's elbow, though, countered into the walls of Jericho. Very cool. Suddenly, Stephanie McMahon shows up with a chair. Jericho chases Steph off the apron and it almost costs him. She gets back on the apron and she gets a rock bottom for her efforts. The referee is distracted. Jericho with a full Nelson slam onto the chair. Jericho pins and wins and is the new WCW champion. Jericho has finally won the big one, officially winning his first world title. The Rock stops Jericho's celebration, chair in hand, gives it to Jericho and says something to him and walks off. Jericho isn't a full-fledged heel yet, but boy, he's on his way to it. I give it 4 stars out of 5. I forgot how much of an epic this match was, how long this went, how they really explored the space with this one. But it was great drama, great tension in this thing. I complained earlier about a lot of the interference we saw on this show tonight. This one, at least with Stephanie, I'm going to be a bit more lenient on because at least it did kind of play more into the story they were trying to tell as far as protecting The Rock from the loss, but also helping kind of get the ball rolling on Jericho's inevitable heel turn. But it's a really cool moment for Jericho here because slightly tainted win or not, he still kind of did it on his own without Stephanie's direct involvement. And, it was, the crowd loved it. The announcers treated it like a big deal. Him winning his first world title was a really big deal. And as someone who was a fan of his then, I think it was a great moment. You kind of knew where it was going to go, but still very validating for Jericho to finally get this big one. After in 2000, when he won the title for a night and they had to give it up and it was off the record books, this one, the mulligan, it feels right. Then in our main event, a no DQ triple threat match for the WWF title as Steve Austin defends against Rob Van Dam of the Alliance and Kurt Angle. So as I mentioned at the top of this review, Commissioner William Regal left the WWF and joined and took the same job with the Alliance. Regal's reasoning for this was he felt that the Alliance was the more dominant, more up-and-coming brand or organization with the better upside. Yeah, a conglomeration of 2 dead feds who have failed to win practically any meaningful match so far in this angle. That's the real up-and-coming brand. New commish Mick Foley set up the triple threat match for the championship involving Rob Van Dam, assuming he chooses to take part in it. Now, as I've established, there is a bit of a rift between Austin and RVD. Stone Cold feels very uncomfortable with Rob Van Dam and his place of prominence in the Alliance, how people look up to him. He feels he's being kind of ignored and cast aside in favor of Rob Van Dam. A few weeks of will he or won't he here as Austin tries to butter RVD up and get him to not challenge for the title, but on the go-home SmackDown, RVD was spotted having a meeting in a limo with the returning Mr. McMahon, who he had not seen since the invasion. On that same episode, RVD has a choice of who to frog splash. He hits Austin instead of Angle. And that moment right there is pretty emblematic of the storyline as a whole right now because poor Kurt Angle, like I mentioned, is a big old wobbly third wheel in this matchup. He has nothing to do with the main crux of the storyline, which is about Rob Van Dam and Stone Cold Steve Austin. Kurt is there, but I feel that ever since he lost the belt on Raw to Steve Austin, he's just been kind of floating in the ether and just so not a focus on this thing. And it sucks because, like, think of all the time the company spent in building Angle up and getting him to be more legitimate and less goofy in that time between, like, the King of the Ring and SummerSlam, and how they built him up as, like, the next babyface to fight Steve Austin after he defected to the Alliance. And so that great match at SummerSlam happened. They had the rematch at Unforgiven, and he basically won the championship because of 9/11, and then he dropped it right away. And it's just like, what? It's sad to think about the alternate timeline where Angle could have possibly never won a championship during this run. Like, he only won that out of what happened in this national tragedy, and to think all the work they would have done to build Kurt up in this thing, only to have him lose all of his encounters with Stone Cold, like in the different timeline, that would have been super disappointing. Be that as it may, Angle gets things started in the match with a bevy of suplexes. Austin and Van Dam are a bit shy to hit each other at first, but within a couple of minutes, though, Austin's swinging at everything that moves. Austin goes for the stunner, but Angle blocks the kick, and Austin yells, RVD with a rolling thunder on Angle. Austin begins to work on RVD's leg, but Kurt Angle keeps interrupting, trying to remind everyone he's still in this title picture. What's the most popular move on this show? The catapult. We get another one in this match from Austin to Angle. Steve and Kurt fighting on the outside, then RVD flips onto both of them. Angle actually hits his moonsault on RVD. Nice. A double down by Austin and Angle. Rob goes for the splash on one or both of them, but they both move. A lot of broken up pinfalls here. On the outside, Austin goes for a pile driver on the announce table, but Angle counters it, but then Van Dam dives onto him. Everyone is down. Then Mr. McMahon has entered the chat. Van Dam and Angle trade attacks. Kurt with a big suplex off the top rope. Austin with a stunner. Kurt rolls out of the ring. Steve stalks Rob, but then Mr. McMahon whomps Austin with a chair, cuts him open hard way on the back of his head. Ouch. RVD hits the 5-star frog splash, but Kurt breaks up the pin. Angle with many suplexes in the Angle slam. Then Shane McMahon gets involved. Vince charges into Shane and they brawl. Austin with a stunner to RVD. The cover and the win. Austin retains. I give this one 3.5 stars out of 5. I think this triple threat match is a lot better than the one we saw at King of the Ring with Jericho and Benoit. That was good, but this one I think is better, a bit faster pace, told a better story. My one gripe with this match was the involvement of Vince and Shane McMahon, because that really hammered home that this storyline isn't about the championship. It's not even about the Federation versus the Alliance. It's all about Vince versus his children. And that's really all it boils down to. And with Vince coming back, that really was hammered home on this show, I think. Now, whereas Stephanie McMahon's involvement in the previous match, I think, elevated the story told in that match, I think Vince and Shane getting involved in this one brought it down a little bit. Because again, it just took away from the other more interesting story of the dynamic between Austin and Rob Van Dam. And speaking of which, I think one of the biggest mistakes they made in the whole Alliance storyline, the Invasion storyline, was that they didn't pull the trigger on Rob. I'm not saying he should have won the championship on this night, or that he should have won the title like on this thing, but at the very least, he should have defected from the Alliance. I mean, the whole Invasion storyline, their biggest wow moments, the entire run, was having someone from the Federation jump ship to the Alliance, and it was so rarely, if ever, done the other way around. Maybe Tori Wilson going to the Federation under Dayton Tajiri, but think of how awesome a moment that would have been for the Invasion storyline, which by this point is hanging on by a thread, to have one of the biggest stars just jump ship to the Federation where he's feeling more appreciated and having to get away from the tyrannical reign of Steve Austin. Like, that whole thing writes itself, but kind of like how they screwed the pooch with Angle, they did the same thing with RVD in the storyline. My grade for No Mercy 2001 is a B. Like I mentioned at the top of this video, I think it's a big improvement from Unforgiven the previous month, but also it's very obvious by this point that WWF isn't even caring about the Invasion aspect of their product anymore. Like, of all the people who wrestled tonight, 6 of them were actually from the WCW acquisition or the ECW Invasion just before the Invasion pay-per-view. And of those 6, 2 of them were technically on the same side. So yeah, not a lot of investment into the actual, like, invading talent instead of the people that are already there in the company to begin with. But that being said, a lot of the matches were really good. Like Test versus Kane was an unexpected delight. Edge and Christian, the ladder match, was fantastic. Unfortunately, they shit the bed with RVD, like I mentioned. But, you know, that being aside, I think this was a very good show in the right direction. We got one more real month of this thing before the climax of the Invasion storyline. But before that, in 2 weeks, we're going to go back in time, way back to the year 1989, when a young WCW wants to try and spook and frighten the fans with Halloween Havoc. I'm Brian Zane, and I'll see you next time. Well, as they say, the end is here, and it's finally time for the dramatic climax to the war between the Alliance and Team WWF. It's winner take all. It's Survivor Series 2001 from November 18th at the Greensboro Coliseum in Greensboro, North Carolina. This show was nominated by Jonathan Reddy, Ellis Watson, Alan Jolly, Jason Young, Mysterio 99, and Anthony Savardi over on patreon.com/wrestlingwithregret. Like I said, it's a long-awaited conclusion to the Invasion storyline as we know it. A lot of time was spent in the middle of it all between the beginning and the end, where not much care and craftsmanship was put into the Invasion and to the motivations of the heels, the Alliance, what have you. But you know what? We're going to wrap this up in a nice little bow. And damn, what an opening hype package this is. It shows the history of the company, how it's evolved, and how the landscape's changed over time. We get the music, the shots of the legends in the old gym, the sound bites in the current build, including Heyman screaming in Latin again. They got a lot of use out of that clip. 10,142 people in the Greensboro Coliseum, and to give you an idea of how much the business had died after the Monday Night War and after WCW was bought out, the last time they ran a pay-per-view in this building was King of the Ring 99, and that was a near sellout at about 19,000 people. So it's clear that the interest has really died down, especially in where else? WCW country. Also, this show got 450,000 pay-per-view buys, which is actually the highest number of buys for the show in 3 years. The match sees Christian defend the European Championship against Al Snow. It's kind of a surprise to see Al back on pay-per-view. We've not seen him practically all year since around WrestleMania time because he's been off TV filming for Tough Enough on MTV. The first season had just wrapped up. Maven and Nydia won that, and they started doing the audition process for season 2 happening around this time. So Al is back here. He has a confrontation with Christian on Heat, and that's what brings about this match. Christian with the advantage in the early going, putting the boots to Snow. Al works his way up from a chinlock position minutes later, tries to go for the trapped headbutts, but Christian back on top. Snow comes back, then he gets the headbutts out. Really has Christian on the ropes here. He almost has him beat a couple of times. Hits a top rope crossbody, but Christian rolls through and almost wins. Al with the snow plow, but Christian getting his foot on the ropes. There's a bit of a chase around the ring. Christian gets back in first, kicks Snow coming through the ropes, the unprettier, and the win. I give it 2.5 stars out of 5. It's a solid opener, but there's no heat to this thing. Like I said, this match was made only minutes before the show went on the air on Sunday Night Heat, so there's no, Al Snow had been off TV for a long time, so yeah, there's not a lot of reason to really care about this matchup, but at least it was done well. Backstage in Alliance HQ, Shane and Stephanie McMahon, along with some others, confront Stone Cold and ask him point blank if he'll be defecting to the WWF at the end of the night, and Stephanie thinks it'll happen because she saw Stone Cold share a smile with Vince McMahon on SmackDown. Smiling! What the hell's that about? Tensions are riding high between everyone, arguing over who the leader of the team should be tonight. A fired up Austin standing up for himself, saying he's here to whip somebody's ass and to destroy the World Wrestling Federation and make sure everyone is on the same side. Elsewhere, Vince and Linda McMahon are having a chat, and Vince telling Linda not to be concerned about what could happen tonight. Frosty tips Cole, asks what Vince thinks about the possibility of the company going out of business tonight. Vince talks about always doing some calculated risks. That's how he's made his money, that's how he made his fortune and became the kingpin of wrestling he is today. He says that his 6 WWF members will defeat the 4 Alliance members and that it's damn near a guarantee. Alliance Commissioner Willie Reeves shows up and says he's not buying Vince's claptrap about Austin possibly defecting back to the Federation. He says he can't wait to see all the McMahons have fought for go down the drain and can't wait for the first episode of Alliance Raw tomorrow. Boy, that's got a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Alliance Raw. And hey, in an alternate timeline, you could be watching the Survivor Series show on the Alliance Network on Peacock. Up next, Regal taking on Tajiri. The feud between these two are continuing, probably because Tajiri's got dick all to do as Cruiserweight Champion at the moment. More on that later. Last week on SmackDown, Regal put the stretch on Tori to win an intergender tag match where he and Ivory took on Tajiri and Tori. Regal absorbs a couple of kicks at the beginning and is very aggressive at the start, gets his nose busted within moments. That's a common theme with Regal. Tajiri slips into a hangman spot in the ropes. Regal point on his legs from the outside. Damn, this match is going hard. JR on commentary talks about how Regal was picked up from the scrap heap before he came to the WWF, which is cold but also true, because if you're familiar with Regal's story, he was, dealing with a lot of substance abuse issues and had to go to rehab between his stints in the WWF before finally being clean and brought back into the company. So fair, harsh but fair. Tajiri with a few more kicks in, goes to the buzzsaw kick, Regal ducks it, blocks another strike, hits the Regal bomb for the win, but he's not done, picks him up, hits another one after the bell. He goes to leave, but then Tori Tori Wilson shows up to check on her boyfriend Tajiri, so Regal goes back into the ring, hits a Tiger Bomb on her too. What a bastard. I give it 2 stars out of 5. It was a painfully short match. I really wish they gave it more time, and I don't know if they had to go to the finish early because of whatever injury Regal had in his nose or whatever, but they were able to cram a lot of action into this, intentional or otherwise, in terms of action and drama. It was a violent affair for as short a match as it was, and it was, done very well for, again, the brief time it was given. We get a recap of last week on Raw when WWF Commissioner Mick Foley said he was sick of all these championships bopping around each and every week. Finally, someone who could speak for us. And he announced that there would be some title unification matches at Survivor Series for the US and Intercontinental titles, for the WCW and WWF tag titles. There was supposed to be one for the Cruiserweight and Light Heavyweight titles, but this might explain why Tajiri was wrestling Regal for 2 shows in a row, was because X-Pac, the Light Heavyweight champion, was out with an injury. So that championship was quietly forgotten about for the rest of this angle and not brought up again until early next year. And by the way, there's something I will not miss in this storyline. It's all the damn title changes. I've been talking about it in previous reviews. It's like every week, at least one championship would change hands. And there's so many belts now, the influx of titles coming in from WCW. And it was just so confusing. People would become multiple-time tag champions, and they almost were never the champions of the company they were meant to represent. And it just got so confusing and so muddled. And we'll talk more about one of those belts and the confusion that lies therein in just a second, because Edge, the US champion, is going to take on Test, the Intercontinental champion, to unify the belts. Now, wait, you might be asking, wasn't Edge the Intercontinental champion in the last review we did at Rebellion in the UK? Yes, he was, but then on the Raw afterward, Test cheated to win and become the new Intercontinental champion, and the following week, Edge challenged Kurt Angle, who was then the US champion, to an impromptu match for the title, and he won that. Good God Almighty, it's getting confusing. We get some flirting between Test and Stacy Keibler, who would become an item in real life later on. Test says he wants to partay with her and says, maybe you and I can unite tonight. Stacy gently caresses his butt, and then he says to himself, yeah, she wants me. What brilliant writing for these two. Then we see Edge interviewed backstage. He says he and Test are both tall, athletic, blonde, and have unique first names, but says Test has been dumped by nearly every woman on the planet. He says he won't take Test's big boot, but Test will be saying, I got beat by Edge. What's that all about? You know what, as far as Alliance members are concerned, whether you look at the OG invaders like from WCW or ECW or the defectors from the Federation, I don't think anyone from that group benefited nearly as much as Test did. He'd always been in the mid-card, he'd been a champion in the past, but this is one where he was taken really seriously and he was just up there. He was sharing all this screen time with guys like Booker T and Kurt Angle and Edge and all this stuff. He won both the tag titles during this run with Booker T. He was fighting The Undertaker and Kane as well. That match he had with Kane at No Mercy was a real barn burner. He was on TV in these really high-profile spots on a weekly basis, and we'll find out what happens to them later in this show. But yeah, I think he was one of the real winners of the Invasion storyline from beginning to end. We get some back and forth to start things off. Test showing more of his power, dropping Edge onto the barricade outside. I like how Heyman on commentary talks about the historic names for these respective titles. Like the IC title, he talks about guys like Pedro Morales and Pat Patterson. And for the US Championship, Johnny Valentine and Ric Flair. And how he says, tonight, one of these lineages will die. Well, if only he knew. Edge comes back with the quickness, Test back on top, wearing Edge down. Edge is still able to fire back. He goes for a cross body but gets none of it. Fighting on the top rope, Test with the flying nothing, but Edge hits him with a drop kick. He goes on a big run, counters the pump handle slam into an Edge-o-matic. Test steals Edge's spear, but it's not enough. Edge kicks out of the pump handle, Test kicks out of the spear, Edge the victory roll, and pins to win. I give it 4 stars out of 5. This was my favorite singles match of the evening. I think these two really had great chemistry. I've been liking Edge's work in the Invasion storyline so far, especially his matches with Christian and Kurt Angle. And I think, like I said, Test has been really shining and has been elevated in a way that we would never really see much with him again, at least on Raw and SmackDown is concerned in this run. So yeah, I think these two really brought it and told a really good story. Stephanie chatting with Kurt Angle backstage. She's stressed and concerned about tonight and how she's put all her money into this. And if the Alliance loses tonight, she'll have to be a regular person who has to buy her own groceries and clean her own house. Ew! But Kurt says he'll make sure Austin does not screw the Alliance tonight. Elsewhere, Lita and Jeff Hardy chatting backstage. Lita wonders if something's up with Matt, and it turns out someone's ears are burning. Matt says we should all act a little strange tonight because of what's at stake here. He goes, we're Team Extreme, and we're going to live our dream. He's got all the words down in this promo, but he is so rapid fire. He's just going a mile a minute with this thing. He does not have the confidence and the poise, of course, he would later have in today's world as Matt Hardy. You know, his promo style has gotten so much better from what it is here 20 years ago. The Hardy Boys leave, and Trish Stratus pops out of the same locker room Matt was just in. I think it's meant to be implied, oh, were Matt and Trish screwing around just back there behind Lita's back, but I'm not so sure because the locker room door is clearly labeled Team WWF, which seems to me that everyone from that side is in the locker room, all men and women huddled about, intermingling, so who knows who was screwing around with who back there. Time for a steel cage match to unify the WCW and WWF tag titles as the Dudleys take on the Hardys. Love seeing the ref having a hard time getting all 4 belts up in the air. Heyman once again talking about the history of the belts and their respective lineages, but this time when he says one of these reigns will truly die tonight, he means it. It's a cage match with traditional tag rules, which makes no sense to me, and I hate it from the get-go, because how do you handle the whole climbing over the top rope thing? If the illegal man in the team climbs out of the cage when he's not legal, does that mean the team is disqualified? Matt hitting the ropes a lot, which means he's taking his own bumps into the cage wall. Matt tags Jeff in, he's a house of fire. We have back-to-back poetries in motion. Now all 4 guys are in the ring fighting on the cage wall, and from here out, tags don't seem to matter anymore. Top rope Bubba Bomb on Jeff. The Dudleys throw Matt face first into the cage. Jeff is vaulted up, but he climbs instead, and the crowd erupts for that moment. Nice doomsday device by the Dudleys. The Dudleys continue the punishment for a while. They squish Matt into the cage wall. Jeff avoids not 1, but 2 flying Dudleys. Matt comes back into the fray. His mouth is all busted open as they hit their double team attack onto Bubba. Stacy Keibler, the Duchess of Dudleyville, she gets a table out from under the ring. She seduces Nick Patrick to steal the key from him, like pickpockets him very blatantly to unlock the cage door. Patrick taking forever to figure out what had just happened, but here's my thing about this. If Stacy wanted to get the key from fellow Alliance member Nick Patrick, did she really have to put on that ruse? Couldn't she have just asked? Tables now in the ring. Matt climbs out of the cage but leaves his brother behind. Jeff fights back. Devon gingerly putting himself on the table for some reason. Jeff is climbing and has the whole thing won, but for some reason that risky rascal, he wants to do something crazy. He jumps off the top of the cage but splats through an empty table. The Dudleys pin and win to unify the belts, and Matt looks pretty peeved. I give it 3 stars out of 5. This match was kind of like, it was a lot of ebb and flow with this one for me, because to start things off, I think the match rules were super confusing, trying to do traditional tag rules in like a no disqualification environment, and then the tag thing was just thrown out halfway through. And then I think the middle of the match was good. It got into a fun groove, that chemistry those 2 teams are so well known for having, and we had a very dumb finish. Like, in what world does Jeff Hardy think that's the better move to do? You know what's funny is, like, I think the way they've been building this story up, you would think Matt would be the one to cost them the match. And even though Matt was selfish in climbing out first, like without clearing it with Jeff, like, yeah, Jeff definitely screwed up here more than him. And it really helps justify like what Matt Hardy is going through. He's not just some sketchy, creepy guy who like doesn't like the situation for the heck of it. Like, he's actually feeling kind of motivated that this Hardy team, the Team Extreme, living the dream, is not working out. Commissioner Mick Foley at WWF New York, and he's not at the big pay-per-view. Why? Well, Foley says he's been ordered by Vince McMahon to be there, and if the commissioner has to answer to Vince McMahon, the position is kind of a joke. Wow, he just said that on live TV. He says if the Federation wins, he'll be in Charlotte the next morning and have some choice words for Vince McMahon. Boy, does he ever, because Mick Foley is on his way out the company. He's got 1 foot in the door right now, and this all stems back from just how he was used and treated, or mistreated, I guess, as the commissioner, because he's brought back on TV to be this other kind of authority figure in an angle that already has way too many authority figures between Shane and Stephanie and William Regal and now Mick Foley, and Vince McMahon is back. There's way too much stuff going on. So Foley was not really well used. Like, famously, he went to the Raw show in Long Island, his hometown, where he lived. Like, oh, we don't have use for you. And the same thing happened later that week at the SmackDown taping nearby, which seems like a real slam dunk booking decision. Hey, get the cheap pop machine, Mick Foley, in his hometown, and he's also the babyface authority figure to help kind of like battle the heel authority figures, and he's just not there. So the whole idea of him being in this storyline, it felt like kind of a wasted opportunity, and I can understand why Foley is frustrated here, and it's the beginning of the end of his run at the company, and we'll get to that by the end of this review though. Backstage, Scotty 2 Hotty warming up for the Immunity Battle Royal. Test asks if he's in the match. Scotty says yes. Then Test beats him up and takes his spot. Time now for the Immunity Battle Royal. It's a 20-man over-the-top match with guys from each team. The winner receives immunity from being fired for a year, even if they're on the losing side tonight. We also see the pay-per-view debut of new tag team Billy Gunn and Chuck Palumbo before they become Billy and Chuck and made Ruthless Aggression history. Crash Holly also back on pay-per-view for the first time in forever. Good to see him there. Sean Stasiak is out immediately. Nice seeing ya. In comes Taz, and Paul Heyman is in shock. Of course, famously on the SmackDown before this pay-per-view, Paul Heyman did his classic, worked shoot promo against Vince McMahon right to his face, telling about how Vince, undid all the promises his father made to destroy every territory in the pursuit of ultimate power in wrestling, or as Vince calls it, sports entertainment, because wrestling's a dirty word. It's a really amazing promo, and I think that was one of the real bright spots of not just Paul Heyman's time in that run, but also just the entire Invasion storyline. They wait till the last minute to get this really good nugget in there, and it ends when Taz gets up from his commentary table and chokes him out with the Taz mission. It's his biggest moment all storyline after repeatedly just getting his dick kicked in, and he can only get his heat back on the color commentator. Weak! Bradshaw hucks Kidman out of the ring. We're down to Bradshaw, Lance Storm, Test, and Billy Gunn. Test taking out Storm and Bradshaw at the same time. Billy Gunn almost catches him, but Test cuts him off and boots him. Gunn goes flying. Test wins and receives that precious immunity. I give it 1.5 stars out of 5. This was a fairly short and painless battle royal. I think it's interesting. The only people I saw who got real times to shine and have a real big spot in the battle royal, the Alliance guys at least, were all kind of made to look dumb, like Hurricane and Chavo and Hugh Morris and Taz, for instance. I think it was good heat by Test to sneak his way back in after losing the unification match earlier. He sneaks in, he stays relevant and stays important to the storyline here, and I think he's a very good heel. It's very much kind of like a dumb kind of character, dumb musclehead, but it's just, I think it really works for him. And yeah, I can't say enough good things about Test at this point in the Alliance and the Invasion storyline, because I think for him and his character it all works. Booker T and Shane McMahon having a chat. Booker does not trust Austin, but Shane says that he trusts him, so Booker should as well. Booker says he hopes Shane is right. On we go to a 6-pack challenge for the WWF Women's Championship. There's a title we've not heard about in several months. Now, Chyna, who at this point was the reigning women's champion, had been off TV since WrestleMania. She is a couple of weeks away from being officially out of the company, but the belt has been upheld, or it's been removed from her, and so now we've got 6 women, 3 ladies from each team, fighting for the vacant championship to kind of kickstart the new division. You got Trish Stratus, Jacqueline, Lita, Ivory, Mighty Molly, and it's Jazz, formerly of ECW, making her Federation debut after some time in developmental. Off to a strong start against Lita here. Everyone gets a chance to get a little something in. The Alliance ladies triple team Trish, but the WWF makes the save. Lita and Jackie with some poetry in motion, but then Jackie jumps her on their second attempt. Lita with a moonsault. The pin's broken up. Lita's dumped out of the ring. Jazz with a tumble to the outside. Trish hits Ivory with a Stratisfaction and wins her first women's championship. I give it 2 stars out of 5. This was another very short match. I think that it was well executed, but you could tell the ladies were not given a whole lot of time to do stuff with this, because it was boom, boom, boom. Everyone get their stuff in. All the strongest female workers right now were kind of collected in one place at one time, for once in this entire angle, which I thought was very nice. Trish was by far the least experienced of the 6 ladies in here. I actually almost forgotten when I was watching this back. I'm like, I forget who wins this one. And it being Trish kind of surprised me, but she looked good as well. I think she was pretty well protected, and the little surprise of Jazz's debut also, to me, helps elevate this match. Vince McMahon has one final powwow with Team WWF, and The Rock's just a hoppin' fool. Vince with a very motivating speech. If you lose, you'll be total shitheads, and everyone will hate you. He name drops guys like Buddy Rogers, Dr. Jerry Graham, Gorilla Monsoon. He screams, "Hi, Chief Peter Maivia," to The Rock, who's still hopping around. Tells him to forget about the notion that Stone Cold could possibly defect back to the Federation, because they're fighting for survival tonight. It's time for the main event, a winner-take-all Survivor Series matchup as The Rock, Chris Jericho, Big Show, The Undertaker, and Kane of the WWF take on Stone Cold Steve Austin, Kurt Angle, Booker T, Rob Van Dam, and Shane McMahon from the Alliance. So as we established at No Mercy, Vince McMahon has recently come back to television, and after the pay-per-view he goes, "I'm sick of all this Alliance crap." And so just like that, now it's time to finally wrap this shit up in a bow and get things over with. It's a winner-take-all match announced for Survivor Series, and and whichever team wins, the other company is out of business. So at last, after several months of them seemingly not caring about the Angle, it's time to finally end it. As I mentioned in my Rebellion review, Kurt Angle defects to the Alliance soon after the match is made. Vince McMahon takes his spot in the match for about a week before he gives it to the Big Show, who's really been kind of a non-factor in this whole storyline. Definitely not a top player, so him being put in the main event seems kind of forced and out of nowhere. Apparently, they were going to go through with Vince being in the match, but he was injured going into it, which is why the Big Show is replacing him here. But here's a crazy thought. If I got my wish, and if Rob Van Dam actually did defect to the Federation from the Alliance, like I think would have made a lot more sense, probably wouldn't be having this problem. The Rock and Chris Jericho, who have been infighting for weeks, have seemingly patched things up for now until business is taken care of. Meanwhile, Vince suggests that Stone Cold himself will defect from the Alliance and come home to the Federation at Survivor Series. So after months of the Alliance being just supremely confident, having the answers for everything, and seeming to have having one up on the Federation every week with all these swerves and defections, now this one piece of speculation that Austin could be defecting from the group has totally rendered them asunder and is crumbling from within. Their entire psyche has been shattered by this one rumor that Vince is dropping. The Go Home Raw famously has The Rock and Austin just doing an absurd promo off that ends them singing Margaritaville before Rock hits the rock bottom. You will not see that on the network, by the way, because of copyright reasons. Then the final moments of SmackDown had everyone getting their shit in before Austin stood tall in the end and shared that smile with Vince. A few people on both teams are wearing the same shade of red, which confuses me. The match starts off with Austin and Rock brawling, and one by one the members of each team cycle through the ring for a while. Shane's input has just consisted of sneaky pinfall breakups, which gets a Shane's a pussy chant. Undertaker works over Booker T, then Austin, until the Alliance do some sneaky sneaking and take over. Big Show finally in the ring for all of a minute, then Show takes the Angle Slam, the Scissors Kick, the 5-star, then the Shane Elbow for the first elimination. About a minute after that though, Shane takes a choke slam, a tombstone, a Lionsault, and then Shane's gone. Booker decks Kane and the whole thing breaks down into a brawl. RVD with a top rope flying kick, and Kane is gone. Taker on a huge run, striking everything that moves, hits the last ride on Angle, but Austin hits Taker with a stunner, drags Angle's body on top, and the Undertaker's gone. The Rock throws Booker T into Kurt Angle, rolls him up, Booker's eliminated. I like this counter by The Rock where he catches RVD on the top rope and just powerbombs him. RVD and Jericho work for a bit. Cameron gets a big old shot of Chris calling a spot. JR's got to say he's talking to himself. He blocks a split-legged moonsault, hits the breakdown, and Jericho eliminates RVD. Well, there goes the most compelling part of this team. Down to Rock and Jericho versus Austin and Angle. Jericho even gets Angle caught in his own ankle lock for a second, but otherwise spends a lot of time taking heat from the Alliance. Rock gets the tag and goes wild, hits a much nicer looking dragon screw on Angle than he did on Jericho the previous month, makes Angle tap to the sharpshooter. Austin's mouth is busted open. Man, Survivor Series, night of busted faces, as he takes on Jericho. He counters a roll-up into a pin of his own, and Austin eliminates Jericho. Jericho stays in the ring and hits Rock with the breakdown because he's an idiot, I guess. The Rock kicks out though. Jericho wants some more, but the Undertaker stops him, taping his proverbial wrists to get Chris to the back. Austin throws Rock out of the ring, and I can't get enough of the sound the Rock makes as he goes flying. Fighting on the outside, and JR's had enough of Heyman's anti-Oklahoma slander. Kiss my ass, you stepped on Oklahoma one time too many. Austin with a sharpshooter. We get a reference to Montreal on commentary where Heyman goes, why doesn't Hebner just ring the bell? And JR says, because The Rock's not tapping. And Heyman goes, that never stopped Hebner before. Austin tries and fails to use the title as a weapon. Rock gets him in the sharpshooter. We get a rope break. Austin with a low blow, but Rock hits a stunner. JR calls Austin the inventor of the stunner. Johnny Ace would like a word. The pinfall, but damn you, Nick Patrick. Austin with his own rock bottom, but The Rock kicks out. Austin does not approve, and we get the Patrick flop, and then Hebner's knocked out as well. Kurt Angle comes back. He decks his own teammate Austin with the WWF title. He's been the mole this whole time. Angle the double agent. Rock with the him bottom, the win. Team WWF stands tall, and the Alliance is no more. Vince McMahon shows up on stage and celebrates as we go off the air. I give it 3.5 stars out of 5. This was a fine, 5-on-5 elimination tag team match. I felt the drama and the stakes in this matchup were conveyed a lot more in the commentary than the wrestling itself. It was kind of hard to really see that. If you just put everything on mute and didn't know what this match was about, you really wouldn't have a good sense of that, I think. The revelation of Angle being the double agent, all along, still feels weird. Felt weird back then. Feels weird going back through it now. And I felt the same way when he turned at the same time, back 20 years ago, and now watching it. Doesn't make sense, and I think basically, it does justify his turn to the Alliance, knowing that he will eventually turn back against them. But by this point, it feels like another swerve for the sake of a swerve. There's no meat on that bone. That horse has been beaten dead. It was a bridge too far, and I know that for many people, Angle turning to the Alliance was kind of a demotivator. A lot of people stopped watching wrestling. That was another one of the final nails in the coffin. So yeah, good seeing Angle come back to the team and help the WWF win that match, but I think it's kind of too late. The fans don't really care. Then everything goes crazy on the Raw After Survivor Series. Commissioner Mick Foley, he resigns after chewing out Vince McMahon on his private jet. Paul Heyman is exiled and replaced with a returning Jerry Lawler on commentary. All the champions, regardless of what side they were on, have kept their jobs. William Regal is the first person to join the Vince McMahon Kiss My Ass Club, and Vince, who is now immediately a heel again, wants to award the title to Kurt Angle for his actions. Then Stone Cold Steve Austin shows up, beats them up, is a good guy again, and is never made accountable for his actions, his crimes against the World Wrestling Federation since June, ever. For once, he's never made accountable for his perceived crimes. So I'm glad to know that whole heel run was worth it. Oh yeah, by the way, Ric Flair returns to the Federation as Vince McMahon's co-runner, his partner, since he bought Shane and Stephanie's WWF stock. But that's a story for another time. My grade for Survivor Series 2001 is a B-. Not a terrible show at all here. There are a few matches that are kind of in the middle for me, or matches that I would have rated higher had they been given more time, or maybe didn't have very silly finishes. Looking at you, Steel Cage match. I think the main event was solid, even if the Angle twist at the end was just kind of felt strange, kind of like a lackluster. 2001. What a year it was for professional wrestling. The entire landscape changed dramatically between January and December, and now at long last, the World Wrestling Federation is finally the last company left standing. So let us celebrate by crowning the first ever undisputed champion at the first ever Vengeance pay-per-view from December 9th, 2001 at the San Diego Sports Arena in San Diego, California. The show was nominated by Gustav Peterson Sandqvist, Tyler Bowles, Daniel Howell, Steven Slater 007, Alan Jolly, and Sam Adelaide over on patreon.com/wrestlingwithregret. 10,800 people in attendance here, about 315,000 pay-per-view buys. Your commentary team back together again, Jim Ross and Jerry Lawler. The King returned to the announce desk. The Raw After Survivor Series after Paul Heyman was banished to the Shadow Realm for a bit. This opening hype package for this pay-per-view is one of the most bonkers I've ever seen. It's kind of a running thing we've seen in pay-per-view hype packages for the last year or so. These short films by someone named Freddie Fellini. This one is called One, and it has Freddie Blassie watching old wrestling while a bunch of weird shit's happening in the background. There's a spaceman, there's a clown, a woman dancing in a tattered dress, and hey, let's splice in footage of Ivan Koloff and Sting and Lex Luger and Hulk Hogan. What is even happening? Something worth pointing out here that sledgehammer imagery is all over the show, and Triple H was even on the poster, but there's no Triple H here just yet. Apparently there were plans initially for him to come back on Vengeance as kind of his return show, but he was not quite fully rehabbed from his quad injury he suffered earlier in the year, so it was held back a little bit to his return for the Royal Rumble the following month. We have a rare promo to begin the pay-per-view as Mr. McMahon opens the show. He's still recovering from last week on SmackDown when he got the stink face from a returning Rikishi. Of course, that was the big blow-off to what began the day after Survivor Series with the beginning of the Vince McMahon Kiss My Ass Club. The famous scene saw William Regal become the first person to do it, and all month Vince was on a tear, wanting people to kiss his ass in a very forceful manner. He did it to Jim Ross the following week. He wanted Austin and The Rock and Trish Stratus to do it, so he finally got his comeuppance on the go-home SmackDown when he was forced to kiss The Rock's ass. So The Rock was really humiliating and toying with Vince the whole time. He teased his ass was going to be kissed, then Jim Ross's ass, then Trish Stratus's ass, and then in the end it was finally Rikishi who like I said, was finally back on TV. He had a shoulder injury and was gone for the entire invasion. Well, here at Vengeance, Vince telling the people not to laugh at the misfortune of billionaires, which feels like a very familiar sentiment we're still hearing 20 years later. He wraps up his promo by saying, "He who laughs last, laughs the loudest." And then out comes the 50-50 owner of the World Wrestling Federation, talking about Ric Flair. He made his return to the company on the Raw after Survivor Series. The story is he purchased Shane and Stephanie's stock in the Federation, then they used that money to buy WCW and ECW respectively. So Flair's got 50% stock and ownership, so he and Vince now constantly try to one-up each other in matchmaking is the story here. So Flair shows up, tells Vince to shut up, and let's start the show with this tag team match here as Albert and Scotty 2 Hotty take on Test and the European champion Christian. Scotty and Test had been beefing since the previous month of Survivor Series when Test beat up Scotty to take his place in the Immunity Battle Royal, which he'd go on to win. Albert, who was Intercontinental Champion at one point this year, it's important to remember, is now teaming with Scotty and is called the Hip Hop Hippo. And it's crazy to think that up until recently, when Scott Taylor requested his release from NXT, he and Albert were still working together up until just this year, working together in NXT. It's crazy how wrestling works sometimes. Also, still loving Christian as European champion. It's kind of a spin on D'Lo's gimmick for a time when he kind of claimed this sudden adoption of all things European. He could speak fluent European. It was really hilarious stuff. One of my favorite runs of his here. And these two are part of a new faction that kind of formed out of the ashes of the Alliance after Survivor Series. So it's these two, it's William Regal and the Dudley Boys. They're all chummy with each other lately. They got to keep their jobs after Survivor Series because they were either all champions, won a battle royal, or kissed a man's butt on live television. They're the heel group dominating the mid-card and making the four main event guys in the show look good for the last several weeks. Scotty starts out hot but gets cut off and the heels begin their beatdown. Jerry Lawler on commentary offering up some team name ideas for Scotty and Bert: the Honkadelics, MC Crackers, Run BMW, and the Pasty Boys. We get it, they're white. Albert gets the hot tag, does some hippin' and hoppin' and bippin' and boppin' as he gets his shit in, goes to the Baldo bomb, but Test pulls him out of the ring. Christian wants to go for the worm, but he gets cut off. A really fun sequence with all four guys that ends with Albert hitting the Euro champion with the Baldo bomb for the win. I give it 2.5 stars out of 5. I thought it was a solid opener, and like I mentioned, that ending sequence was fun, if a bit fleeting. I thought it was kind of disappointing to see Test, because you've heard me talk about him at length in these reviews lately. For this to be, I kind of wished he was in a better spot right after the invasion blow-off. Then again, I do appreciate them kind of continuing the storyline and having creating a program out of that beatdown that Test gave Scotty at Survivor Series. The coach is backstage with Willie Reegs. He questions Regal's methods as of late, but Regal says they're not questionable, they're successful. He says that Edge has incurred his wrath, and when that happens, he's better off selling his soul to the devil. Nice promo. We go now to the Intercontinental Championship match as Regal challenges Edge. Edge got in Regal's business the last couple of weeks, which led to this match. Also, Regal has now incorporated the power of the punch, aka the brass knuckles, into his repertoire. He was gifted the knuckles by Vince shortly after Survivor Series, and now he's been using it in matches to great success. Edge is off to a good start. Regal cuts him off on the outside. Regal really laying it in on Edge with the knees and the European uppercut, another big knee lift off the ropes. Edge blocks an attack, hits a swinging neck breaker, and begins to make a comeback. Nice Hurricane Rana off the top by Edge. Edge launching Regal out over the ropes by his legs. Haven't seen that done before. Goes for a spear but runs right into some steps instead. As the referee checks on him, Regal pulls out the brass knuckles hidden in the ring. Regal hits 3 Tiger Bombs in this match, 2 of them in a row, and Edge kicks out of all of them. Regal pulls out the knucks but walks right into the spear for the win. Edge retains. I give it 3 stars out of 5. I like both the people in this matchup, but I thought this performance was not either of their best work in the last several months. I did enjoy, though, the physicality and the story with the brass knuckles at the end. Speaking of which, the brass knuckles, of course, would go on to be a big component of Regal's gimmick for the rest of his time as a wrestler and beyond. You'd see when he was the GM of NXT, you always saw the brass knucks placed on a nice little velvet pedestal on his desk. So it's kind of fun to see the very humble beginnings of the brass knuckle component being brought in here. Co-owner Ric Flair's chatting backstage on the phone when Kurt Angle shows up. up. He calls Flair a 14-time world champion. Whoops. He tries to talk Flair down and insist that he's going to win it all tonight, and Flair's just like, yeah, man, that's cool. Like, good for you. Good luck. I believe in you. Kurt's trying to get Flair all riled up, but it's not working. Either that or Kurt's trying to convince himself of what's going to happen, but it's not working. I think it's really funny in this scene, a rare moment in which Ric Flair plays the straight man to somebody else. Elsewhere, Lita's warming up in her referee shirt when Matt Hardy shows up. Matt acknowledges it's been hard on all of them lately, but he'll finally get to show everyone why he's the better Hardy, which of course is the most important thing here. Lita warns Matt even though they're dating and in a relationship, she has to remain objective. Matt says the two of them are going to celebrate big tonight after he wins. And we go to that match now, brother versus brother, the first breakup feud, first of what will be several down the line, for the Hardy Boys as Matt takes on Jeff. We've been seeing this whole thing play out for several months at this point. It's kind of sad because we just saw Edge and Christian break up earlier in the year and the Hardy Boys so soon after. Matt's being a rude a-hole. He's been overbearing in the partnership with he and Jeff. This beef between them goes back to them being little kids. Lita gets caught in the middle and she's had enough of this nonsense, but Matt tells her to referee their match. In real life, according to their autobiography, Exist to Inspire, Jeff is starting to go through, his initial downward spiral here. He's becoming a lot more distant. He's been showing up late to events. He apparently no-showed an event in the build up to this, and so, he's not at his best point here, and I'm thinking, oh, that explains the hat. The match begins with some basic stuff, the arm wrenches and takeovers. Matt takes over, and the fans seem pretty disinterested here. Matt goes to the second rope leg drop, but misses. Jeff comes back, hits his own leg drop. Lita helps Jeff out of a tree of woe, which Matt does take exception to. Matt goes for a sunset flip powerbomb to the outside, but Jeff counters into a Hurricane Rana. Jeff seems to hurt himself flipping back into the ring, but Matt shows no mercy, goes after the leg, gets Jeff in the half crab, but there's a rope break. Matt gets thrown outside. Jeff is too hurt to capitalize, though. There's a double down. Matt wants to hit the twist of fate, but Jeff counters. Matt tries to cheat to win, but Lita won't allow it. Matt gets distracted and almost costs him. Moments later, Matt wants to go for a super twist of fate, but Jeff throws him off the top, hits the swanton. The cover, Matt gets his foot on the ropes, but Lita misses it, counts the 3 anyway, and Jeff wins. I give this one 2 stars out of 5. The match was not terrible, but it was not great, befitting, these two guys and the styles that I think fans were more accustomed to seeing with them. I think, I was expecting something a little more flashy, a little more fast-paced. We didn't really get that here. We saw some small slivers of it, and it makes you wonder, were they saving it for some potential rematch down the line? But no, I just don't think it worked well. And also, more importantly, the fans did not want to see these two fight each other. They didn't want to see the Hardys break up, and so I think that was reflected in the reactions to this matchup. They didn't want to see these guys fight, and they reacted accordingly. And, not surprisingly, these two would be brought back together as a team like within weeks. January, basically, is when they're a team again. Backstage, women's champion Trish Stratus shows up to The Rock's dressing room. She gives him a peck on the cheek for good luck. Then The Rock beckons her back and says, after their big title matches tonight, there'll be plenty of time for Trish to smell what The Rock's cooking. Ooh, she looks intrigued. Man, what a year Trish Stratus had in 2001. She, started off the year as Mr. McMahon's mistress, and then she was teasing something with Jeff Hardy before she got hurt. She comes back and she wins the women's championship, and now they're doing this relationship with her and The Rock, which back then and now, I watch it and there's no chemistry. I do not feel anything when I see these two, big stars interacting with each other. It's like, it doesn't make sense. They don't seem to they're both the top male and female stars of the company at this point, but seeing them together on screen and doing the romance thing, it just doesn't click with me. It's very like Hollywood in that sense, or it's like these actors you're supposed to believe have this chemistry, but I just don't see it or feel it. Well, up next is a match that felt like it kind of came out of thin air in the last week or so. It's for the tag team championships as the Dudleys defend against Kane and the Big Show, who beat the Hardys in a number 1 contenders match that Matt had asked for despite Jeff being hurt. What's interesting is that Undertaker turned heel the week after Survivor Series, which we'll get to in a little bit, but I don't think Kane ever once addresses his brother's change of heart or anything, because, these guys were a pretty solid tag team in the months during the Invasion angle, and, anyone want to ask Kane what he thinks about Taker's new quest for respect? Nope, mum's the word apparently. The big guys throw their weight around at the start of the match. Both Dudleys are taken outside. Kane dives onto them from up top. Stacy Keibler makes a fuss about it, so Big Show finds it to be a good time to pants her, then give her a big spanking. Boy, talk about something that has not aged well. Ref gets distracted, which allows for a what's up on Kane. Big Show gets the hot tag and is all over Bubba and Devon. Goes to the choke slam but takes a chop block. Kane goes up top, but he takes out his own partner on accident. Then Big Show returns the favor moments later. An exposed turnbuckle shows dropped face first onto kind of like a 3D. The Dudleys win and retain the gold. This one gets 2 stars out of 5 for me. I felt like kind of a blah tag match. I mean, the Dudleys bumped their asses off for Kane and the Big Show and made them look amazing, so I'll give them credit for that. But that's about all this match had going for it to me. It just felt like it was kind of a placeholder match for all 4 guys and also just kind of beef up this pay-per-view. Backstage, Lita apologizes to Matt for her mistake earlier, but Matt's having none of it. On we go to the Hardcore Championship match as Rob Van Dam defends against The Undertaker. So that was the big story from a week after Survivor Series, with The Undertaker finally turned heel because Vince McMahon was trying to get Jim Ross to join the Kiss My Ass Club, and you had Taker making the save supposedly. Talks about all the different wrestlers who had come and gone before him, like, Hogan and Shawn and Brett and all these different guys who'd kissed Vince's ass, but Taker had kissed Vince's ass the most. And so he asked JR, were you going to kiss his ass? And he goes, hell no. And Taker goes, does that mean you think you're better than me? And so this whole story now is Taker not getting the respect he feels he has earned after a decade plus of destruction. And so you also know the heel turn is official now because Taker has cut his hair. He's got the short look now. And honestly, I like heel Undertaker at this point. I immediately like his character and his persona a lot more than I did during the invasion, because I railed on a lot of Taker's performance during that storyline with a bunch of people, and I'll get to that in my kind of invasion roundup at the end of this. So what a difference a heel turn makes for Taker, because for me it justifies my dislike for his character, and I think it just comes off better. And of course, now with this great reset after the alliance is gone, you need some people to be realigned as heels. And so Taker, I think he kind of gotten the most he could have out of the babyface biker run, so it felt about time for a heel Taker run here. Van Dam catching Taker off guard at first with the quickness, big senton off the top rope, fight on the outside, the action spills into the crowd. RVD goes for a dive, but Taker just sidesteps him. Taker grabs the fan's Mexican flag and uses it to choke out Van Dam, which gets a big reaction from the fans there. Van Dam's thrown over a barricade, which then falls on his face. The brawl continues by the stage area. Taker grabs a chair, but Van Dam blinds him with a fire extinguisher. Van Dam climbs up the stairs, dives off onto Taker, and then onto a bag of flour, apparently. Back up on the stage, Taker's back in control. He lawn darts RVD into the set, goes for the last ride, but RVD grabs a hold of something and gets away for a moment. Rolling Thunder on the steel, then a running dropkick with the chair. They're fighting near the edge of the stage. RVD goes to the Van Daminator. Taker ducks it, the chokeslam off the stage and through some tables and debris. The cover, the win, and the new champion. This was a match unlike, I think, anything RVD had experienced so far in his time in the company, and it was a big test for him to this big pay-per-view match, high profile with Taker, who he wrestled before on TV and had beaten, but this one felt a lot different because of the face and heel dynamic, obviously. Taker took a lot more from Van Dam here than I felt he had taken from anyone else in the alliance combined before this point, so it was pretty refreshing to see. I think these styles meshed really well for each other, and it was a solid match. Ric Flair is on the phone again. Now he's cut off by Chris Jericho. He says he can see that Ric Flair does not have the confidence in him to win it all tonight. Flair again being diplomatic and saying Chris to go for it, but Chris says it's not a matter of if, but when, and says that when he wins, he's going to get Flair to hand him something he's never had, the undisputed title. On we go now to the Women's Championship match as Trish Stratus defends against Jacqueline. Oh look, another women's title match with zero build, because as far as I can recall from watching the shows leading up to this, Trish and Jackie never once interacted in the build to this pay-per-view, because Trish had spent all month, when she wasn't kissing The Rock, she was feuding with Stacy Keibler in a Gravy Bowl match and a bra and panties match, and Jackie was barely even on TV until the Go Home SmackDown when she beat Crash Holly in a match. I feel bad for the two ladies here, especially Jackie, because she's given the task of having a straight-up wrestling match with the relatively green Trish, making her look good, teaching her, and we get a "We Want Puppies" chant from the crowd about a minute in. There's some happy feet to start things off, but then Jackie slows things down and takes control. Jackie sweeps the leg, but it looks bad for both ladies. Some miscommunication on the roll-up out of the corner, looks like a video game glitch. Jackie blocks the Stratusfaction and levels Trish as Jerry can't stop commenting on the color of Trish's bra. Trish ends up winning the match with a backslide and retains. I give it a half star out of 5. It was not a great match. There were a lot of missteps throughout, and also it was a very short match. And also Jerry Lawler's commentary did not help. I was pining for a Paul Heyman return pretty strongly as this match was going on, and at least after this match we can go into it and walk away from it thinking, well, hey, you know, Trish does get better over time. We get a recap of Vince getting his face shoved in Rikishi's ass. The Big Quiche is reporting live from WWF left New York and says he's back and ready to back that ass up again. On we go now to the main event portion of this pay-per-view. Now, as we saw after Survivor Series, WCW is no more, and therefore no more reason for a WCW championship. So it's renamed the World Title, and it's going to be absorbed here in this unification series of matches. It's 4-man, 3 matches, 2 titles, and 1 undisputed champion. These series of matches were made by Flair and McMahon working together to create this main event. Most of the build, though, has revolved around the Kiss My Ass Club. Sigh. The very introduction of the matches themselves gets pyro, which I liked a lot. The commentary treated it like a huge deal, as it should be, you know, the WWF Championship, and even though it's not like controlled by the original WCW, that championship still has a lot of history and lineage to it, so it is very important. The top 2 American world titles being unified here is a big deal, and you know, even though we've seen a couple of good matches throughout the show up to this point, I feel this is the first time that we actually are watching an honest-to-God like big pay-per-view. Your first championship match sees Stone Cold Steve Austin defend the WWF Championship against Kurt Angle. Lots of history with these two in the last year, mostly one-sided though. Some good back and forth to start things out. Austin starts working over Angle's arm. The fight goes in and out of the ring. Angle slamming Austin's leg into the ring post. Nice figure 4 around the post as well. Angle on the attack with suplexes, 3 Germans in a row, goes for his moonsault, but alas, he misses. Austin begins to make a comeback, hits a spine buster, even hits some Germans of his own, 2 more than Angle did. Kurt with a low blow, hits the Angle slam, there's a kick out. Kurt's frustrated here, goes for his own stunner, but Austin gets out of it, hits his own stunner, and wins to retain the title and go on to the finals. I give this one 3.5 stars out of 5. The match was fine, it was okay, befitting these two guys, but they'd done it better in matches they'd done earlier in the year, I think. Nothing we really hadn't seen before with this one. And also, I just feel bad for Kurt Angle, and we'll talk about this more in my Invasion Roundup, just the fact that this is the same guy who survived 3 stunners in a match earlier this year, and now he's taken down by 1 stunner from Austin in a match that wasn't nearly as good as that one. So yeah, again, kind of what happened to the badass that we saw just as recently as like 2 months before this. King and JR seem to be killing time before we get a backstage segment of Tess barging in on Trish Stratus. She's responding to this a lot differently than she did when Hugh Morris and Chavo Guerrero barged in Manchester. Tess saw how she kissed The Rock, and now it's his turn. Pucker up, baby. Trish wants none of this, and Tess dares her to try and get him fired because, of course, he is immune, which he reminds you of for several months after this. On we go now to the WCW Championship match as The Rock defends once again against Chris Jericho. Now, since Survivor Series, Jericho has gone full-blown heel, and now he's gotten really full of himself. He calls himself the living legend, which did briefly get him and the company in Larry Zbyszko's legal crosshairs. He's dyed part of his hair red. The commentary calls him an egomaniac and an egoholic every other sentence, so needless to say, they're definitely pushing Jericho full-blown as the heel that they really restrained doing with him during the invasion itself. But now that that's over with, anything goes. The match starts at a quicker pace than the last one. Jericho knocks Rock on the outside with his triangle drop kick. Some fighting at ringside. Back in the ring, Jericho with a top rope spinning elbow, even tries the cocky pin. I think I ever beat somebody once with that in revenge. Jericho wears down The Rock, gets him in a sleeper. The Rock fights out of it, but Jericho stops him, hits the lion salt, but The Rock kicks out. Jericho getting into it with referee Hebner, who takes no guff. Fighting on the top rope, Jericho hits a top rope crossbody, but Rock rolls through, gets a near fall. Jericho runs into the corner, goes flying into the ring post, and tumbles to the floor. He recovers and catapults The Rock into the post. He wants to hit The Rock with his own bottom. That didn't come out quite right. A rock bottom attempt countered into a DDT by The Rock through the announce table. Jericho counters another rock bottom into the breakdown. We get a double down from there. Jericho's back up and wants to do the people's elbow. The Rock stops him, goes to the sharpshooter, but Jericho reverses into one of his own. The Rock is passing out from the pain briefly before he wakes up, gets the rope break. Rock with the him bottom, but he can't capitalize. Vince McMahon enters the chat. He distracts the referee. The Rock decks him. Vince goes flying. The spine buster, people's elbow attempt, brings Vince in, finishes the elbow, beats up Vince some more, but then Jericho with a low blow, the rock bottom. Jericho wins and regains the World Championship. I give this one 4 stars out of 5. This match, I felt very similar vibes to the match they had at No Mercy for the championship that Jericho also won. Great story here, great intensity. As good as Angle, Austin, that feud was for a lot of their run in 2001, I think Jericho's and Rock's near the tail end of the year, it really picked up steam near the end of it. And I think this is another great example of that. Jericho has 0 time to recover as Stone Cold shows up, still limping from earlier, but ready to fight for the undisputed title. But then Kurt Angle dinks Austin with a chair, but then Rock with another him bottom onto Jericho, so now it's even. The undisputed championship match begins with a double down. Jericho's up first and is on the attack, but Austin comes out of the corner with a spear and fights back. Fight goes to the outside. Austin starts peeling back the padding on the concrete floor. Onto the Spanish announce table now. Jericho blocks a stunner, goes for the walls, but Austin throws him off. Back in the ring, Austin takes a shoulder to the post. Jericho with one of his 1004 moves, armbar, now with rope assist. Jericho goes up top but gets picked off on his way down. Jericho rolls through the spinebuster attempt into the walls. Jericho goes for his flying forearm, and Earl Hebner takes all that. It sounds like there is some mild Triple H chants in the crowd here. Keep dreaming. Here comes Mr. McMahon again with referee Nick Patrick. Ric Flair stops him and we get the Patrick flop. McMahon sucker punches Flair, throws him into the post. Austin sees Vince, beats him up a little bit. Austin makes a big comeback, catches Jericho's missile dropkick into the Austin Crab. Jericho's tapping out, but there's no referee. Booker T runs in and decks Austin in the back of the head with the WWF title. He doesn't work here. Hebner back in, the cover, the count, and the 3. Chris Jericho is the first ever undisputed champion, and Mr. McMahon laughs and laughs and laughs as an irritated Austin is covered in confetti and we fade to black. I give this one 4 stars out of 5. Now I will say it is unfortunate that the historic nature of the merging of these two titles is bogged down so much by just screwy stuff, especially in those last 2 matches. It is par for the course during this time, but you feel bad at the fact they had to go there for that one. They couldn't keep it a little more sanctified, having not so much interference here. But I mean, again, it's the way the stories are built. That being said, I have to give Austin and Jericho big props, especially Jericho, for working 2 matches in a row. And with Jericho's case, absolutely no rest in between. Of course, it is an historic moment, so I got to give them credit for that. And as someone who was a massive Chris Jericho fan, especially at the time, I think it's very cool and very validating to see him get that moment in the spotlight. Not just the secondary championship, like it was kind of perceived the world title was at the time, but the whole enchilada, being the person to have beaten Austin and The Rock at the same night, a line that he would repeat ad nauseum for several years, but it is a very huge accomplishment. Even though this championship reign itself was not his best of his career, of his several world titles, this was the one that kind of changed his career forever, more so than the WCW title win earlier in the year. My grade for the final show of the Invasion storyline arc, looking back 20 years later, Vengeance 01, is a B-. I think the historical significance of those last 3 matches, the whole main event portion for the undisputed title, and the quality of those matches puts this one in the upper grade category for me. But the undercard, for the most part, is pretty uninspired. Not a lot of terrible matches on this show, but but the ones we saw in the undercard, with a couple of exceptions, with RVD and Taker, and maybe to a lesser extent Regal and Edge, just not truly great, just kind of like in the middle. It just seems like so much of the big storytelling devices went away when the invasion was over and the alliance lost, that you have a lot of characters kind of floating in the ether. A lot of the matches we saw built up for this thing had no build, in fact, or very little, and so not a lot of reason to get behind a lot of the undercard in this thing. But again, the importance of those last 3 matches and the unifying of the belts, I think, was a big deal. I think it was very clever, the fact that they were able to kind of swerve the audience here, because the entire build for this show, whether they wanted to admit it or not, was like Rock Austin. That's what we are kind of wanting to see in the finals. Everyone wants to see Rock and Austin, but they don't give you that here. So you get Jericho instead, kind of like stealing the thunder of people. Again, getting that big heel character over that he was really starting to develop. I think that was well done. And again, as a Jericho fan, it's a big moment for me. So that's why I put the grade up a little bit higher here and give it a B-. And so ends the Invasion storyline 20 years later. It's been really crazy to kind of watch all this programming back from like May of 01 to the end of the year, and just seeing how much changed in the company and in the wrestling landscape in that time period. And to watch it back again, having watched it the first time as it was happening, and to see it again 20 years later with refreshed eyes, and to be able to cover it for this channel has been a lot of fun for me, and really helps fill in a lot of the gaps that I had in earlier videos videos I'd done about the Invasion. So after having looked back extensively at this product from 20 years ago, it's now time for some final comments on the Invasion storyline. Things I liked, things I didn't like, things where my appreciation changed for the better after rewatching it, and vice versa. I will say, watching all this stuff again made me really turn around and change my opinion on Stone Cold Steve Austin's heel turn. Like, again, the timing of it is really not great when you consider like where the landscape of the wrestling was at that time and where people were coming and going. But as the paranoid, crazy leader of the Alliance, I think his stuff was gold. I think he had the ability to hit that switch from being a really funny, entertaining heel champion to a really devious and just despicable one, kind of shades of what he was doing earlier in the year right after his heel turn. And his effortless move back to babyface after Survivor Series is something I still take issue with and don't like because there was no accountability for what he did. But in the moment, during the Alliance storyline, I think Austin as the leader was actually a lot better than I gave it credit for originally. The things I liked the most about the Invasion storyline often had so little to do with the actual like fake war between the WWF and like WCW, ECW. Like a lot of individual character things I appreciated and enjoyed a lot. Like the Hurricane, for example. Quite possibly the most enduring thing to have come out of the Invasion angle was Shane Helms totally reinventing his gimmick, becoming this cheesy superhero, and it just totally getting over instantly. And it was so entertaining and so funny. I just love that stuff. Then there was Edge and Christian's breakup and each man's ascent into the singles ranks. Austin and Kurt Angle had a great feud, but if you stripped all the Alliance and Invasion stuff away from it, it would have almost been the exact same. It would have held up just fine on its own without the whole Invasion thing surrounding it. Chris Jericho's rise to the main event was also something that was very interesting about this time period, but again, the war against the Alliance had so little to do with it. It was all an inter-WWF war, and honestly, it would have made a lot more sense if, say, Chris Jericho joined the Alliance and Christian didn't, but neither had to, honestly. The Invasion was really underplayed for a lot of this time and just diluted the meaning to everything and the justification as to why so many of these wrestlers were here. Obviously, you had that overarching, oh, they're in the Alliance, but then like by the end, so many of those connections within the Alliance were so tenuous that it's like it just really was irrelevant by the end. Paul Heyman's time on commentary as the mouthpiece of the Alliance led to some brilliant back and forth with Jim Ross. Those two had one of the greatest short runs on commentary of all time, no question. And as I've mentioned before on this review series, I really liked the ascension of Kurt Angle as a top guy in the World Wrestling Federation here. I love the comedy stuff he and Austin did early in the Invasion's run, but for all the Invasion did to help build Angle up, it was just as responsible in tearing him down. And a lot of it had to do with that double turn, joining the Alliance and then joining the WWF as like the double agent, the mole or whatever. I guess I should clarify something I've said in the last couple of reviews here in the Invasion. It's not that I don't think Kurt Angle's turns didn't make sense, which I had been saying. I guess what I really mean is I don't like the turns. For what I mentioned earlier, like they tried, it just really undid all this work to make Kurt this legitimate badass and to get away from the goofy comedy stuff. And it just felt like a tumbling back into this thing, which like, yeah, it worked for a time, but he had evolved so much as a character. I think that hurt him more than anything. And also the fact, speaking of things that hurt him, this completely one-sided feud with Austin. Even though he was briefly world champion here, he never truly got a leg up on Steve Austin. And I think that really, in the long run, kind of like short-circuited a lot of his trajectory into making him like the top guy or a top guy. Speaking of someone who got criminally hurt in all this was Taz. Now you could argue in the grand scheme of things, Taz was slowly transitioning out of wrestling with all his mounting injuries, doing more commentary stuff. Fine, but even within all that, his was still a very compelling story in the Alliance angle. There were a handful of times when Alliance members like threatened to defect or like they could defect to join the WWF, and that would have really meant something. And of all those moments, I think Taz himself had like 3 or 4 of those moments, because there were so many times where it's like he was getting berated and getting beaten down and everything. You saw the frustration, and the only time he finally develops a backbone and really gets his heat back is when he beats up Paul Heyman on the Go Home SmackDown, and then he's treated like a jobber in the Battle Royal. He comes back to the WWF because like, oh, Vince liked what I did to Paul Heyman, Cole, and that sort of thing, and he's a broadcaster now. But like, there were so many chances you could have had throughout the entire storyline with a big variety variety of people to have these very pivotal or emotionally like proper, like good, yeah, kind of defections, like with Taz, like with RVD, and they just didn't do it. And I think that would have shaken up the angle and made the Invasion storyline mean so much more. It wouldn't have had to be a whole lot, just a little bit of things here and there, not just like Tori Wilson defecting because she's dating Tajiri. I'm not saying anything new when I say there was a lot of money left on the table with the Alliance storyline, the Invasion angle, I should say. And of course, people have written think pieces and have done videos rebooking the Invasion for a very long time, far better than I ever could here. So if you want to hear some great fantasy booking about the Invasion 20 years later, go check them out. I'm at least on one or two of those things, so you'll see me there in some capacity. You know, like any storyline or era, the Invasion had a lot of strengths, had a lot of weaknesses. As a standard like WWF storyline, like here are some wrestlers, here's a story we've kind of built a framework around, it was fine. It was passable. But the big thing here, as everyone has said, is that with something with this much like hope and scope and scale and heat behind it, as a feud between the World Wrestling Federation and the WCW, and to a lesser extent ECW, I guess, there's a whole lot of stuff from that angle was squandered. Even if you didn't get the bigger names that were on the holdouts of the contracts, who you could argue their presence may not have even improved the Invasion storyline. Even if you got those guys, so much stuff was squandered with what they had, which could have been something, you know? The real kicker is, only a month or two later, so much of this storyline is completely forgotten about and never referenced again. When you get right down to it, much like 2020, 2001 is kind of just like a forgotten year in wrestling, where there's so much that, you know, it's significant and it's noteworthy in its own way, but also is more or less completely forgettable because a lot of stuff is totally retconned and never referenced again. And those are my final thoughts on the Invasion, on Vengeance 01. What did you think of the story arc looking back 20 years later? Let me know in the comment section below. What kind of story arcs from other periods in wrestling do you want to see me cover from all the classic pay-per-views that have been nominated over the years? It's a huge list, so if you send me a story arc, chances are I've got all the shows or most of the shows that have been nominated that I can cover them at a future time. We'll be covering at least one or two other story arcs like over the course of the next year, but all is based on your feedback and what you guys want to see me do in the months to come. But next time on the Classic Review, the last video I'll be doing for the year 2021 is a very special review. A look back at AWA Super Clash 3. I'm Brian Zane, and I'll see you next time. It's the fall of 2002. Over on Raw, Triple H's reign of terror with the World Championship is just in its infancy. Over on the Blue brand, the SmackDown 6 is chugging along. Meanwhile, the Attitude Era continues to go down, kicking and screaming. This week we look at WWE No Mercy 2002 from October 20th at the Alltel Arena in North Little Rock, Arkansas. This show was nominated by Dylan Haggett, Joshua Vincent, Tim Whalen, Jay Chipshow, and Skylar Grennert over at patreon.com/wrestlingwithregret. It is kind of fun in hindsight looking back at this period of the Ruthless Aggression era. It's very early stages as it is making that transition. But yeah, there is a clear number one show between the two of these, and it's not Raw. You know, SmackDown at this point is gaining the reputation of becoming the A show across the two brands because of Paul Heyman's booking, because of the use of the SmackDown 6, who we'll get into more when those matches come up. Meanwhile on Raw, yeah, things aren't that exciting at this point because Triple H is starting to take over as the newly crowned first ever World Heavyweight Champion. He just beat RVD to retain an Unforgiven, beginning his alliance with Ric Flair. And of course, we are hurtling toward the end of one of the most prestigious championships in company history, as the Intercontinental Championship is about to be retired. But hey, Raw wasn't totally bad during this time because hey, you know, around this time there was that episode with the first ever Raw Roulette. That was really entertaining, you know, Goldust and Regal and everything that came with that. And what else? Christopher Nowinski, that was a fun gimmick. But not to say SmackDown was without fault, and we will certainly get to that as this review goes along. But let's see how this show begins. It actually opens up with a cold open with The Undertaker sitting in the locker room, Kane sitting down next to him, and Kane goes, "So, how was your week?" Ha ha ha, get it? Because both of them dealt with terrible booking this last week. Very dramatic opening hype package to start things off, showing the two biggest storylines in the company right now. And then at the very end of the package, it's this cacophony of all these sounds just hitting you over the head at the same time. Let's have bells ringing, and let's have babies crying, and a Jewish man screaming in Latin.
Espíritu Santo, dead man, rest.
10,000 in the arena in Arkansas. Not quite a sellout, but the show did earn 300,000 pay-per-view buys. Michael Cole and Taz are on the call for SmackDown, and Jim Ross and The King for Raw, and they're going to open this show up for the World Tag Team title match as Chris Jericho and Christian defend against Booker T and Goldust. Jericho and Booker T have been at each other's throats for weeks now. Jericho costing Booker matches against The Big Show on Raw mostly. The CNC Wrestling Factory beat Kane and Hurricane last week to become the new tag team champions, and Jericho does not like being called a sucker. That is one of the biggest reasons I think that Jericho and Booker are fighting at this point. Also, one thing Jericho's doing at this point in his career, one of the many things he would kind of pick up and leave behind if it didn't work, was his introducing himself to women, doing the Joey thing from Friends. How you doing? Match begins. Goldust hits a pair of hip attacks, or gold butt as the commentary calls it. The heels soon take over. Goldust taking the heat for a good old time here, finally tagging in Booker T, who is a house of fire at first but gets hung up on the top rope. Mid-kick gets beat up a bit. Shattered dreams and some head-on-head action in the corner. That leads to a near fall. Booker is back on top for a while. Hits the spinneroonie. Jericho going for a triangle dropkick, but the rope breaks. That's really scary. Chaos on the outside. Jericho bulldogs Goldust onto the title belt. Audible with the top rope moonsault, the cover, and the champs retain. 3 stars out of 5 for me on this one. I will say they did a great job recovering from that broken rope, and that's a scary thing to happen in the very first match. What a bad omen it would seem to have that happen. But like I said, they recovered really well. I think Jericho and Christian, they're really early in their teamship here because the Un-Americans just broke up, and Christian was a part of that. But I like the chemistry that Jericho and Christian have as a team here. I think they're a really underrated baddie tag team on Raw during this time. And I think those two and Booker T and Goldust, who are perennial baby faces, such a fun team to follow if you watch their progression in 02. Really fun. And they're going to get their due later on this year, but not quite yet for them. Backstage, we go to Funaki, SmackDown's #1 announcer, and his special guest, Al Wilson, father of Tori. Listen as Funaki breaks down the entire Al Wilson, Dawn Marie storyline, and every time Funaki asks Al a question, he just goes, bleh. And they finally show the shower scene on SmackDown on the Go Home show, where he's fully clothed for whatever reason. Funaki asks him, "Why were you showering with your clothes on?" Very valid question. And Al's only spoken word in this bit is him going, "I did not have sexual relations with that woman." Boo! Boo! That was a shitty payoff to that skit, man. I was with you all the way. I actually loved the absurdity of Funaki trying to ask questions of Al Wilson and he just can't get the words out. And then like the punchline, I get it. They're in Arkansas, Bill Clinton country. And so, you know, for them to drop the Bill Clinton line 4 years after that reference, by the way. So very timely reference by WWE here. But like, I was with them. I was holding on to the very end because this was such a ridiculous storyline and a ridiculous scene. But then they do that. I'm like, that's your punchline? Like, oh, God. So what a waste of a punchline. What a wasted opportunity there. Speaking of Tori and Dawn Marie, we go to their one-on-one match now. Things have gotten really serious between these two because it began weeks ago when Tori beat Dawn Marie in a bikini contest and then a lingerie contest. Her newly divorced dad, Al Wilson, began showing up, and Dawn Marie immediately making moves, as we saw in that recap with Funaki, on Al, and then we see what happens to the shower scene and everything. It is a very bizarre story, and you know, I've covered it in some detail in a variety of videos over the years. Go check out my countdown on the worst soap opera storylines. I do a pretty good job kind of giving you the whole scope of the Tori Wilson, Al Wilson, Dawn Marie, absolute cluster. Like I said, SmackDown was good at this time, but they were not perfect. And I think this storyline, as batty as it is, at the time watching it, it's like, this is just cringe. Anyway, Tori starts by dropkicking Dawn off the apron before the bell. Dawn showing some agility before she drops Tori over the top rope. Dawn throwing some knees into Tori's midsection, allowing her to take over. Tori ducking a line. Things get catfighty. The referee is steamrolled. He seems to like it. Dawn is upset by that, though. She just checks Tori with a clothesline when she comes out of the corner. At one point on commentary during this match, Michael Cole telling Taz, "You know, Taz, if Dawn Marie marries Al Wilson, she'd be Tori's mother." And Taz goes, "Oh, I wish my mom looked like that." I'm like, what? Really? Anyway, Tori makes a big comeback, hits a running swinging neck breaker, and pins to win. It certainly defied my expectations as to what these two could do in the ring. It was better than I thought it was going to be. Still was not great. But honestly, this storyline is not about the action in the ring. It's not about the wrestling. This could not be further away from being about the wrestling at all. Rob Van Dam interviewed backstage. He's asked about his opponent tonight and Ric Flair. He says Flair styles and profiles while RVD flies coach and takes rental cars. Suddenly Van Dam has what could best be described as a psychotic episode and begins to strut back and forth how he's a chair smashing, frog splashing, risk taking, yinning and yanging, not a rhyme, woo woo woo, Van Daminating. Dude, holy shit, these promos are off the rails tonight. After he leaves though, Coach sees Brock Lesnar, Paul Heyman, and Tracy the Mistress, who reiterates that The Undertaker is a lying, cheating scumbag and hopes to see Lesnar beat him to a pulp. More on all that later. Well, as I mentioned earlier, the previous month's show was Unforgiven, and one of the big story points in that show was Ric Flair turning on Rob Van Dam and costing him the world title match against Triple H. That's what began that very successful pairing between Triple H and Flair. Of course, that leads to Evolution and all that, but Flair continues to be a thorn in RVD's side in the weeks between Unforgiven and this show, which is why we have this grudge match here. This has to be one of the last times, by the way, we see Flair wrestle with dry hair. Van Dam off to a fast start, doing his spinning leg drop off the apron and onto Flair. The match finally officially begins once both guys are in the ring, though. Flair bumping his ass off for Van Dam early on, but takes him to Dick Kick City, following up with a chalk block. Continues working on his opponent's leg. Meanwhile, Lawler doing a bit of a sidebar on commentary, talking about the story with The Undertaker, and he says that he can understand and sympathize with The Undertaker cheating on his pregnant wife. Haha, gross! Flair puts Rob in the figure four, but Rob rolls over to the ropes. They go for it again, but Flair almost caught with a roll-up. More classic Flair. He's thrown off the top rope. RVD follows up with Rolling Thunder, but a rope break on the cover. Van Dam hits the 5-star frog splash on Flair. The cover and the win, even though Flair's shoulder is technically up by the end of the count. I'll give this one 2.5 stars out of 5. The match to me was just okay. It was like best of Van Dam, best of Flair. They gave you all of their primary spots that they're known and loved for, and they certainly did those well. And besides that, to me, it was just kind of a match. Like, it was there. Flair is kind of in that lackey position now, the assistant to Triple H, so it doesn't really hurt anything in the grand scheme of things that he takes a loss there, but it is good rebuilding for Van Dam. Backstage, The Big Show chatting with SmackDown GM Stephanie McMahon. He says he wants some advice, but she says she's not the one to talk to. In comes Raw GM Eric Bischoff, who's mad that Show is talking with the enemy, so to speak. Now Show gets to air his grievances to him. Hasn't been on a pay-per-view since July. Talks about how he's a giant with all these different accomplishments. Bischoff asks him who the hell does he think he is. Show getting physical and warns him that he's a very angry giant and not to cross him. By the end of the month, The Big Show will be traded over to SmackDown, which kind of flies in the face of the brand split and the rules that they had set in place about these ironclad contracts. There was supposed to be a freeze, but nope, still trades, I guess. Here's the very nice Intercontinental title legacy package they ran the previous week on Raw. Hey, remember all these cool moments surrounding the championship? Isn't it awesome we're putting a stop to that shit for no reason? Up next for the Cruiserweight Championship, Jamie Noble Boy defends against Tajiri. It's the third match in a row where they go, we're going to start fighting before the bell rings. There must have been some directive from above to add like a sense of urgency to these mid-card matches, which is why you've got 3 of them in a row doing the same basic opening. But yeah, to have that repetition is not great. Noble with a running electric chair drop, never seen that before. Lots of fast action as the match goes on. Noble wears Tajiri down. The buzzsaw comes back though. Great tornado DDT. Nice bow and arrow across the back into a spin. They don't even know what to call it. Followed up with a tarantula in the ropes. Tajiri's got the match won until Nydia gets on the apron and plants a smooch on referee Brian Hebner. Noble comes back, hits the tiger bomb. We get a kick out. Tajiri goes for a victory roll, but Nydia trips up Tajiri, allowing Noble to block and cover to win and retain. After the bell, Tajiri responds with a revenge smooch, which Nydia seems to like. Noble's like, let me teach you how to kiss a woman. He goes for it, and then Tajiri kicks him in the back of the head, knocking them both out. True love. 3 out of 5 stars for me on this one. This is an entertaining matchup here. I like the fast pace of it. I think Tajiri and Noble have good chemistry together, and it's always fun watching a Tajiri match, as well as a Jamie Noble match at this time. You know, I used the word underrated earlier in this review, but I think it also applies to Noble because, you know, you see the pay-per-view matches he has when he is the champion or challenging for the championship. Some of those matches are the best you see on SmackDown any given week. Backstage, Chris Benoit is looking for Eddie Guerrero, and he warns Eddie that Chavo's getting beaten up by Kurt Angle down the hall, needs to help him. Eddie is too smart for this, though, realizes what he and Chavo did to Benoit a couple weeks before, realizing this is just a trap. That's not Chavo here is getting beaten up in there. It's some little girl, but uh-oh, Chavo actually was beaten up by Angle. Waka waka. Up next, the 26-year history of the Intercontinental Championship goes up in a cloud of smoke in a match 4th from the top. It's winner take all as both belts are on the line here. IC champion Kane takes on world champion Triple H. This is the result of Eric Bischoff recently announcing he's retiring the Intercontinental Championship, merging it with the world title at No Mercy. And that, you know, it frustrates me to think about it now, 21 years after the fact, and it pissed me off as a kid back then too. I had no understanding, and they've never really had a good explanation ever since then as to why we're getting rid of this championship. Now, obviously, like earlier in the year, there was the European title, there was the hardcore title. Those both got absorbed and like into the IC title as well when Rob Van Dam was the champion. And so now, well, why would you want to have fewer titles, so few titles, in fact, on a dual brand show? Unless your name is Triple H, there is no one out there who I think is really advocating to absorb the championship and add it on to the world title in this one. I just think that was a real boneheaded move because you've got all these guys with nothing to fight for now that there's no mid-card belts and not everyone can be a tag team or fight Triple H. So it was, to me, a very flawed exercise, and that's why it didn't last all that long. They did bring it back the following year, but still, the fact that this was even happening at all really upset me as a fan. But during all this, Kane is on a big red roll. He found a tag partner in the Hurricane to beat the Un-Americans for the World Tag titles, won the Intercontinental Championship, beating Chris Jericho a few weeks ago, and gosh, for the first time in his life, Kane is happy. But how happy is Katie Vick? Triple H asks. So that's where this whole thing begins. The Katie Vick storyline. It is obviously something that has been covered a whole lot here on this channel since the very beginning almost. And in many ways, I've retired discussion about it, but since we're covering this show, we gotta talk about it a little bit. So yes, Triple H accuses Kane of being a murderer because of this woman named Katie Vick. And the following week, Kane goes on Raw to explain his side of the story. And he opens up his speech by saying, Katie Vick was a friend of mine. And he goes on to this whole story about how 10 years ago, when he had just started to wrestle, like Katie was someone who attended his first match he ever had, and she was such a good friend, and they went to a party together, and Katie had too much to drink, so Kane's gonna drive her home, but there's an animal on the road, a very nondescript animal. Don't even say what the animal is. An animal is on the road. The road is slick, and Kane swerves out of the way because he can't drive stick, and they fall off a cliff or whatever the fuck happens, and so Kane's hurt, but Katie dies instantly. And so Kane tells this story, says it was an accident, he's very sorry about it, he thinks about it every day. So first of all, that promo completely retcons Kane's entire backstory that we have been led to believe was the case from like 1997 up until now. Had the promo storytelling ended here at this point, then, you know, could have been fine. Not great, could have been fine, but no, Triple H has to come out and do his rebuttal, and he is all like, whoa, the police report also says you were drunk, and also your semen was totally in her body. Did you have your way with her before she died, or after? And after this, JR keeps going, oh, it's all mind games and stuff, but like, is it though? Because Kane never refutes the Katie Vick story in the first place. He never calls Triple H a liar, or, oh, you're full of shit because that wasn't the police report. No, by Triple H dropping that turd in the punch bowl and not being responded to in any way, that immediately made Kane way less sympathetic of a figure. It's one thing to say, oh, Kane, you're a murderer because your passenger died in a car crash, and you could have some kind of like, plausible separation from that and maybe say he's not a murderer, to, oh, he was a drunk driver and he may have had sex with her before or after she died. Yay, you go beat Triple H and win both those belts, you hero, you. Why is this the storyline for this massive title unification? The match begins. What is wrong with you? Kane screams at H to a minimal pop. Kane throwing his weight around with Triple H, but Hunter comes back after Kane goes headfirst into the corner, hits a big spine buster, and on commentary at this point, JR says, oh, if Kane wins, he'll be the first masked wrestler to be a recognized world champion. And Jerry Lawler says, would he be the first murderer too? And like, we would get one of those in a few years, but not him. Triple H gets on Kane's shoulders with the sleeper, but Kane fights back. JR with a call of the night. Between Katie Vick and Seaman, I'm having a hard time concentrating on this match. Kane goes flying, but in comes Ric Flair, who drops Kane over the top rope. Big Red Machine's undeterred, knocks H and Flair down. Triple H with a belt shot, but Kane kicks out. Here comes the Hurricane to chase Flair away. Triple H hits Hurricane with a pedigree on the floor, so he's a non-factor for the rest of this thing. Goes for a flying nothing, but takes a boot. The referee is knocked out. H goes for another flying nothing, but takes a chokeslam through the announce table instead. The referee is still down. In comes Nate with the sledgy. Kane stops him in his tracks, stands over Triple H with a sledgehammer for ages until finally the champion takes him to Dick Kick City. He grabs the sledgy. He's picked up for a tombstone. Triple H hits him with the hammer. Kane still is able to hit a big chokeslam. Another referee comes in. Flair yoinks him out of the ring. Flair goes up top. He goes for a flying nothing, but walks right into a chokeslam. Pedigree by Triple H, the cover, the win. I gave it 2.5 stars out of 5, and that right there, at the time at least, was the end of the lineage and the history of the Intercontinental Championship. Can you imagine if 21 years later they never brought that belt back and that was the last image we saw of that belt? That would have been a whole other crime in and of itself. But man, they sure made Kane look like a chump in record time. Like, they went from him giving this huge super push, looking really strong. Then this storyline comes up and Kane is completely left just without any kind of assistance. No way to come back from that. And so by losing to Triple H, then Triple H is right by all logic. Oh, not only are you a loser, you also are a murderer. So yeah, why should we care about you? But I just don't understand, why is this match so low on the card? How is the Women's Championship match billed higher for the Raw side of things on this show than the World Championship and the Intercontinental Championship? Can you tell I'm still harboring some bad feelings about this time?
One day later.
Backstage, Stephanie McMahon has a word with Mistress Tracy. Steph having a woman-to-woman talk, trying to sympathize with her and get some information out of her here. Tracy admits the relationship with Mark was all a lie. It was all 7 years ago, not recently like she said, but Paul Heyman made her lie about it. She wants Mark back and doesn't care about no pregnant wife, but in walks Taker, who heard the whole thing. Back to the casting agency for you, Tracy. When the brand split first began, the tag team titles had a permanent home on Raw and became the World Tag Team Championships. So SmackDown made their own set of tag belts, the WWE Tag Team Championships. Look, if you go on Wikipedia and try and find the lineage of any of the tag belts here, it's a very confusing lineage in this company. But anyway, these new belts are being debuted as part of this tournament. We're going to see the first few rounds on television, and we are going to get that matchup as Edge and Rey Mysterio take on Kurt Angle and Chris Benoit in the finals. This is going to be a great matchup here. Kurt and Benoit, still bitter rivals. They're fighting each other, but Stephanie makes them a team and tells them if they can't get along and if their acrimony results in physicality, they'll both be suspended for a year. But like I said, I'm very excited for this one. This match featuring 2/3 of the SmackDown 6, the Guerreros obviously making up the rest of this unit. But man, this is a great time to be a fan of SmackDown. Like I said, these guys were really killing it with matches on a weekly basis. Some combination of any of these guys usually resulted in one of the top matches of the night. Let's see how this one goes. I like Rey's frustration at the beginning, unable to get out of Kurt's waistlock, so he just steps on his foot. Good intense work between Edge and Benoit for a few minutes. Nice back and forth. Edge gets caught by Angle, then the unlikely partners wear him down for a while. Benoit goes up top, but Edge catches him, hits a superplex. Rey gets the tag, goes on a tear. Big leg drop onto Benoit, but the pin's broken up. Benoit with a great counter into the crossface, but that's broken up. Kurt with a big suplex to Rey off the top. Rey's in the ring for a while now. He manages to slip away from Benoit. We get a double hot tag to Edge and Angle. Edge launching Rey into Kurt and hits a big Hurricane Rana. Benoit goes for the headbutt, but he hits Angle by mistake. Benoit with a crossface on Edge, but Rey doing the 619, hitting Benoit. Big assisted moonsault by Rey onto Benoit outside. Kurt grabs Edge in the ankle lock, and after Edge counters into one of his own, Kurt gets the hold right back on there. Edge taps, and we have new tag team champions. I give it 4.5 stars out of 5. This match is just so much fun to watch. These guys do great work together. And like I said, this was the lifeblood of SmackDown at this time. Like, these 4 guys were part of a larger entity of guys who were just making like such magic. You know, you hate to use that word flippantly, but that's kind of what it was during this time. And I think it was a big reprieve from what Raw was giving us at this time, because Raw wasn't really focused on the wrestling so much as the big characters and stories, which may or may not always have panned out. And so, like I said, this matchup here, easily one of the top of the night and probably one of the top of the year. In the medical room, The Undertaker with his bloody cast from last week, he tells the doctor to give him the shot. The doctor says it's unethical. Why? What are you giving him? Taker says if he doesn't get the shot, he ain't gonna make it through Hell in a Cell, which seems to be the story of his last several matches over the years. I watched that Last Ride documentary. In a match for the Women's Championship, you got Trish Stratus defending against the recently debuted Victoria. Victoria is a relative newcomer to the Raw roster if you don't include her brief run as one of the Godfather's former hoes in the year 2000. But the story here is Victoria is, like Trish Stratus, a former fitness model. The two were colleagues together, and Victoria has it out for Trish here. This real like blood feud, like the blood in her eyes going for Trish here. And she explains because, back when they were both former fitness models, like they both got a look by WWE, and Trish pretended to be a good friend and supportive and everything, but she actually wasn't, and now Victoria's mad about it. And so that's why we have this feud here. Trish takes Victoria down with a series of kicks and knees. On the outside, Victoria dropping the champ down onto the barricade. Back in the ring, Trish managing to get off her trademark Hurricane Rana out of the corner. Victoria gets Trish up for a backbreaker for a bit. Thought it was going to be Widow's Peak for a second. Nice electric chair by Trish, follows up with a chick kick and a 2 count. The Stratus faction is countered, but Trish rolls up Victoria to win and retain, but after the bell, Vicky lays Trish out. I give it 2 stars out of 5. This match, served the purpose of being that kind of come-down match between the big tag team championship match and then the Hell in a Cell. Next up here, it certainly was not as bad as the other women's match we had on this show, so I'll give them that. But besides that, Victoria would get her due. She would win the women's championship at Survivor Series the next month. But besides that, this match, it was fine for what it was. Rikishi is at the World in Times Square. He talks about how Hell in the Cell changed his career. He was never taken seriously again after gently falling onto a pillowy soft bed of wood shavings. When asked who he picks for the main event, he's going with the dead man because, hey, BSK runs deep. Now it's time for our main event, a Heck in a Sec match for the WWE Championship, no longer undisputed, as Brock Lesnar defends against the dead man, The Undertaker. Now, during the summer, Lesnar became exclusive to SmackDown, no longer the undisputed championship. That's what brought about the world title in the first place on Raw. Lesnar and Taker have been feuding for a while, and after an inconclusive title match at Unforgiven, a rematch is set for No Mercy, and it's going to be a Hell in a Cell match. Lesnar had never been in that kind of match before, so he's very very nervous. But we need to add some spice to this storyline. What can we do here? Well, let's see here. Over on Raw, Kane is accused of being a murderer / rapist and or necrophiliac. Oh, let's do something really similar with The Undertaker. Let's have him be accused of having an extramarital affair. So then Tracy appears and accuses him, calling him Mark, of messing around with her, and she's unaware that he was a wrestler or that he was married. Who'd you think Sarah was when you saw his neck tattoo? And first he's like, I've never seen this woman before. I don't know who this person is. Sarah, you gotta believe me, I don't know this woman. Who is this person? And then the next week, Taker gives his side of the story, and he's like, well, actually, I lied. I do know who this woman is, but from 7 years ago. We have not seen each other in a long time, and that's the thing. So, again, like week 1, the accusation happens. Oh no, why would they say that thing about our favorite wrestler? Week 2, the babyface wrestler does something that makes them seem even worse. Like when Taker gives his side of the story. Oh, I don't know this woman. Actually, I do. 1 week later, I'm going to tell the truth. So, okay, you're a liar. That's fine. You maybe not be cheating against your wife now, but like, fine. You still are an unreliable narrator. And then the thing with Kane and Triple H coming in, making him look worse. Like, why were both Raw and SmackDown kind of looking off each other's notes when trying to write these concurrent storylines, it seemed? Like, why are Kane and The Undertaker going through this at the same time? There's no reason for this. Oh, by the way, Taker's hand is also broken after Brock smashed it with a big metal tank backstage, and despite Brock and Heyman's protests, he is allowed to wear his cast in the match, which does double as a weapon. Taker's here, and he's pumped full of drugs. Taker in control early on after he connects with his cast for the first time, but it does hurt him in the process. Brock begins attacking Taker's hand, the challenger screaming in pain, still able to hit some well-timed blows. Lesnar is bleeding now, Taker just having his way with him for a while. On the top rope as Lesnar's on the apron, Taker drops down awkwardly. Oh, sure, he got him. Great moment of Heyman desperately reaching into the cell, but he pays for it. Now even Heyman is bleeding. Taker grabbing him by the tie and pulling him repeatedly into the cell wall. Great visual there. Lesnar even collides into Heyman. Lesnar finally fights back, driving Taker repeatedly into the cell. Now a belt has entered the equation. Taker's hand is tied up to the side of the cell as Heyman screams, "You're gonna die now!" Lesnar gets a chair, just pulverizes that casted hand. Looks pretty graphic, that shot there. Lesnar fights for a while to rip the cast off of Taker's hand, and he does. Heyman looks insane with his face covered in blood like that. Finally, back in the ring, Lesnar hanging off the top truss of the cell, kicking Taker in the head, setting himself up perfectly for a low blow, and gets knocked off. Taker with an elbow drop. The fighting continues on the outside again. Lesnar laying out Taker with the steel steps. Now he looks very gross with how much he's bleeding. A very bloody Taker manages to fight back, throwing them suit bones. Ugh, there's blood in the camera lens, dripping off the ropes. This shit's gross. Taker steps on Lesnar's hand. We get some poetic justice there. Taker finally goes for old school for the first time all night, but Lesnar yoinks him down. Lesnar goes to the F5, countered into a choke slam and the kick out. Jesus, it's a lot of blood. I don't think it got this bad again until Eddie Guerrero and JBL. Taker hits the last ride, but Brock grabs the ropes at the last second. Taker goes to the tombstone, but Lesnar reverses it and just hucks him onto his shoulders for an F5. My God. Lesnar wins and retains. Cool moment at the end where Lesnar climbs the cell and holds up the championship to close out the show. I give it 4 stars out of 5. This was another very strong show in this card, and if it weren't for the tag title match, I would say this was the match of the night. It was so brutal. It was hard to watch at times with how much these two, well, all 3 guys were bleeding. How often do you see that where the manager gets color as well in a match where he's not even like physically in the ring? I thought that was really impressive. You know, if you're not going to have people go into the cell walls or flying off the top or whatever, you got to make up for it somehow, and you got to do that with a whole lot of blood. And I think they did that for sure here. And yeah, just a great, brutal, hard-hitting matchup. It makes Lesnar look like $1,000,000 able to fight back and win clean against The Undertaker like that. That was just really, in a year where he had a lot of star-making performances, this was one of them. My grade for No Mercy 2002 is a B. I think this was, definitely a strong show here. The Ruthless Aggression era early on, as they're still trying to figure out, what everyone is and where everyone belongs. You're getting some good storylines and good matches. Maybe not all across the board, like we see here on this show tonight. There are some blind spots, there are some weak points, but I think as far as in-ring action goes, you're going to get a lot of good stuff during this time here. Overall, a really, really good series of matches. I mean, the ending of Triple H and Kane is frustrating for sure. Again, why'd you even have to retire the Intercontinental Championship? Wasn't necessary. Just adds more heat to Triple H. Obviously, like he needed it. But I think besides that, though, I think, most of the action you're going to see in this show, pretty darn solid.
Dead man walk. Yeah, you dig it, sucker!
You're the sucker.
But what did you think of No Mercy, folks? And what did you think of this review for it? Let me know in the comment section below. Be sure to give the video a thumbs up if you like it. Subscribe to Wrestling with Regret. Hit that bell icon to get all the notifications. And of course, we are rolling through the month of October. It's still spooky season here this month. And in 2 weeks, we go back to the year 1993. Oh, that familiar year we've been seeing a lot so far lately. We're going to look at Halloween Havoc 93. I'm Brian Zane, and I'll see you next time.
Nowhere to go but down here. Oh, and there it was.
Well, after you've gone to the well of the Yapapai Indian strap match, Brother Dude Jack, where do you go from here? I guess you have to start swerving people, bro. It's time to look at WCW Spring Stampede 2000 from April 16th at the United Center in Chicago, Illinois. This show was nominated by me, as it turns out. I actually looked at my list of nominees for pay-per-views, and I realized, oh my God, no one had actually nominated Stampede 2000 in all the years I had it open for nominations and everything. But I decided, since there are 5 Spring Stampedes, and up to this point I have covered 4 of them, I figured I had to do 2000 because, like Cody Rhodes says, I need to finish the story. So right after Uncensored 2000, which I've covered here recently, Sid Vicious turned heel on Hulk Hogan, and that was the biggest story going on in WCW at the time until the Great Reset, because Eric Bischoff and Vince Russo are back and working together. Bischoff around this time was called back to rejoin the company as a creative consultant. Meanwhile, Vince Russo was brought back into the fold, regaining his status as head of creative. Remember, he started out in late 99 working for WCW, left in early 2000 after what he considered to be, an unkosher working environment for what he expected going in as head of creative. So he and Bischoff, they're back. They're a two-headed monster, and they're working together here on a united front. And the way the company celebrates this fact is by doing a whole week of clip shows on the week of April 3rd. Nitro and Thunder are basically turned into retrospectives of what the old WCW is like, narrated by Tony Schiavone and Mark Madden, as they would openly speculate about the future of the company under a new creative regime. There was anticipation, elation, cautious optimism, cynicism, just all across the board for emotions here. I don't recall watching these clip shows as they aired in 2000, but watching them again in preparation for watching Spring Stampede here, I'm blown away at just the transparency and just the openness with which they talk about how wrestling is this, fictional world, and there's writers that are in charge of this, and how, boy, WCW's been in a real free fall for the last, umpteen years, but thank God this new head of creative, this new writing team will fix things, surely. And just for them to be so open about that, and just for Mark Madden to openly say, hey, this could be great, but then again, Bischoff and Russo, they may not get along and it might suck. Like, for them to say that, I thought was just very brazen of them. I thought it was very eye-opening and shocking for them to be just so like, hey, this is all a work, it's all a show and everything. When, today in wrestling, we see a lot of spots that are kind of winks and nods to the fact they're all but telling you that wrestling is a work, but I don't even think today, if we're as open about it as wrestlers can be, nobody straight up says, oh, this is a work, this is being written, there are writers. It's a whole other level of pulling back the curtain that I don't think is, I don't know, it just doesn't jive well for me. So all previous storylines that had been brewing around this time were put on ice. Then on April 10th on Nitro, Russo and Bischoff declared a new era in WCW. They stripped everyone of their championships, including the TV title, which was hereby retired as a result of this, and new champs would be crowned at the pay-per-view less than a week later. Also, everyone was officially divided up into 2 camps. There was the New Blood, which is a group made up of the lower and mid-card wrestlers who hadn't been utilized to their full potential, people, some on the younger side, some much older. Then there was the Millionaires Club, made up of the established names like Hogan, Nash, Flair, Luger, Sting, DDP, and Sid. They were kind of creating a culture war here and kind of a faction warfare based on, what the internet was saying about WCW at the time and what the newsletters were saying. And as somebody who had the internet in 2000 and was very deep in the online chatter about that, I was well aware of that, but I'm not entirely sure how aware the general wrestling public was. Maybe people who didn't have access to the internet and people who didn't get into the minutia of the backstage goings on in this company. And of course, hindsight being what it is and my memory being is what it is, it's kind of hard to really remember that, but I just remember seeing this play out and feeling oh, this is being kind of forced because they know what we know about the whole idea of, oh, it's these younger talent, these mid-card talent that never gets a chance to get in this main event because they're being held down presumably by these older names, these old main eventers with their fat contracts taking up all this space. And so it was definitely a reflection of that, but I feel that by kind of forcing now this division where it's it's going to be this versus this, instead of just organically just letting these younger talents kind of get more integrated, which is what happens, but it's under the umbrella, it's under this veneer of oh, it's young versus old, and we're going to take it out on you old bastards that really ruined our careers and stuff. But you look at the new blood, first of all, it's a very confusing group because not only is it 3 times the size of the Millionaires Club, it's also full of a bunch of people who are there's a reason that they're not going to be in the main event. There's some characters who just they're not going to be in the main event. They're not upper tier stars. And there's people who have been in the company for a long time and they may have already reached their peak and wasn't going to get any higher. You see Brian Knobbs, he's in the new blood, but he's almost as old as the people in the Millionaires Club. And then you got Terry Funk, who doesn't really fit into either category because he's too old to be in the new blood and he's too broke to be in the Millionaires Club. So where does he really fit into all this? Then you have all this infighting within the new blood, which is you can have infighting in a stable, but I feel you need to kind of if you're going to debut a new kind of group or a faction, there kind of needs to be a unified front in all this, and there's from the get-go there isn't, and it just makes you wonder what is the end game with all this infighting we're already seeing here. I remember watching this as it happened and being really blown away, first off by the revelation of Vince Russo coming out. I didn't know what he looked like beforehand. Seeing him and Bischoff have that moment I thought was interesting. Them stripping the championships, doing a full reset, I think was a good idea. If they wanted to try and really hammer the point home that this is a new era, then yeah, strip everyone clean of the championships. I thought it was just weird that some storylines that are just oh, Sid heel, that's not an issue anymore. Luger and Flair heels, oh, not so anymore, because now they're on a unified front with Hogan, who they'd been feuding with and everything, and now they're all baby faces again. I just thought that was really weird that whole congregation of wrestlers happened and we're supposed to believe, oh, it all makes sense that they're kind of unified now. I just remember being very curious about it. I remember looking at the landscape in WCW and thinking, okay, well, if it's not these Millionaires Club folk, who else? Who in the new blood is ready to kind of jump up and take that spot? I feel there were maybe 1 or 2 people, but it was it was kind of hard for me to think about, well, who's gonna fill this gap? Who's gonna be the first person to kind of step up and challenge the Millionaires Club and have it make sense? Also, it felt like a big retread of the NWO gang warfare we'd already seen plenty of in WCW, right on down to these spray paint attacks. Instead of NWO, it's NB now. Totally different. And another idea about the group was the whole concept was Vince Russo is massively biased against the Millionaires Club. He feels that specifically Ric Flair and Hulk Hogan are the 2 people who the good old boys club who really pushed him out of WCW in the first place. So he's very biased against the Millionaires Club, to the point where in this April 10th episode of Nitro, you see some of the Millionaires Club guys coming out, their music's cut off, there's no pyro, then out comes Buff Bagwell with the whole show, the lights, the music, the pyro. But then later in that same episode, those same old timers whose entrances were cut off and no pyro, they would come out later with the full entrance and pyro. No consistency. Like I said, Russo has it out for Ric Flair in particular. He went and stole his Rolex this past week. Bischoff fighting with Hogan now after years of carrying water for him. He ends up driving the white Hummer and T-bones Hogan's limo that April 10th episode of Nitro, all to help build the big feud between Hogan and Billy Kidman. Going on to the show now, Spring Stampede begins with Bischoff, Russo, Kidman, and Torrie Wilson backstage. Bischoff is worried that Hogan let himself out of the hospital hospital today, but nobody else seems to be worried. 12,556 folks packed the United Center. 115,000 pay-per-view buys makes it tied for the most bought WCW pay-per-view in its final year, tied with Sold Out back in January. Tony Schiavone, Scott Hudson, Mark Madden on commentary here. Madden sporting a black eye after he got the hell beat out of him by Tank Abbott the previous Thunder. They explain that there will be a lot more leeway going forward about the enforcement of rules and what will constitute a disqualification going forth. The refs have been told to, hey, let the guys fight. Basically, this is the dawn of the new era in WCW where, hey, low blows, weapons, like it's all kosher, it's all legal. The referee's basically only there to count the three, barring some extreme circumstances. And you know, this is definitely a stylistic choice in terms of like the philosophy of how they want to dictate their matches. You can see that even from like a couple of months prior to this in WCW, it is far and away, which already was kind of lax on rule enforcement, I feel, it is even more blatant here in this new era of WCW. And to me, it just kind of reeks of desperation. It's just like, hey, what's working for WWF at the time? Oh, it's like a lot of rule breaking. It's a lot of weapons and stuff. But even those situations oftentimes had like referees and disqualifications attached to it. This, not so much. It's all just pretty much like open hardcore matches with some extreme exceptions. One of Tony Schiavone's opening lines here is, "We have no champions!" But by the end of the night, we will have some. The show begins with a match in the Tag Team Championship Tournament as the Mamalukes take on Team Package. Ric Flair's in his street clothes for this matchup, not because he was dealing with a lot of self-confidence issues at the time, but because Flair says it's a street fight. It isn't. Luger and Flair each take their freaking time coming through the curtain here. Before the match begins, though, Vince Russo pops out and says, "It's not fair these two veterans are going against two rookies, bro." Way to bury your own guys, by the way. So he brings out the boys, and it's the Harris twins. Bleh. Now it's 4-on-2. Things look dire for the guys who were heels 2 weeks ago until they fire back up. Flair with a figure 4, but he immediately lets go for some reason and gets up to be kicked by Vito. Schiavone describing this predicament as one of the biggest challenges Flair and Luger have ever faced. And I'm like, really? Nature Boy peeled off the top rope. He's able to make the tag, but the referee misses it. Elizabeth hits Disco on the outside, but the camera totally misses that. Out come a couple of guys looking vaguely Mafia-esque as they drag Disco away. Luger making his comeback, waits forever for Ron or Don to come off the top rope so he can intercept him or him. Johnny the Bull also takes forever up top, but this time he takes Luger down for a moment. Luger fights back and puts Johnny in the torture rack to win and advance. I give it 1.5 stars out of 5. The match was okay. I thought it did a good job at kind of building and establishing early on the kind of struggle the Millionaires Club is going to have to go through to win these tournaments on the evening, but it also runs the risk of making these New Blood members look really weak at the onset. There is definitely a tiered system in the New Blood as to like who's expendable, who are bodies to be destroyed by the legends, and who are the upper ones like, you know, Jeff Jarrett, Vampiro, and Booker and so forth. Mean Gene backstage with new signee Mike Awesome, the surprise 8th man in the U.S. title tournament. He's facing the Cat tonight. He plans on taking each of his 9 lives and beating each one of them up. Judo, Taibo, whatever bow you want to talk about. If you're some karate, he'll take them all down. Bam Bam Bigelow comes in and talks mess, then walks away, then gets jumped by Awesome. More on that later. Big fight feel on our next matchup, folks, as the Mouth of the South Jimmy Hart takes on Chicago radio legend Mancow Muller. This whole thing began a few weeks ago on Mancow's show when Jimmy Hart and Hulk Hogan were there to promote Spring Stampede, and Jimmy beats up Mancow during the show. Mancow says he wants an eye for an eye. Can you imagine this being the same kind of match as Rollins Mysterio? Jimmy Hart, accompanied by a big dude named Hale, he's wearing a Howard Stern t-shirt as well, says that after the match he'll still be the world's greatest manager and Mancow will be a Howard Stern wannabe. Ooh, them's fighting words. Mancow gets a great reception in Chicago, but his theme is blaringly loud and makes the commentary damn near inaudible. You're not a real shock jock if you don't have your own band of weirdos accompanying you to the ring, and Mancow definitely has that with Al Roker Jr., Brian the Whipping Boy, and Turd. Mancow cutting a very rah-rah Chicago promo. Kind of reminds me of CM Punk's last couple of AEW promos before he left. He jumps Jimmy and the match begins. Madden screams catfight. Hart with a low blow. He takes over, hits him with a kind of slam as a Mancow chant erupts. Jimmy goes up top, but Mancow pulls Slick Johnson in the way. Cow taking down Jimmy. The brawl continues until Hale gets involved. He picks up the DJ and throws him down onto his crew. Hart waves off Hale for the rest of it, but Mancow grabs a chair. He decks Jimmy with it and makes the cover for the win. I give this match a half star out of 5. I will give the half star because Mancow, and credit to him for the big bump he took to the outside from Hale going down onto his crew in the floor. I will not begrudge WCW for doing a match like this because Lord knows the size and the impact of Mancow's audience and his reach in Chicago. Like, yeah, it makes sense to have him be part of the show. And dare I say, having like a silly little brawl, kind of a manager fight between him and Jimmy Hart. But like beyond that, like, what do you expect me to rate this match? But then out comes Billy Kidman of the New Blood. He lays out Jimmy and stomps on him good, sending a message to Hulk Hogan. Elsewhere backstage, Vince Russo chewing out the Mamalukes and the Harris twins, calling them losers, telling them to get out of his sight. Real strong booking for the New Blood here. On we go to our first match in the U.S. Championship Tournament now as Scott Steiner takes on That's the Wall, brother! That was the big moment that the Wall had a couple of weeks ago on Nitro. He shows up on top of a hotel building very, very far away from the ring and from Hogan, and then nothing ever came of that thanks to the reboot. Scott coming out to Steinerized, which is really weird when juxtaposed with the Big Papa Pump look. There's lots of punching back and forth until Scott hits a low blow on the Wall and hits a suplex, but Wall comes back and takes over. They fight on the outside. Wall setting up a table. Scott tries to fight off. He temporarily blinds the Wall, who mistakenly grabs the referee and chokeslams him through a table. A new referee comes in and disqualifies the Wall, and Steiner wins. I give it 1 star out of 5, and wow, that ending sure was dumb. I'm pretty sure we saw the Wall make direct eye contact with the referee. He was blindingly chokeslamming, I would say. But you know, at least now we've got kind of like a benchmark, a standard for what counts and what will get a wrestler disqualified in this brave new era of WCW. You can do low blows on the live long day, you can hit each other with weapons, but by God, don't hurt them referees. Mean Gene interviews Ernest Miller backstage about Mike Awesome. As he's chatting, we see a shadow lurking behind the curtain. Suddenly, Bam Bam comes back and jumps the cat, and now he takes his place in the tournament all of a sudden in this next matchup against Mike Awesome. By the way, let's talk about Mike Awesome for a minute. He debuted last Monday on the big reboot episode while he was ECW champion, and I remember this being the most controversial and really the coolest moment of that episode of Nitro in my opinion. He left ECW over a lack of pay, and this led to a lot of legal wrangling the day of April 10th as far as like, could he show up with a belt? Could he be regarded as the ECW champion? Could they mention his upcoming title defense? All these different things. But I remember it being a really big moment. Like, that was kind of one of the last cool defections that I remember seeing happen during the Monday Night War on either direction. And if you want to hear more about that moment and Awesome's whole run in WCW, I do have a video about that right here. Light ECW chants break out as these two start to brawl. They're in the ring for maybe 20 seconds before Bam Bam goes out and Awesome dives to the outside after him. Bigelow goes over the barricade, Awesome dives after him. Back in the ring, Bigelow makes a comeback, but then out comes the cat who kicks Bam Bam out of the ring. He grabs the mic and says it's time to dance. Hit my terrible network dub. He puts on his red shoes and starts to dance, but Awesome obliterates him with a clothesline, the big top rope splash, and the win. I'm going to give this one 2 stars out of 5. We get a bit of that Mike Awesome vibe in this matchup, showing why I thought he was so, pardon the phrase, awesome. And of course, Bigelow, he's great, jam-up guy, but it does get a bit messy and confusing by the end. Like, why is Bigelow allowed to just be a new participant in this tournament? And why does Miller get his spot back mid-match and like nothing comes of that? Like, why is Miller allowed to take the pinfall? It's just, there's a lot of confusion at the end of this match. Backstage, Bischoff still stressing out, Russo still relaxed, and Kidman and Torrie still canoodling. Elsewhere, Mean Gene with Shane Douglas and Buff Bagwell, who are very confident about winning the tag title tournament. Buff says, just think about it, the franchise and Buff Daddy, you figure it out. Exactly. We go to that match now as Bagwell and Douglas take on Harlem Heat 2000 in the tag title tournament. Shane Douglas had not been seen in WCW since Sold Out back in January. He was trying to leave for the World Wrestling Federation alongside Benoit, Malenko, Guerrero, and Saturn, but then it turns out the Federation didn't want him, so he basically sat on the sidelines for a while until April 10th when he returned to begin this feud with someone who he has real deep bad blood with IRL in Ric Flair, going all the way back to the early 90s over how Douglas felt that Flair treated him as the booker at the time. Fists are flying at the onset. Things begin to go Harlem Heat's way after a big spinebuster by Big T, complete with the most amazing grunt I've ever heard. Bagwell gets some space and tags in the franchise, who goes on a big hot tag run, but he gets double teamed as the big man Cash on the outside beats up Buff. Douglas takes Big T to Dick Kick City, has to heave up Stevie for the Pittsburgh plunge, and pins to win and advance. I give it 1.5 stars out of 5. This is, this the big theme of the night here, really short matches. I don't think there's one match that goes over 8 minutes on this entire card, and this is one of the shorter matches you will see on this night, so it doesn't have enough time to really kind of get into that second gear and make it interesting. I will say, though, this is really, the beginning of the end for Harlem Heat 2000. You are not going to see much of them further on in WCW this year. Speaking of Harlem Heat, we hear from Booker for a minute backstage before he has his U.S. title tournament match against Sting, who, by the way, is the only Millionaires Club member in this tournament. Booker, by the way, is an interesting case because he is kind of a lone rogue within New Blood, like that dissension I was talking about earlier, where he definitely plays the face side of things, and he still has that axe to grind with Harlem Heat 2000, who are still technically on his side in the New Blood, but he cost them a match in the days leading up to Spring Stampede, which Russo did not like, or maybe it was Bischoff who didn't like it. Nice back and forth to start things off. Booker gets some offense in. Sting evades some attacks and hits back. On the outside, Booker's hurled into the camera guy, then Sting is dropped on the announce desk a moment later. Booker's spending a lot of time working Sting over. He tries to come back. Booker cuts him off with an axe kick. Sting still fighting it. We get the spinneroonie. Sting goes for a suplex and it's blocked. Booker goes for one of his own. It gets countered into a scorpion death drop. The pin and the win. Sting advances. Then after the bell, Booker brings Sting back into the ring to show some respect, which Sting accepts. I give this one 3 stars out of 5. It is one of my favorite matches of the night. It's one of the best matches of the night in terms of in-ring quality. Also, it's one of the few on the evening where you don't see some screwy bullshit finish, so maybe that has to play into it a little bit. Also, you see more signs of like why Booker is that outlier in the New Blood. He's doing kind of the babyface thing when everyone else is kind of leaning heel, so it does a good job of, again, building Booker's character. Backstage, Mean Gene chatting with Eric Bischoff, Billy Kidman, and Torrie Wilson. Bischoff clearly sweating the news that Hogan could be on his way back, but he reminds himself it's just a rumor. Kidman says if Hogan does come back, he'll make him suck air through a tube. On we go to our next match in the tournament as William Man takes on Vampiro, who just turned heel on Sting last week. As we mentioned in the Uncensored 2000 review, Vampiro was a babyface for a while up to this point, and he and Sting were the brothers in paint for all of like 2 weeks before April 10th when Vampiro turned on him. Vamp is aggressive from the start here and once again shows you can powerbomb Kidman once. Kidman goes on a good run but is soon cut off with a suplex. Another powerbomb attempt cut off, but Vamp shrugs it off and kicks Kidman down. As the match continues, we cut to the garage where someone's rolling in. It's Hulk Hogan. He is back. He power walks to the backstage area, makes his way to the arena. He grabs Kidman out of the ring and just beats the hell out of him for a couple of minutes. He goes to slam him through the announce table. It doesn't break, so let's do it again. Hogan drags Kidman back into the ring, allowing Vampiro to make the cover and get the win. I also give this match 3 stars out of 5. I think that even though on the surface this is a heel versus heel matchup by all accounts, still a good showing with these two. They have good chemistry and it shows a little bit of what I believe like the New Blood movement was kind of all about, where it's like, hey, focus on the younger guys, the ones who have the talent but maybe don't have the screen time and everything. And so for them to kind of like showcase these two, it was fine, I thought. But boy, Hogan getting his heat back after being, hospitalized in that white Hummer crash less than a week after it happened is certainly a choice. Backstage at the Evil Base, Russo walks out and leaves Bischoff alone, which seems pretty smart. Elsewhere, where's Bischoff? Where's Bischoff? Where's he at? Bischoff! Where's Bischoff, brother? Hogan finally kicks in the door to the Bischoff office and corners him, but in come the police alongside Vinnie Rue. The cops then all pull their guns on him, like, damn, is shit about to get real here? Then we get this very long single shot. It's very well done here, where Hogan's being let off in cuffs. Terry Taylor's in disbelief. Terry Funk walks in and chats with him. We can hear Hogan and Bischoff's breathing over them because they're still mic'd.
Fourth door up on the right. Turn right into Doritos. Yeah.
Catering.
Yes, sir.
Screw him.
Funk goes into catering and asks for Norman Smiley. Everyone points to the bathroom where Smiley is hiding in a stall. Funk corners him and the fight for the vacant hardcore championship is on. By the way, it's worth pointing out the way this match was made took place on Thunder a few days before, where there was a 3-team matchup and the winning team would go on to fight each other for the hardcore title. Terry and Norman won by Terry pinning his own partner Norman. They brawl in the bathroom, in catering, in the kitchen. Then Funk just blasts Norman in the head with a damn laptop. Norman climbs up a ladder, hangs from a giant pipe as Terry places a table underneath him, then clocks him with a chair, and down goes Norman. He comes back with some chair shots as they make their way back to the arena. Terry taking multiple dinks to the head as they make their way to the ring. Norman doing the big wiggle, which leads to him taking more chair shots. Funk setting up a ladder, but in comes Dustin Rhodes, still with an axe to grind with the Funker. He hits Terry, a pile driver on the chair. Dustin on the second rope with evil intentions, but Terry puts the boot up. A seesaw spot where the ladder doesn't go quite the way that it should. Terry just slings the whole ladder onto Smiley and covers them to win and become the new hardcore champion. I give this one 2 stars out of 5. It's a silly hardcore romp. I think Terry and Norman do well in this. Maybe a few too many headshots for my personal liking, but still was a fun kind of chaos that I enjoyed. I've talked before about it, and I'll say it again, how good Norman fits in this hardcore division, becoming this kind of comedy act. I mean, it really did wonders for his career. It really can't be overstated how much that particular angle helped him out. But like I said, with Terry, he is kind of a champion on an island unto himself here, because he doesn't really belong with the New Blood or the Millionaires Club. Tony Schiavone says, when you order Spring Stampede, you get a mouse pad. That's right, a mouse pad. Backstage, Vince Russo continues to berate Booker for earlier and says he needs Booker to do a favor for him, but I'm pretty sure that does not get resolved here tonight. Awesome versus Steiner up next in a semifinal for the U.S. title tournament. Scott showing his power early on, but Awesome is able to bust out a lot of his high-flying moves. Suddenly we hear a big pop from the crowd, and we see Kevin Nash getting some revenge on Mike Awesome, decking him with a crutch. The Steiner recliner, Awesome submits, and Steiner advances to the finals. I'm going to give it 1 star out of 5. There's really not much to this match in terms of time, but they do try and pack as much as they possibly can in their 3-minute span they have with this matchup. And it does a good job at least of furthering the storyline with Nash and Awesome, since it was Kevin Nash that Awesome beat down on his debut. Backstage, Russo shouts some more, this time at Dustin Rhodes for failing to cost Funk the hardcore title. That's not what the script was, bro. I wrote all your lines when you was Goldust, bro. In the next semifinal match, you got Vampiro versus Sting as the brothers in paint finally square off. Vampiro strikes first, but Sting's having none of it. Action goes to the outside where Sting attacks Vamp with a chair. Sting with a big splash off the top rope. Follows up with the old dive into the barricade cutoff, a guaranteed miss every time. In the middle of this matchup, Schiavone with an amazing line on commentary that really encapsulates what WCW is all about this time.
It's like a train wreck every time you turn around.
Vamp successfully completes a flying nothing to reposition Sting for his next attack. Works over the Stinger some more. He goes up top and goes for a flying something. Sting shrugs it off and hits the Scorpion Death Drop, follows it up with a Deathlock. Vampiro taps and Sting wins, and he goes to the finals as well. I give it 2 stars out of 5. This one is a little bit rougher compared to the previous 2 matches on this side of the bracket. I think Kidman and Vampiro worked better together. I think Sting and Booker worked better together. So this one wasn't quite as good, which is unfortunate considering this is the main storyline the feud we're trying to build with these two, but things would be far from over between the former brothers in paint. MGO interviews DDP. Can he beat JJ? Dallas says as much as he wants to become a 3-time champion, he wants to beat up Jarrett even more after what he did to Kimberly last week, hitting her with that guitar. He tells Kim she'll get a shot at Jarrett tonight. On we go now to a 6-man match for the vacant Cruiserweight Championship. You have the Artist, Crowbar, Juventud Guerrera, Lash LaRue, Shannon Moore, and the newcomer Chris Candido, who debuted last month at Uncensored. 3 count gets an entrance, and the rest of the guys just run in and start fighting. Crowbar seems perfectly fine after being chokeslammed off the set like 3 weeks ago. Juventud wearing a shirt that is soaking wet. The format is 2 legal men, everyone else in corners. This has major clusterfuck potential. Crowbar taking his own bumps as Lash drops down to get ready for a big move, so looks like a big weird dance off to me. Lash and Hoovy counter a bunch of times before we see the Hoovy driver, the pin's broken up. Daphne gets involved. She accidentally Franken-screamers her own man. We get lots of dives here. Suddenly we see Shane Helms dancing in the ring. He's not even in the match. David Flair runs in, does a dance, and chases him off. What the hell? Candido missing a flying headbutt. The Artist tries to capitalize. Suddenly in comes his longtime partner Tammy Sitch making her debut. She shoves the Artist off and onto a chair. Candido pins and wins to become the new Cruiserweight champion. It takes ages for the camera to get a shot of this newcomer's face. All we see for a while is hair. Paisley gets in the ring. The 2 ladies have a cat fight. Shannon Moore and Charles Robinson break it up. The girls give each of them testicular claws. The fight resumes until Candido and Tammy flee. I'm going to give it 1 star out of 5. This match was certainly something. There is a lot of information coming your way in this matchup here. It's already really short and condensed. There's maybe about 20 to 30 seconds of actual wrestling in this thing. Everyone in this match, or almost everybody, has a corner man, so there's all these extra bodies coming in. Not to mention, Candido is the newest guy of the bunch here, trying to get over as kind of this new face of the Cruiserweight division, and he also has somebody debuting to be on his behalf. There's just so much going on here. It's all kind of a mess, unfortunately, and it's really not at all in the same kind of spirit of what the Cruiserweight division used to be about, certainly at this point. And oh yeah, the cat fight was pretty stupid, even by 2000 standards. Backstage, Okerlund interviewing the Chosen One, Jeff Jarrett, who threatens to slap Gene's liver spots off of him. He reiterates he is the Chosen One, he is the favorite of Russo and Bischoff, and he will become the new world champ, you Jarrettall slapnuts. It's time now for the finals in the Tag Championship tournament as Team Package take on Shane Douglas and Buff Bagwell. Here everybody gets the full entrances again with pyro. What bias against the Millionaires Club? Vince Russo, bat in hand, walks out to accompany the New Blood, heads over to join commentary for this matchup. Scott Hudson saying that Douglas is toying with the package. His words, not mine. Flair gets tagged in and is all over Shane for a moment until Buff gets in. Flair gets worked over for the bulk of this matchup here. This match has got to be some major catharsis for Shane Douglas here. At one point he's got Flair in the corner, he goes, "Fuck you, Flair." Luger with the hot tag. Flair gets the figure 4 on Shane. Russo leaving the announce desk. Buff goes for the blockbuster on Flair, but he hits Shane instead. Russo yoinks the ref out of the ring. He and Nick Patrick get into a fight, all while Brian Adams and Brian Clark, Chronic, arrive. They take out Luger with the high times. That allows the New Blood to win the match and the tag team titles. I'm going to give it 2.5 stars out of 5 up until the finish, in which once again way too much stuff is going on. I thought this was a competent enough match. I for one though am pretty much done with all these surprises. Backstage with Scott Steiner, who says he represents himself, no one else, not even the New Blood. He goes to the ring, then we hear Sting's promo. Half his face paint is chipped off. He looks very tired. He says Steiner will be the next casualty in Russo and Bischoff's war, and says Big Papa Pump cannot run from the Millionaires Club members for very long. On we go to that tournament final match for the U.S. Championship. Sting starts off hot, dives after him to the outside. He wants to follow up from the top rope, but Scott puts the knees up. Steiner hitting those suplexes and clotheslines on Sting. Goes for a suplex on the top rope, but Sting fights him off. Series of clotheslines and a Stinger splash. Goes for one more, but the referee gets smooshed. He goes for it again, but then suddenly Vampiro shows up to the canvas. He's been dragged to hell. Welcome to hell. He's in hell, the commentary says. Boy, sure looks drab for hell. Vampiro and Sting emerge moments later with strawberry jam pouring out of the Stinger's mouth. Scott puts in the Steiner recliner. The ref calls the match, and Big Papa Pump is the new U.S. champion. 2 stars out of 5 for me on this one, and wow, another crazy ass finish. Wow, I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you, that something crazy and outlandish would happen here to conclude this matchup, because Lord knows there's no precedent to that anywhere in this show so far. The commentary team kills time so the crew can replace the canvas. They're about to throw to the hype package, and suddenly you hear Shivani go, "Oh, there's Tank Abbott," which sounds kind of foreboding. In your main event for the vacant World Championship, Jeff Jarrett takes on Diamond Dallas Page. As I mentioned, on April 10th, there was the big championship reset. Jarrett got the first dibs to be #1 contender for the championship. There was a mini tournament on that Nitro to crown the opponent for Jarrett in the finals. DDP ultimately wins the tournament by beating Sting, thanks to some Vampiro betrayal. Then Jarrett El Kabongs Kimberly after the match, adding some more heat to this one. Jeff Jarrett goes on a long walk down the hall before coming out to the ring. DDP and Kim go on an even longer walk though. The match begins. DDP with a DDT. He dives onto Jarrett on the outside, gets Kimberly to slap Double J in the face. They fight out in the crowd. Only one camera is able to get any kind of action for a long time though. The brawl makes its way back into the ring eventually. Jarrett hits a superplex. He brings in a chair and smacks DDP in the back with it. The referee decides to take it away after a while, and Jarrett just seems cool with it. Jarrett continues to attack the injured back, but DDP keeps fighting, hits a big powerbomb on Double J, and then we see Eric Bischoff arrive. Kimberly interjects herself into the match, which allows Paige to start making a comeback. Referee is lightly touched and temporarily loses control of his central nervous system, which allows Jarrett Jarrett to hit DDP with a belt, and we get a kick out. Bischoff makes his way to the ring. Kimberly's got the guitar. Jarrett's got DDP in the figure 4 for a while. He moves on to the sleeper. Paige is firing up. He reverses the sleeper as Bischoff and Kim come up to the apron. DDP with his favorite move on the planet, the Diamond Cutter. Shoulders back, chest out, and now Kimberly wants a piece. Wow, this is so cool, and in no way is going to be a misdirection. Oops, spoke too soon. Jarrett hits the stroke, the cover, the win, and Jeff Jarrett is finally the new world champion. One word, wow. The New Blood celebrates in the ring with all their newly won championships as the show fades to black. This one gets 3 stars out of 5 for me. I thought this was a well done enough match. Swerve at the end aside, I thought Jarrett and Paige did a really good job in this one. But my question is, with all these swerves, when every match has some kind of interference or some kind of swerve, bro, like where is the emotional impact? Where's the oomph? I'll tell you where the oomph is in like 2 weeks from now when David Arquette wins the world title, baby! My grade for WCW Spring Stampede 2000 is a C-. This show is not great, but it is leaps and bounds better than Uncensored 2000. So I will give the new creative regime credit where it's due on that one. Yeah, there's a lot of screwy bullshit finishes on this show, interference and swerves.